Hello, hi. So it's a new playthrough. So last week I made a real effort to finish Banjo-Kazooie. Not because I wasn't enjoying it, but because I had this idea of I really wanted to do some sort of challenge run. I can't remember where I got the idea from. There was something I was watching online and it made me think, oh, I really want to do some sort of like challenge playthrough or something like that in a game. And then that got me thinking about what I could do. I already did a speedrun of Rayman Legends before, and I wasn't too sure exactly what I wanted to do. And when you search like challenge runs online, there isn't as many as I would hope. You would think that challenge runs with games would be a massive thing, but apart from like Nuzlocke, speedruns, and randomizers, I'm going to say that, I've probably said that wrong, but apart from those three, there isn't too much out there. So before I start rambling too much, let me actually just set this up. Hello Participation Prize, welcome, 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 welcome. Nice to have you as always. So this is going to be a pretty interesting playthrough, I think, because part of it was also, so let's just, I already decided what I'm going to call myself. I'm going to be Weak Boy, because that's pretty much what we're going to be. I think we got a nice big long cutscene after this. The one nice thing about streaming Ocarina of Time is that if this is your first time watching this game, then where have you been? Like, it's just not the case for anyone. If anyone's watching Ocarina of Time, unless you're very young, like everyone knows what Ocarina of Time is. I don't need to really like give it a big introductions. I don't really need to like set it up or anything like that. I can just play the game, enjoy the game. If we miss dialogue, I mean, it's Ocarina of Time, right? Everyone knows what this dialogue is. Just watch the Meta Connect. Dude, if you're gonna, like, try and induct me into the metaverse, I'm gonna say no thank you. That's crazy that they had a Connect. I think I watched the last one of the Meta Connects, but I couldn't tell you anything that happened in those things. I have an Ocarina Quest 2 as well. I should be interested in case they release something cool like Resident Evil 4, but I just haven't. Yeah, so Ocarina of Time. So yeah, so I wanted to do some sort of challenge run. If you've probably been watching my streams, you've noticed I've been focusing more on the Nintendo side of things and trying to cover all those franchises. And of course, I couldn't, like, if I wanted to cover Nintendo franchises and stream those games, I want, you know, you gotta cover Zelda. I had to cover Zelda. It's a great game, it's a classic. I love Legend of Zelda. Classic series for me, very nostalgic. I still play them to this day, yada yada yada. You know, it's not very unique. I'm a Zelda fan, like most people online who play video games. So it meant that I wanted to do a playthrough, but when I had this idea of doing a challenge run or wanting to do something different, it just felt like Ocarina of Time was like the perfect one for that. Because if I was ever going to play Ocarina of Time, I didn't want to just do a normal playthrough, because again, it's just such a massive, popular game that it just felt like it didn't make sense. So my overall point is that I wanted to cover a Zelda game. I felt in the mood for doing some sort of challenge run, so eventually I thought, hey, let's do Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and the most common run out there is a free heart run. Oh, hold on, Resident Evil has already been... Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, normally I would be like, whatever, who cares what Oculus do or what Facebook Quest do, but then they released Resident Evil 4 for the thing, and then it's like, okay, I guess I now have to pay attention to that stuff, because if they're going to release something as good as Resident Evil 4, then maybe they actually can make good games, but that's a whole other thing. But yeah, so Ocarina of Time, I am playing this on the Switch, so I'm doing the Nintendo Switch Online version. Obviously, back when this first came out on the Switch, there was a lot of people complaining about it. A lot of people complaining about the emulator, the problems with the emulation. As far as I'm aware, and I've not really caught up with that stuff because it became one of those big Twitter, YouTube things. It became very popular to say, oh, this is bad, and people making videos saying, guys, have you checked this out? These ROMs, you know, that sort of thing. But as far as I'm aware, they've released patches. A lot of things did get fixed, and it is actually in a very good state. I'm not somebody who would really notice the differences too well. Like, if I have an N64 somewhere, but I'm not like regularly popping in Ocarina of Time. I know some people are, and that's awesome. But for me, I simply couldn't really tell you the differences. Like, even if we were playing the 1.00 version of this emulator and this ROM, I couldn't tell you. I would have missed the fog when people were saying, guys, you got to check out this fog. There's a problem with the fog. I was like, okay, cool. Like, yes, I agree Nintendo should be putting out good versions of their games, but at the same time, when it comes to minor things like that, I'm just not that fussed. But again, I support people pointing it out and saying it should be fixed, but also I don't care at the same time. They announced the Meta Quest Pro has more pixels, color pass-through, and some other thing. That sounds cool, but considering just how expensive the current Meta Quest is, I mean, I already have one, but considering how expensive that already is, I feel like I'm just kind of priced out of any future VR headsets. Like, I'm happy with my Quest 2, but I'm not going to upgrade until $1,499. Just forget it. Like, forget it. Beat Saber runs just fine on my Quest 2. I don't need to spend $1,500. Well, I guess that would be in UK. Well, actually, I guess nowadays that would be $1,500 in pounds, but we'll see. But yeah, again, just not interested. VR needed to come down in price, and that's what kind of was happening. It was slowly coming down in price, and people were more jumping on it and things like that. But this second wave with the PlayStation VR 2 and this Quest Pro, it sounds like they're going all in with just make it super expensive. Let's go crazy with the money, but it's just not gonna. I don't know. I guess that just makes it a more elitist kind of hobby. Maybe they're giving up on trying to make it a more casual thing. I don't know. Maybe they don't want that casual base, and they're kind of saying, "Hey, we are going to make this more of a elitist, upper band gaming product." I suppose. I don't really know. I have a Quest 2, so when something interesting happens in VR, hopefully they put it on the Quest 2 so I can give it a go. But outside of that, not too fussed. Right, so let's try and remember how to play this video game. I did practice a little bit. Not a massive amount, but I did earlier in the week boot up my old save. So you might have seen I have a save, which is when this originally came out on the Switch. I was like, hey, Ocarina of Time, I'll play a little bit Ocarina of Time. That game's a classic. So I did exactly that. I played a little bit Ocarina of Time, got to about the second dungeon, and then, or beat the second dungeon, and then kind of left it there. Not because I wasn't enjoying it, but I was kind of like, okay, Ocarina of Time is still a fantastic game. This is still very cool. Just didn't really feel that urge. Oh god, I think I got a hair there. Didn't really feel that urge to keep going, so I ended up stopping. So I have some memory of this stuff. The nice thing about this playthrough. Hold on, down. Now, what do you want? Great Deku Tree has summoned you. Please come with me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the interruption. The really nice thing about this first part is that I don't think I'm going to have any issues. And maybe that's cursing myself. Like, in any free heart run, nothing changes. Up until the end of the Great Deku Tree, absolutely nothing changes. Which makes any mistakes I make, I guess, even more embarrassing, but hopefully that won't happen. I don't know. I'm really curious to see how this run's going to go. I did the Banjo-Kazooie run before, or that was the last playthrough I did, and that overall went pretty well. I mean, I had a lot of help from people kind of saying, hey, maybe you should go over here, maybe you should do this, or you've forgotten that, which helped. But I want to say nothing in that game was really too tricky. Or am I going to get hit? I don't think so. But I went into that playthrough thinking, oh, this is going to be really tricky, I'm going to die a ton, it might be a little bit rough. But that didn't really happen. I missed a few things and maybe took a little... Oh, that's not good. Maybe took a little bit longer on some things than I should have done. What is this boulder doing? Just want to try and get these 5s just to make things a little bit simpler. I don't have an optimized route for this. I'm going to be totally honest. But yeah, Banjo-Kazooie went quite well. And maybe that has given me some maybe unjustified confidence in being able to do a free heart run. I've already taken quite a bit of damage from that boulder, but hopefully that'll be fine. I don't know. I do like doing challenge runs and stuff, or like things that are difficult. I guess I'm trying to think what the most impressive thing I would have done. Recently, I did get the platinum in Elden Ring, although whenever you mention a Dark Souls game, that always triggers someone to be like, Dark Souls isn't that hard, and you always have to have that debate. which is never a fun debate to have. But again, that was tricky, but I enjoyed it. Had a ton of fun with Elden Ring. So I can do some impressive things, I feel like. I don't know where I would kind of rank myself in terms of like how good I am, generally speaking. I wouldn't say particularly high, but I've definitely had my moments back in the day, for sure. I don't know if so much nowadays, again, apart from like an Elden Ring, but never really done any like super challenge runs or anything like that. So that's why I'm very curious about this. 20 rupees all I need. Let's go to the shop. That might be all I need. Nope. No, thank you. I'm okay. So far, I haven't gone into any of this. The thing that's... so this playthrough is going to be a little bit of a mix of two things for me. It's first... oh, it's 40 rupees. Bloody hell. First of all, it's like the... oh, actually. Is there some rupees in here? I want to say it's... oh. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. I know the secrets. Who says I don't? Yeah, so this playthrough kind of serves two purposes for me. One is, you know, the challenge of actually trying to do a free heart run and hopefully, fingers crossed, getting to the end of this and beating Ganon with only 3 hearts, which would kind of be insane. That would be insane. Like, that would feel amazing to actually get to the end, to actually tick that off. And to be honest, actually stream it all. It does add an extra kind of dimension to these things. It does make it a little bit more exciting to actually stream and record it, rather than just going to my friend saying, "Hey, I beat Zelda with 3 hearts." That's pretty neat, right? I mean, that is pretty neat, but it's nice. It's nice to actually have this recorded. Or maybe it won't be. Maybe I'm going to look back and it's going to be embarrassing. But I really don't want to quit this. Like, that's always an option, right? Like, technically, I could go halfway through, really struggle, and just have to quit it. But one thing that is quite nice, attack the civilians. I don't think I'm going to do that, I'm afraid. I'm not sure if that's going to help. I don't think that does anything in this game, does it? I think you're thinking of GTA, maybe. That's one of those where you should attack the civilians. Oh, I normally go in that house with the pots, but I haven't done that yet. I don't think I need to. This is actually a good opening sort of area. Like, the music's delightful, and it definitely has that playground feel. I haven't played this game before. You haven't played this game before? Wow, okay. That's interesting, because I was saying at the start of this, I don't need to intro and talk too much about the game, because everyone knows Ocarina of Time, but here we go. I found somebody who doesn't really know Ocarina of Time. But I guess that plays into it, because, yeah, again, two purposes. One, to do the challenge, to have a good time, seeing if I can actually beat this with 3 hearts. And the other one is the nostalgia thing. Like, I did Super Paper Mario, which I have no nostalgia for, because I never played. And Ocarina, you know, Banjo-Kazooie is a game that I do have nostalgia for, and just hadn't played in a while. And this one's a kind of a little bit more on the Banjo-Kazooie side, where I played it a ton as a kid. I say I revisit this game more than Banjo-Kazooie, just because it's been easier to play. Like, Ocarina of Time is one of those games where Nintendo just puts it on everything. Like, if you look, it came out on the N64. Get this deco shit. It came out on the N64, and then they did the Master Quest version, although I can't remember the details on that. I think that was exclusive to Japan, something like that. And then they put it on the GameCube. Put it on the GameCube twice, because they put it in the Zelda collection, and then they put it... no, I would not. Then they put it in the Master Quest bonus disc as well. So they put it on the GameCube twice, and then they put it on the Wii, because that had the Virtual Console, so they of course put Ocarina of Time on that. And then they put it on the Wii U, because that also had the Virtual Console, so of course they put it on that. They ported it... They ported it to the 3DS with like a new version that you could get there, and now we finally have it again on the Switch. So it's one of those where, like, something like a Banjo-Kazooie probably didn't revisit as much, because I do always have an Xbox, but it's like my 3rd string console, so I don't always play it. But again, I'm always playing Nintendo consoles, and they keep porting Ocarina of Time. Every time they do, I'm going to buy it. That's where I'm at. It's a Resident Evil 4 for me, where they keep putting Resident Evil 4 on these consoles and I keep buying it. And because it's always on these consoles and I love the game, it means I actually replay it. And Ocarina of Time kind of is a similar case. But for me with Ocarina of Time, I don't... well, this is quite... where is this guy going to appear? Oh, there they are. But for me, for Ocarina of Time, it's more like I jump in, play it a little bit, and that's kind of enough. Like, I don't find myself actually sitting down and beating the game. It's more like, I love Ocarina of Time, I'm going to play it for a little bit, and then kind of have my fill. I don't find myself wanting to keep going. Not because it's bad, it's just I've played it before. I know, but I haven't played it. I know it, but I haven't played it. I wasn't born when this came out. I also ain't paying for Online Plus. Okay, that's fair enough. You're not paying for the expansion pack. If you got a 3DS, I would highly recommend the 3DS version. That's I would say that's a great version of the game. I don't know the public opinion of those ports because I've just heard a lot of bad things about the Majora's Mask one because a lot of people are very protective of Majora's Mask. Don't got a 3DS. Interesting. Some great games on the 3DS if you're able to pick one up at some point. I was looking at 3DS games recently because I recently got my 2DS capture card to work again, which was really exciting. So then it got me thinking, okay, what 3DS games can I do? So I was looking at all these 3DS games, and there are a lot of 3DS games that are like tied to that console and are locked on that console. Not a crazy amount, you know, I guess in terms of Nintendo consoles throughout the ages, the 3DS is, you know, it's not an insane lineup. You're not really missing out too much if you don't play Super Mario 3D Land, if I'm being honest, but it does have a ton of great games on it. So I have been looking at picking some stuff up. But even like the mediocre stuff where I'm like Yoshi's New Island. I'll be interested in playing Yoshi's New Island. I don't know what that game's about. It looks quite nice, I guess. A little murky, but I don't think people like that game too much, but why not? Why not a little Yoshi's New Island? Only a DS, Wii, Switch, Oculus, iPad, iPhone. Oh, only those two. Only those things. Yeah, again, I would recommend a 3DS if you can get one. I think you can get them relatively cheap. Even the 2DS is pretty solid. Although it depends what you think about that design, because it does have a very unique design, and you do have to hook. You are like hooking your fingers like that, which is a little bit awkward. It would be nice if the 2DS kind of could shut, but I'm guessing the hinge probably would make it a little bit more expensive. So here's one thing that's not great about this version. So I'm using a Pro Controller on the Switch, and did I do that wrong? I wanted to use the... So using the right stick for the C buttons ain't great. It's quite interesting because, yeah, it's just not great, and it feels like it should be. Like, there's only 4 directions for this stick. I don't know exactly why it's a little bit off like this, but it seems like it's so easy to press the stick. Like, I'm going to press right to use my Deku stick. And it just goes down instead or something like that. For some reason it's off. It's almost like it's too generous with its... Dead zone's not the right word, but it's almost like it's too generous with its zoning for each of them. Where I kind of want it to be a little bit more strict. Like, I would prefer, if I hit right and I'm a little bit off hitting right, I would prefer if it just like didn't do anything and I just kind of had to try again and got it correct. But yeah, it just feels a little bit off. I was actually looking at N64 controllers for the Switch, because that's kind of the ideal way to play, but... Oh, Nintendo do not stock the N64 controller properly for the Switch. It's just, you can't get it easily. Yes, I know what a door. Thank you, Navi. Thank you. Bye. Just gonna try and smash these buttons real quick. Here we go. I can't believe you can't skip this. It allowed us to skip the dungeon map tutorial, but opening a door? I guess it is more urgent. Right, how do I aim with that? Yeah. Oh, he's off. Come on. Yeah, I have to, because I'm using a Pro Controller, I did practice a little bit, so I do feel somewhat confident with this, but it's just not the same. Like, using a Pro Controller is just not the same. And it's not a bad option. You just really have to adjust mentally about what's what, because you've got this Y and X buttons, and then you've got L and R at the front, but then you've got Z, L, and ZR at the back. But ZR, like, so ZL is Z, which makes sense. I swear. It makes sense because on the GameCube controller, when playing Wind Waker, they decided to put Z targeting on L. My brain's really straining to remember all this stuff and put it together. But yeah, they put that Z targeting on the L button in those games, so it makes sense that Z targeting in Ocarina of Time on a modern controller would be Z. Well, it makes somewhat sense because it's that same button, but it means that ZR is just an alternative way of using the C buttons. Like if you hold ZR and then press any of these buttons or these top buttons here, they basically act like the C buttons. So if you want to, let's see if I can remember exactly which one is which. So I want to go ZL. Yeah, there we go. So Z. So I can either press the right stick or I can go ZLA, and it does the same thing, which is just a little bit weird. I need to put that away. So ideally I would have liked to have got a proper N64 controller, but they're 40 quid normally, which is still a lot of money. Like 40 quid for one controller that can only really be used for one specific type of game, N64 games. I'm sure you can use the N64 controller and Switch for other things, but really it's there just for N64 games. Like if you try to play, I don't know, any other game, Smash Brothers on that thing, it probably feels terrible because it's such a unique, weird layout and games just aren't designed around them anymore. I mean, N64 games is a perfect fit, but yeah, again, 40 quid for that type of controller, but unfortunately you just can't buy them. You can't just go online and go to Amazon, go to the Nintendo shop and buy them, because they just sell out instantly and then they get scalped, and it's a little bit frustrating, to be honest. So I think when I took a look on eBay, because that's your only way you're going to get, is you're paying, I think it was at least 70 quid. There was some people going even higher than that. You could easily pay double the price for the N64 controller. And yeah, it's a little bit frustrating because I would have loved to have that controller, but I just can't justify it. So I'm now on the hunt. I see it on Reddit, on the Nintendo Switch Reddit. People constantly say, hey, the Nintendo 64 controller is back in stock. So they are doing restocks. Like, as far as I can tell, they have not, given up restocking that controller. They are still making it. On CEX, that's an interesting question. I bet it's expensive. I bet... Oh, I'm going to have to... No, I don't have to pause, do I? Let's take a quick look. How much are they selling that for? Because they're not... They will shoot the price up. Like, they don't care about the RRP. They will... Like, they used to sell... 90 quid! It is 90 quid to get it from CEX. Oh, there's one in stock 21 miles from me. So £90, that's not even necessarily new. Because CEX don't always, they will set it not in the controller. So that's even worse for CEX. But again, I'm not surprised. CEX are kind of known for that. They're not the worst for it. But if you want to get a cheap game, I find it's better to not use CEX. And to go for eBay. Although it's more effort. Because on eBay you still got to hunt. You still got to bid on certain ones and put in your offers and stuff, which I recently went through for Twilight Princess HD for the Wii U, because all this Zelda, I was thinking about Zelda and all this Zelda thoughts, I guess, made me oh, I really want to play Twilight Princess again. I just noticed hey, I don't have that on Wii U anymore. That seems a bit silly. I should almost certainly have that game. So while I'm rambling on, let's cover something I have not covered that yet, and that's the rules of this. To be fair, none of these rules have really come into effect yet, which is very, very handy for me, because I've been rambling on about other things. But yeah, so this is a free heart challenge. Now, there's a lot of different rules you can do for this, but with this being my first one, my general thought is that I'm going to try and keep it simple, and not worry too much about all these other specific rules and things like that, because there's there's just a ridiculous number of rules you can do. But fundamentally, to me, the thing you absolutely have to do for any free heart run is make sure you only have 3 hearts. It's that simple, folks. Can I actually kill him with this? What's he doing? Oh. That's not a great start. But yeah, so the only thing for me, you absolutely can't do is get any more health or anything like that. So for me, that's the rule I'm sticking by. Why didn't that guy go down? That's so weird. That's the only rule I'm sticking by. So that basically means things like fairies are fair game. Any other items that you get in the game, for me, that's fair game. I think there's a spell in this game. Wow, 1 heart damage, really? I could totally die to a gold Skulltula. That'd be embarrassing. But yeah, for me, it's a totally fair game. So fairies, which does mean that I'm going to try and get all the bottles, which is... I think you would try to do that anyway. But I'll get all the bottles, so that means I can have 4 fairies in those bottles. Or potentially a health potion. Don't know if a health potion would really do any good. Turn around. But yeah, so for me, I'm doing all that stuff. But there are some people where you can say, oh, no fairies. And you can get rid of anything. And I saw some forum discussions where it was kind of like people debating about what is and isn't okay. Some people have the opinion that anything that can restore health or changes defense is enough to say, no, you can't do that. But it's a challenge run. Like, it's made up. It's nonsense. And there was definitely some people saying, no, that's you know, the important part is the free heart part. So I'm sticking to that. Maybe in the future, if I find this quite easy, maybe I can do another run on a different Zelda game where I do stick to no fairies and things like that. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm not kind of making any promises yet. Half an hour into my first stream of doing a free heart run. So I'm just keeping it simple, so no hearts. Which actually worries me a little bit because I don't know this game as well as I probably should to do a free heart run. Most people do these type of runs is because they know the game inside out and because they can get 100% without even thinking. Like, they can play the game, get 100%, they know all the weaknesses and things like that. So this is some, you know, it's a little bit extra just to make it a bit more interesting. I feel like nowadays, even when like a new Zelda game comes out, people straight away, like some people are straight away going for the like a free heart challenge or something like that. I remember when Skyward Sword HD came out and some people were complaining saying it kind of sucks I can't do hero mode straight away. Obviously that's a bit different because that's a port, but I can't really see this too well. But yeah, people straight away want to do those challenge runs. Like, people love Zelda, but for some people the difficulty kind of disappeared at a certain point, so they still want to play Zelda games, but instead of... what am I trying to say here? They always want to make it difficult. Sniffer Rascal or Tough Golem... What? Mob added to Minecraft. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about, participation prize. I don't play Minecraft. I played it back in the day a little bit. I remember the 360 version is what I played, but that was when it was like very much the fad of Minecraft is the biggest thing right now. So I played it because it was the biggest thing right then. And then I kind of had some fun with it, but it just wasn't my cup of tea. Just those type of games, I don't know. I'm just not the person who can get lost creating something, and the survival elements never really appeal to me either. I mean, Minecraft is such a, I guess, expansive game that there probably is going to be something for everyone. But yeah, again, just not particularly had the interest. And there's just so many games nowadays. I don't feel the urge to go back and say, oh, I've got to try Minecraft again. I haven't talked about this game too much at the moment, but I've always found these little bits really interesting. Like, there was one in that very first room, but just in this level, which is, by the way, in a giant tree, there's like these metal bars, and then there's like nothing behind it. Like, nothing. I'm moving for some reason, I don't know why. Moving side to side, but yeah, there's just these voids. Really creepy. I guess this is the Deku Tree's drainage system. But there's just something really odd about it. But Ocarina of Time, oh, I mean, I might be saying this the entire playthrough. There were some odd, creepy things about Ocarina of Time. And there really are. When we get to the shark, that's going to be a ton of fun. The shark is probably the creepiest. Maybe they are trunks. They could be trunks. Yeah, again, I'm not too sure, because I always got the impression these were, like, metal. But I guess that could be a trunk as well, but it's just the sound of it. Like, it has a very, like, clanky metal sound. So I guess it is kind of that brown where it could be a tree, but I do think it is meant to be metal. That brown texture over there looks like it's very tree bark-like, but I think it is meant to be metal. I don't really get what the explanation is for that, or why it would be metal, but clearly there's something not quite right there. But the metal doesn't creep me out, it's just the voids. Oh, rupee on my head. Thank you, Navi. It's always so odd what they allow you to skip and what they, don't allow you to skip. I kind of get it with these older games, and with this being like a early 3D game, they wanted you to really get it. Because some people playing these 3D games were probably just completely lost and had no idea what to do. I felt like Super Mario 64 had such a great way of dealing with that, which was just like, here's a no-pressure situation where you can barely even get hurt, and you can just run around, and when you're confident enough to actually go into a level, you can. Which I always thought that was good. Although this game kind of has that as well. I think I almost talked about this before, but Kokoriki... Oh, I'm going to say this wrong. I don't know how to pronounce that bloody thing. The village place. Kokiri? Kokiri. I think it's Kokiri Village. That's very much like a opening playground area, which I always love those in games. I always love opening playgrounds. I don't think games really do it so much anymore. If they're going to take it slow at the beginning, it's more for story reasons and stuff, but the N64 was all about those, like, hey, we're gonna give you something you kind of need to do, but there's no real rush, just run around and do what you need to do and kind of figure it out. Nice, easy platform challenges. I always appreciate a good tutorial. I'm trying to think if there's anything I really need to be aware of for the deco tree, but honestly, no. I think this is it's extremely basic. So one thing I did do was play through... Well, that's not good. One thing I did do was play through Jubba Jubba's belly, inside Jubba Jubba's belly. Because I always have the perception, and I'll probably talk about this close to the time, that dungeon is huge and a massive pain. But replaying it, it was totally fine. Like, it's actually really basic and to the point. I just have this perception that it's really complicated for some reason. Because I was thinking, like, I don't feel that way about Dodongo's Cavern, but for some reason I do feel that way about Jubba Jubba's belly, and I kind of wonder why that is. Because on second, or when thinking about it, I do think maybe like Dodongo's Cavern is potentially more complicated and weird and all over the place than inside Jubba Jubba's belly. Inside Jubba Jubba's belly just has the escort mission, which I think is what makes it feel a little bit more complex and potentially a little bit more annoying, but I don't know. I think Dodongo's Cavern might be a little bit more tougher to do. Like, you have more combat you need to do in that stage. Anyway, we're in the Deku Tree. There's not too much to say about the Deku Tree. It's something I talked about Banjo-Kazooie, but I really love it in games when they don't just use the standard formula. And I guess with Zelda, when you think the very first dungeon in a game, what do you think? You think like a forest temple, right? Something like that. And I guess Ocarina of Time, it technically kind of is a forest temple, but not straight up a forest temple. They took that kind of idea of being in a forest, and they needed to make some sort of dungeon about it, and instead of just being like, you're in the trees, there's monkeys. I mean, I love Twilight Princess, by the way. I'm not slagging off Twilight Princess. But instead of just doing something a little bit more kind of to the point, which I think the Forest Temple and... I can't remember what it's called in Twilight Princess, but, you know, that game, it was very to the point. And while I love Twilight Princess, the first half of that game doesn't really do any interesting twists in terms of its designs. You have to wait until the second half of the game, and that's when it starts to introduce its more unique kind of ideas, like, oh, it's a snow temple, but you're in a Yeti's mansion. Like, when they started doing that stuff, that's when the game kind of really comes alive and becomes a bit more interesting. But Ocarina of Time, even though it's the format, and it's the template for a lot of future Zelda games, and video games in general, I do really appreciate that there are these kind of little touches and twists that they did. It's not just grassland. Oh, dude. It's a lot harsher than I remember it being. Oh, alright, round 2. But it just gives Ocarina of Time such a unique feel, which I always kind of appreciated. Come on. I don't think I need to attack you, do I? No, I didn't think so. Maybe the future ones you do. How did you know our secrets? It's so annoying. Cool, thank you. Thank you for that. This boss, I love how intimidating they try to make it. Because when you're younger, when you're playing this, the first time playing it and getting to this first boss, it is a big moment. you go from this quite cute forest to going inside this tree, which is a lot more creepy than it kind of should be, and then you like descend, which I think is always a really cool, subtle thing to do. You are descending into this tree. You jump up high and go down, and then you go even more down into this center of this tree, and then you go in this creepy room, and it's all weird. It's like the atmosphere of this game is top notch. One of the best games out there in terms of atmosphere, and it's something that still holds up today, 100% in my opinion. They just absolutely nailed the atmosphere and kind of the epic feeling of this. So even though, yeah, this is a very simple boss, it does feel super good doing it. Now I just have to remember. How do you... I always forget how you're meant to trigger this boss. I think it is looking at it. Oh, I hit you. I hit that. I hit him. Alright, let's see if I can do this in 2 cycles. There is a way of doing it where you can do a ton of damage to him. I don't quite remember what that is. I don't think I need to know. There we go. Oh, I missed. Ah, that wasn't great. Okay. I'm not too worried about this fight, luckily. Oh, I better not be. I think I can hit that. Oh, nice. Let's just... Okay, no, I should be able to... It's surprisingly difficult. Oh, I did it in 2. Okay, anyway. That was very sloppy. I know I've definitely seen speedrunners of these games where you can do that incredibly quick. I don't know if you can 1 cycle that boss or not, or if it has to be a 2 cycle. But, yeah, again, it's... This room is... It's just... I just love the atmosphere. And I'm going to be saying that a lot as well. Going to be saying that a lot. Okay, so first difference here. No thank you, heart piece. I do not need you. I will be stepping into the light. Oh, this is weird. This is when it begins. This is when the run begins. Ah, it's real. I'm doing it. When I was practicing and I played through Jawa Jawa's belly, or yeah, inside Jawa Jawa belly, I was like, okay, I need to make sure I don't collect this heart piece, or... Well, I guess as practice. It didn't really matter, but I was like, okay, I won't get the heart piece. I instantly picked up the heart piece. The boss died, I walked forward, and I got the heart piece. So it's a lesson learned. Like, when I beat one of these bosses, I 100% just need to put the controller down and just make sure I don't get the heart piece, because it's very easy to get it. Sadly, I need to part ways for the stream, so see you Friday or Tuesday. Yes, well, thank you for stopping by. I'm hoping I can stream this Friday. This is a pretty big game, so I think I'm going to have to... If I only do it once a week, I don't think we're going to make much progress. So hopefully I can stream on Friday, but if not, then I'll see you next Tuesday. Which... I shouldn't say. I want this to be a kid-friendly stream. I should not say see you next Tuesday. But see you next Tuesday. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, we got a little bit more dialogue here. So, yeah, I guess... I can't remember if I said this, but when looking up stuff about this run and about doing a free heart run of this game, this apparently is the easiest. Which you might say, honest Tom, you big coward, what are you doing? You're a Zelda veteran. You should be doing it more than that, but I think I really wanted and I really considered doing Twilight Princess, but the reason why I didn't is just due to how long that game is. And Ocarina of Time, and I think it's a unappreciated or not very well talked about part of this game, is that the length of this game is very good. Like it's a perfect length in terms of it's not like a really quick game that you can just do in 5 hours, but also it's not a massive epic game that takes ages. Because you look at something like a Final Fantasy VII, and I know people love that game and probably do replay it, but the fact that these other JRPGs at the time were going bigger and bigger in scope meant that you had these big games, but to replay just took ages. You know, you had them on like 4 discs. It took ages to replay those games. And for some people, that's perfect. That's exactly what they want. But I feel like Ocarina of Time really, and I don't know if it was planned or not, it probably wasn't. It really hits a really great length where it feels like this big adventure, and it feels like there's a lot to it, and you go to a different lot of locations, but it's not crazy. Like, you could do it in a weekend if you really wanted to. And even if you couldn't do it in a weekend, you could do it in like 2 weekends if you knew the game and really enjoyed it. It really nailed that length. How long does How Long to Beat say to beat Ocarina of Time? Because Resident Evil 4, again I'm just biased probably, but I feel like Resident Evil 4 has that great length as well. Wait, 26.5 hours? Really? I thought it was a lot shorter than that. That's interesting. I probably shouldn't know that. Yeah, Twilight Princess 37.5 hours. So this game is 26.5 hours. This is going to take ages. This is longer than Super Paper Mario. And that was like, that took me 8 streams. So I'm doing a challenge run of a game that's 26.5 hours long. Maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I do think I'm not going to have much trouble as a kid. Like, if I don't die at all during the kid part of the game, that's a massive win. But if I start dying a lot, that might be trouble. I might be in a really bad spot. And one thing you might notice, and it was something I was considering, is that I don't have a death counter at the moment. But I think I will add one eventually. I just don't think I needed one for this first stream. This first stream is going to be very basic, very kind of simple. So I was kind of like, I don't really need one. So I decided to skip doing a death counter. But in the future, in future streams, I'm going to take a look, hopefully put a death count in the top left there. Spend a little bit of time messing around with this stream format. Because it's an N64 game, it can take up more space, which I think it looks super good. It looks a little washed out on my TV, but whatever, don't worry about it. My TV's rubbish. I have this like old 720p screen that is very helpful, but just due to how small it is. This is kind of embarrassing, but I used to use this 720p for my PC for like years. Like years and years and years. I didn't have any type of real PC screen until I started streaming and I bought this new PC and I was like, well, I need to get a better No, actually no, it was before this PC. I was like, I'm going to start working from home, so I need a real proper PC monitor. So I've bought one, but I still use this 720p screen because it's so small. Just really handy to have on a desk. I'm going off on a bit of a tangent here, but it's just a long cutscene. And that is a great cutscene. Again, it goes to the, just the atmosphere, the scope, the epicness of this game. Look how green he looks. So what's people's opinion? I don't think anyone's hanging out at the moment, but what's people's opinion in terms of the Deku Tree and where, like, how his face is? Like, is that his mouth? Is what we just walked into his mouth? Because I never saw it as such. I always saw it as in you've got... Oh, he's about to die. Maybe this is inappropriate to be picking apart his face and slagging off his face, but... Oh, there he goes. That's a classic trope, isn't it? It's always one I kind of like. The old guy who just... He knows a lot of stuff and he's super helpful, so he just has to die. You know, your Dumbledores and things like that. Where, okay, they just kind of sadly have to die. Because they just know too much. They would just be too helpful. Right, let's take a look at that guy's face again. No, I don't want to be here. Ah, okay. Well, that's a shame. No, we'll go back. Unless these plants are back here. Those plants appear like 1 second later than I thought they would. Every time. So yeah, I always saw it like those were his eyebrows, and you simply can't see his eyes. And then you got his nose, and then you've got the mustache, and you simply can't see his mouth. But I'm pretty sure some people see it so that bit is his mouth, which, when you take a look at that, it's a little bit ridiculous. But I guess you don't want to think about that too much. Because he talks to Navi, and he talks to you as well. And he talks a lot. That was a long cutscene. Of just him just going on, just rapiding on about the world, and the world was created, it was a whole thing. I'm a tree, I know these things. But yeah, that's always how it's so. Mido, get out of here. That's something else I always appreciate about Zelda games, is that they have these smaller characters. Mido, in the grand scheme of things, is a nothing character, like a nobody. Has no real impact on anything. He's just like that small fry bully that you would see sometimes in films and stuff, where it's like, well, yeah, whatever. You'll never save the day, you're no hero. And then the guy's like, I'll show him, I guess, or something. I don't know. Like, it's that trope that you get in films where you have the smaller villain. Milo being a villain, it's probably a bit generous, but I don't know. For a game that was made in 1998, I always find it so insanely interesting in terms of storytelling, where storytelling was starting to become a thing in video games during the Super Nintendo with Final Fantasy and things like that. But, like, there wasn't, like, script writers. There wasn't proper... Well, maybe there was for some games, but generally this was just, like, a load of coders. Back in the day, it was a load of coders who then hired a load of artists to make some cool-looking stuff that they could program. And then they had to bring in audio people who could actually compose music. And then they had to bring in, like, actual designers to properly design the game separate to the coders. And you know, like, the team was kind of starting to get fleshed out, and it was becoming this set, you know, it wasn't just a couple of people who could code and someone kind of knew how to do art and someone kind of knew how to do audio and someone kind of could design the game and just throw it all together and make it whatever it was. It was all becoming more segregated. But, you know, composing a story and writing characters, I feel like that's tougher than music. Yeah, that's right, musicians, I'm calling you out! I'm team writer. There's writers and then there's musicians. I'm team writer. That's just who I am. But I feel like the writing and the story and having that be good is extremely hard and harder than music. Because I feel like there's just a lot more tools to assist you with music and things like that. But writing is just so difficult. So the fact that the N64 and the PS1 was like, this was becoming a thing. Nowadays you just have script writers. Like, you would just have someone who works on the story and the scenarios and stuff. Like, that just, you just have that. But Ocarina of Time, I'd be interested to check the credits, because I would imagine this kind of stuff doesn't happen. It's just the director of the game and the leads of the game just come together to form this world. But the fact that it's so fully realized, and it's not realized as much as like a Mass Effect or something like that, but the fact that it all works and you got all these different characters and you get all these different relationships, and it's a story that builds on its stuff and it feels epic, and it's just amazing. Like, this game's amazing, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. You can point out stuff that's dated and stuff that maybe isn't too great, and there's probably going to be some sections where I'm going to get very upset and annoyed. But this game just overall just does some incredible things. And it's just, there's a reason why it stood the test of time. Well, I guess there's two things, right? You can say, like, does Ocarina of Time hold up? Does it stand the test of time as one of the greatest game ever? And at the time, was it the greatest game ever? And absolutely at the time, there was a reason this game blew people's minds. It's just that sense of adventure, to coin an overused word, is just so strong in this game. Okay, well, now we have to deal with the owl. I don't want to get caught out by the press B too many times button. I find it interesting though, is the owl supposed to be like a replacement for the Deku Tree? Because you got the old mentor, the Deku Tree, but he's like, I'm a tree and I'm just going to die. Off you go. I feel like the owl is only really here to just give you tutorials, and because, like, Link doesn't speak. So sometimes we want to tell you things. So we're just going to have a giant owl here. But if you did this nowadays in a Zelda game, right? If you had a Zelda game, if the new Zelda game, if Skyward Sword came out and it had 2 tutorial characters. Now, can I get this correct? I want to try and get this before nighttime. I think this is how you do it. Oops, wrong button. I need to get in the habit of not pressing the C sticks for the camera. That's always a big thing with N64 games for me, and I think for most people, to be honest. You gotta get used to, like, no, don't. Just let the camera do what it does. You get one button for the camera, and that's all you deserve. I'm not lining this up very well, am I? I think that's a little bit better. I'm not sure if I'm going to make this. I feel like if you do this correctly, you make it. Oh, there's the owl up there. I don't know if I've ever noticed that. But he doesn't talk to you, does he? Is that just where the owl lives all the time? We gotta check that tree later. I had no idea the owl went to a specific spot after that. Just never looked this way. Alright. I think we made that quite easily. Okay, alright. Maybe I was speaking a little bit too. If I continued to do the side dash, we would have made that no problem. It's actually nighttime. It's night. I don't think I want this to be nighttime. It is nighttime! Rats! I didn't want it to be nighttime. Oh, this is weird. This is a little bit creepy. I don't know if you're really meant to be able to get to here as a kid at night. Not this early on in the game, anyway. Okay, well, let's see if I can actually do the quest. Oh, hello. Oh, it's you singing. Your clothes, they're different. You're not around here, are you? No. Did I do this correct? I want to say I might have done this correctly. I can't remember if she's here in the day or not. It's been a little bit. As far as I'm aware, you got to go and... Okay, are you going to give me... Hasn't come back yet. No, I think I have to go and sneak into the castle. I never quite know how this sequence is meant to play out. Like, it's not difficult. Like, it's a very simple kind of sequence, but it has this odd kind of way you have to do it, where you have to go and break in. Oh, hello, Al. It's me. It's Weak Boy. What they call me. I only got 3 hearts instead of 4. I'm a maniac. You never know what's going to happen here. But yeah, this is quite a simple sequence. But I always get it a little bit wrong. Do you want to hear what I said again? No. That's so messed up that they do that. The first time the owl speaks to you is like, should I repeat? Do you have that? Like, do you understand what I just said? And you have to go from no to yes. And then this one is, do you want me to repeat that? And you have to go from yes to no. It's so mean. It's so mean for no reason. Oh, I don't think I can even do this at night. I've spoken to the girl. Yeah, he's up there. I don't think I can do this at night. Oh, we'll give it a go. So again, this is relatively simple. I want to say at night this might... Yeah, look how close that guy is. I think he's going to catch me. I'm pretty sure I always do this during the day, but I'll be honest, I don't quite remember. It's such a simple sequence that you just don't have to remember it. Oh, I just don't ever remember how I do it. There's like an egg. There's like a dude that looks like Mario and he's asleep and you gotta wake him up. And you get that from the girl, but you have to like do a certain thing to even trigger the girl to give you that egg. Which I think is to go down here. Get some rubies. I'm trying to think because, you know, we're about to be doing a stealth section, or what we just did was a stealth section. But it's like a stealth section before a stealth section was even a thing. They just thought, oh, we want Link to sneak into the castle. So we're going to make it so we'll have it that he gets kicked out. It's interesting because future games went more all in with the stealth. Like, stealth almost became like a staple of Zelda. It's not one I think you would ever think about and consider as like, oh yes, you know, you can't have a Zelda game without stealth. I don't think anyone's saying that. But it oddly did become a staple. Hello guards. It's a me. That's me, I'm the kid. Right. I'm kind of curious about going to talk to that guard. There's so many things in this game that I've kind of forgotten. It's like Super Mario 64 in that way, where like, because you know what to do with this game, and because like most people play this game, you know, or someone like myself who played this game as a kid and is now playing it as they're older, you know roughly what to do, or you at least know certain things that you just don't, you know you don't need to mess around with. Certain side things, certain side areas, certain characters that you just miss out on it. It's like the signs in Super Mario 64 is the comparison. Like, who's reading those signs? Like, even new players to the game probably won't read the signs. like who's reading those signs? That I don't even know if that game tells you how to read the signs without a sign. Like, who's reading the... Okay, alright. So, I think time does pass here. So I think I can just go back to that guy and wait for the egg to hatch. Again, I don't quite remember the small details of this, but... What is that? Let's take a look at this. Is that an eagle? Or a griffin? I think that might be a griffin. Because it's got like those angel wings, but it's got the claws. Or maybe they're not angel wings. Hello down there. Well, I've said this is something I love to do with N64 games. It's largely inspired by a YouTuber called Any Austin. Just taking the time to take a look at this weird stuff in N64 games. No, Navi, I'm trying to... yeah, just taking in all these little details, because it's an N64 game, it's early 3D. I never look at the castle as well. Because I always, like, in Super Smash Bros, I didn't play the N64 original that much. I kind of skipped that game. It was towards the end of the N64, and I didn't play many late N64 games. So I kind of missed out on Super Smash Bros. But when I have played it, I always remember seeing the level with above Zelda's castle and being like, oh, Hyrule Castle. And I was like, that doesn't look right. That's not what I think of when I look at Hyrule Castle. But I take a look at this, and it's like, yeah, that's Hyrule Castle. They just kind of took the model from this game, tweaked it a bit and put it in, but it just doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right at all. I don't know if time is actually passing. Pretty sure time does pass here. But when the guy threw me out, time definitely did pass. But hopefully... Oh, it's getting a bit darker, I think. But I want to explore this area a little bit more. I kind of can't. But yeah, watching Any Austin's videos, it does make me kind of want to just take that time to look around. And this area is another one that's just a little bit odd and weird. I guess I got time. You just never really take the time to stop and look around a bit. There's all these butterflies, but... Because you're so nervous with this section, where it's a stealth section, you want to get past all the guards, you never really... Yeah, take a look. And that image over there, not the best. I will stick by Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, amazing game. Love this game, but... Yeah, you take a look around. A little bit weak, but yeah, I just never really take a look at this castle. In my head, I don't even think I associate like that top bit up there. Like, they just don't look right. Just don't look right. And I shouldn't moan too much. I'm not even moaning, to be honest. Not even a moan. It's fine that it looks that way. I guess let's get the Ocarina of Time going. Guess I'll bring the egg out. I can do that. What? Dude! Oh, last time I jumped in the river, didn't I? Alright, well, he doesn't actually hurt you, which is nice. Let's talk to Mallow. Mallow? Marshmallow? Are you called Marshmallow? Is that you? Set the egg to sea to incubate it. Hee hee. My dad is really troublesome for an adult, isn't he? Hee hee. Oh, so was I not incubating it before? Well, that's not good. I think I need to start this again. I also don't really get why they made this bit so picky. Like, they've made it so you do actually have to attach to it. Like, this isn't just one big generic climb here bit. You do actually have to climb on the vines, but for some reason there's like 3 vines. Like, look at this! Look at that! It's odd that you have to be that precise. Like, you think they would just make it so all of it was vines, or make it so there was only one point you could kind of climb on it, just to kind of simplify it a little bit, but... No, instead there's like 3 vines, and you can climb into the middle of one, and if you're not lined up with that top vine, you're just going to fall off. It's very, very odd. Again, you let some of these things off. But like I was saying... Oh, that was close. But it's like I was saying before, it's incredible how much they were able to do with this game, and with video game teams being more segregated back then, and set roles being more defined and separated out. But, you know, it was still relatively early days. A chicken hatched from your egg. You were incubating. It's the miracle of life. Now, I want to say the way that chicken incubates is that you simply have to hold on to it. And then once you get to the top, then once you get to like the next sunrise, then it hatches. Was it for aesthetics or to annoy you or to teach you to look before you climb? I think it probably was a teachable sort of thing. I just don't think it's something you need to teach. And hello, One Cat in the Box. Welcome to the Zelda Free Heart Run playthrough. Nothing exciting has really happened so far, because nothing has really changed in terms of this playthrough. But yeah, I think it might have been a teachable moment. I don't know. I just don't feel like that's something you really needed to teach the player. All you needed to teach the player was, there are vines, climb on the vines. But if somebody kind of starts climbing the vines and then falls off, would you really put that together? Would you really put that together? I don't know. There is no situation in this game where you might get knocked down when you're climbing up somewhere. I guess potentially. So there is in... Okay, well, funny enough you say that, because that is definitely the case. But that's already happened in the Deku Tree. So in the first dungeon, the Deku Tree, you have the Skulltulas climbing up, which means if you climbed up without looking, they would attack you, knock you off, and then you would have to get the slingshot out, kill the enemies, and then you can climb off. Lesson learned. You've gained new knowledge, you're a better Zelda player, you're ready to defeat Ganon. So it does make this bit a little bit redundant. I don't know. It's very much nitpicking, but I feel like that's where we're at with Ocarina of Time. This game has been played to death. It has been around for years. For 24 years, I want to say? I think it's 24 years. Because it was 1998 and now it's... Yeah. So 24 years. Like, played for like millions of hours. Sold extremely well. So like every little detail of this game gets looked at and gets talked about. Which probably isn't fair, because they probably... You know, they made this game and stuff. Here we go. For some reason I thought those things occurred in other order, but if it's in the tree, then yeah, it makes less sense. Yeah, again, but it's not even that big of a deal. It's just like a little bit off. I do own a physical copy of this, but I haven't played it in like 15 years. I do replay Majora's Mask like once every 3 to 5 years though. So I'm quite jealous of your physical copy of Ocarina of Time. So I have... It's one of those ones that I want to pick up. It was during the pandemic in 2020 when everyone was at home. I started buying N64 games, which is where my collection started building up. But Ocarina of Time was one of those games I just didn't get round to it. It was like 40 quid. So it wasn't a crazy price, but it was like a little... I never found a copy at a price I liked. So I just didn't buy it. But now that it's 2 years later and video game collecting has become a... You know, a business in itself almost, where people are now just buying video games to sell on. I do wish I bought more. Like, Paper Mario was like 200 quid back then, and I was like, well, there's no way I'm buying that. But now looking back on it, that's cheap. It's like doubled in price. I do replay Majora's Mask like once every 3 to 5 years though. That's the impression I get with Majora's Mask, that I'm not a massive fan of that game. But once you get into it, like once you understand how that game works, once you kind of understand the best way to play that game, it's like so good. Like you can just take in the atmosphere, it's so fun to replay, it's so unique. But I feel the learning curve is quite steep for Majora's Mask. Yeah, that's why I'm holding on to games like an investment. You should! Like, I'm starting to do the same. I don't sell as many games as I did. It's like they're gonna hold their worst case. They hold their price. Yeah, it has a roguelike feel. Yeah, it does a little bit, right? But you've got all those different days and quests, and you can do things in different order, I suppose. I don't know if when you replay Majora's Mask, if you do stuff in a different order, but it does feel like you 100% could do that. Do things on a different day. That got very close. Let's all just ignore Julius Caesar on that statue, by the way. We don't need to think about why Julius Caesar is hanging out up there. Hyrule Castle. Fine. And also appeals to speedrun optimization. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, all Zelda games I think are just huge in the community. Oh, is this the different... Yeah, so this is also one thing that's very odd about this game. Some of the rooms, before you enter them, you get very obvious pop-in. Like, very, very obvious pop-in with some of these rooms. Which, again, it's very harsh to criticize an N64 game for it. But it means you get this, where you can see that over there, how basic it is with the grass and stuff. And then I think if we walk... Or is it a transition? Oh, it's a transition! Damn. Okay. There is an example where the pop-in is very harsh. Alright, before we talk to Zelda, we gotta show these off. I want to say that... I think that's Mario from the cover of Super Mario 64. That's Yoshi's from Yoshi's Story. That model of Peach, I think that's from Super Mario RPG. That's the only place that I recognize it from. Like, you know, the very opening when she's like picking the flowers on the hill. It looks really like that model. It doesn't look like the Mario Kart 64 model. And it doesn't look like the Super Mario 64 model either. So I think that's from Super Mario RPG, which if that's true, that's extremely cool. I do love those kind of little details and things like that. I forgot Peach was even up there. When I think of that Easter egg, I only think of the Mario one. Which I think probably back in the day playing this on a CRT, it was probably very easy to miss. I only saw that Easter egg once I read it in a magazine. They said, hey gamers, don't forget about check out Mario and Zelda. Oh, hello Zelda. Sure it's not like Brutus Squarehead. I'm sorry, I think I might have gone further ahead. I'm not too sure what you mean. I don't want to be mean about Zelda, but her green eyebrows. Maybe I'll just leave it there. But, like, why does she have green eyebrows? Like, why does she have green eyebrows? Like, she doesn't have them in any other game. Just for some reason they were like green eyebrows. It almost feels like, was that a bug? Did somebody say like, were they meant to be yellow eyebrows to match her hair, and they just made them green? I don't get it. Because I'm sure none of the other Zelda games have her having green eyebrows. And it's just weird, because it's not a natural colour. If it was like brown eyebrows, I'd be like, okay, that's a bit weird. But alright, fair enough, I'll give it to you. Some people do have mismatching eyebrows. I think it's normally lighter, right? Like, I've got dark ginger hair and then my eyebrows are a bit more lighter. I don't think you can even see them. Looking at myself, I don't think you can see my eyebrows. I need to go to a bloody beauty salon, get my eyebrows painted in. Which one of my sisters did that once and it was a very odd thing to hear. Like, oh yeah, just got my eyebrows painted in. Just or penciled in, I think it is. They just get penciled. Anyway, I should stop talking about things I don't really know anything about. But this is going to be a fun stream, I think, this first one, because I get to just ramble. Like this, I think this playthrough is going to transition a very interesting way, where at first it's going to be me rambling about Zelda, about whatever comes to mind, gushing about this game, which I've already done, and just getting all that nostalgia out the way of, oh, it's Ocarina of Time, it's a classic, I love this game, you know, all that good stuff. But as the game goes on, all that good times are going to melt away, and it's going to be like, right, I need to shut up and I need to focus. So let us all take a moment to enjoy the rambly, naive, early parts of this playthrough. Oh, I pressed B. Did I say no? The legend goes like, I hit B. But I think that's meant yes. Unless it's one of those where it doesn't really matter what you say. I know there is a loop in there somewhere with the dialogue, where if you say no to her, she keeps being like, I don't know, maybe you should though. Or just like re-loops the dialogue. I always thought it was interesting that they show you this again, because Zelda does give you new details, but it's not a massive amount of new details. But I guess anything to show off the Triforce. Like back in A Link to the Past, the Triforce was almost like when Nintendo was showing off 3D and what they could do with the Super Nintendo, and then the 3D effects they had there. Like, it was a huge deal when you booted up A Link to the Past and it was like diddle, 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 and it spun, it was 3D. And I think at the very end of the game, there was like nothing else in the game that was 3D from what I remember. And then you get all the way to the end and you find the Triforce, and I think that is in 3D as well. It's been too long since I've played that game. So again, it was Nintendo kind of showing off, and it almost feels like they're kind of trying to do the same thing again. Like maybe this is almost an homage to them showing off the 3D Triforce in here, that they were like, we're going to show off the Triforce again in Ocarina of Time. Did you understand that story? I was 100% paying attention. I really don't get why you can skip some of this dialogue and why you can't skip others. I get having certain dialogue where you don't want to have the player skip it, but it is very inconsistent in this game. It's definitely something that they weren't used to. Will you look at this window? Sure. Oh, her fingers are just awful as well. I'm being very mean towards Zelda, but her fingers... Oh, look at this guy. I always forget about this because I grew up with Ocarina of Time. So I never got this moment here where I think what they were going for is... I think this was the first time Ganon was Ganondorf the man. So this was meant to be this like, oh my god, it's Ganondorf, but actually a dude. And it's supposed to be like, if you played Zelda 1, 2 and Link to the Past, it was like, wow, that's actually cool to see Ganondorf as a man. But I think it's just been completely lost to time. Because people now know Ganondorf more than they know Ganon. But before this game, it was Ganon. It was the big pink dude. Like, it was a big pig. And he was blue and he had swords, and that's what Ganon was, the big bad. But now we got then they were like, here's a prequel, and we're going to show him as a man, which was, I think, a really, really cool idea. And to then have him later on transform into that pig monster again and turn into Ganon. It was very cool. It was very cool that they took advantage of this being a prequel in very cool ways. Now, whether it was worth it in terms of all the Zelda timelines, that's another thing. Fingers missing at best. Exactly. Like, it's so... Her fingers are like... Oh, even that. Maybe Halloween's coming up. Maybe I need to dress up as like an Ocarina of Time character where get some mittens where you get like really thick lines between the fingers. Get some of that stuff going on. There you go. Maybe just draw some brown lines there. Just get that going. Get some green eyebrows. Cardboard cosplay. Yeah! That'd be cool. Just get a big cardboard face. Cardboard ears. Low res. We're talking low res stuff though. Although cardboard on Halloween's always risky in case it rains and if people spill stuff, but that would be cool. Some people say, hey, I'm going to dress up as Link and put on a green hat and a skirt and then a fake sword. But no, you gotta go original. You gotta go Ocarina of Time. I would be into low poly cosplay. Like I've seen 8-bit cosplays. How do you do an 8-bit cosplay? Because it's what, like 20 pixels? Or is that a cardboard where somebody just holds it and then walks along and you just get it from the right angle? Maybe. But rarely PS1, N64, Dreamcast type. Well, that's the thing, like 8-bit ones would be like, oh cool, it's a throwback. That's Mario from back in the day. That's a good time. But I think N64 cosplay would be pretty terrifying. Like if you want to scare some people, dress up as like a character from an N64 game. Because they just don't look right. Like, look at his arms. Ew. Ew. Like his arms and hands don't connect properly. So you'd have to try and, I guess, find a way to like keep these separate. Like, I guess draw lines around here. Like a line around there. Like a line around here. Lines in your hands. Like, I guess there's a lot of lines. Yeah, you basically wear stuff on either side of your body so you look at it as 2D. That does sound really cool. A big commitment to that though, to hold that around. But if you got like a lot of people in a row doing the 2D cosplay, that'd be cool. But yeah, I would be very interested to see someone do an N64 cosplay. I think there's potential there. Because it has all this like... They put shading on all these models, which is what saves them a little bit. Like a little bit of shading. But again, not enough. It's just like Link's hat on this left side is a bit darker than at the top. It's not proper shading. Whispers a picture that explains it better. Okay, let's take a look. I'm interested. Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. Those are from... Are those from Metroid? I think those are the Space Pirates, right? Oh, that's super cool. That's actually really impressive as well. The fact that it's Super Nintendo pixel art rather than just... Because in my head I had like Mario from Super Mario Bros. But yeah, the SNES pixel art is really, really good. And that looks really cool. Right. I guess I should pay attention a little bit more. She also has white eyebrows. I don't know what it is about eyebrows not being a normal colour, but... At least she has white hair, so that makes sense. I don't know what's going on with her eyes. Like the like white frown bit under her eyes. I don't know what's going on there. A bit creepy. Right, I don't think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna do this with ZR. There we go. That was a lot easier. Right, that might be 16-bit. I have seen 8-bit ones though. Okay. I mean, cosplaying is such a huge thing. Oh, look at that. Link's mouth's actually open. Link looks very odd with his mouth open. You just never really see it. He spends the whole time with it closed, and when he does open it, he does like the like the shock face. So seeing him like slightly open his mouth and having it be like white underneath, it's a bit. I guess that's meant to be his teeth. I don't know. Again, I should stop nitpicking Ocarina of Time. It's not fair. It's not right, but. I love it. I honestly love it. I love looking at these games and seeing all this weirdness, all the things that aren't quite right. I just find it so interesting and just so you just don't build games this way. You spend so much time making it look perfect and making it look real, or you go so far the other way where you're like, look at this absurd nonsense artwork and make it very unique and bold and stand out from an art style perspective. But doing a game that's meant to look realistic when it very much can't look realistic, that's interesting. That belt looks kind of painful. I don't know about that belt. It's like a red belt? Where did he even get that from? I do like that they gave him a little 3D nose though. Like, it makes him look more elf-like, but his nose really does stick out. I don't think they really need to do that. See you later, Impa. I think it's just to show that he is slim by his baggy clothes. Okay. I can believe that. And I guess it would look weird if he didn't have any belt on, right? If it was just green all the way down. That would probably look a little bit weird. So I need to think what I need to do. I think... So I want to go to London Ranch to do that. Maybe I should do that now? Let's do that now. Basically, I need to get the bottles. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this speedrun tactics. I'm training. I don't do a lot of speedrun tactics in games, but there is... I think because I grew up playing this and was rolling, like when I would play this game, I would always roll everywhere. And then the fact that I found out that this is a little bit quicker, I don't know. I had to give it a go. So this is something, I don't do a lot of speedrun stuff with games, especially not like glitches and things like that, but this is one that I do kind of like. Also because I don't like being in Hyrule Field at night. Does that make me a coward? Absolutely, but I don't like it. I don't like being there at night. Right, so I'm here for the bottle. So I actually looked this up, I'm not even going to lie. I don't want to be looking up much about this game, but I just don't know this game super well. But I used to, so I feel like I need to know this game well just to know where the bottles are and to know where heart pieces are, because I might accidentally get a heart piece in this playthrough, and then I'll have to restart the game to make sure I don't get that heart piece, which would be a bummer. But I'm actually quite worried that I'm accidentally going to get like a piece of heart at some point. I think that's going to happen, and I think I'm going to have to restart. 3 cuckoos I have here are special super cuckoos. I'm going to throw these cuckoos. I don't know if I'm going to do this first time. I feel like this is a little bit random. I did read online there's a tactic that you can take the super cuckoos and like hide them, like throw them to one corner, and then when he starts the game, you can just get to them straight away. Right, so that's one. Are you another one? Nope. I saw a shadow. I was going by the shadows. Come on, that's got to be another one. Okay, that's another one. I don't know where the other one's going to be. There we go. Nice. Cool. Neat. That wasn't actually too bad. I was worried that I was going to get... Would you marry her? Sure. Why not? I'm open-minded. I was worried that was going to take a while. Especially because they charge you rupees for it. That's so harsh that that you have to pay 10 each time. Like, it's so early on the game that you can do this. And you can only have like a maximum of 99 rupees. That's kind of the pain with this one. Actually doing it's not too bad. But if you don't do too well and you mess up a couple of times, then you have to go and like... grind for rupees just so you can catch some bloody chickens. It's kind of nonsense. That's okay. That's one bottle down. Luckily, if I remember the bottles in this game, none of them are really that tricky. Like, I'm going to go ahead and get the other one right now, so we have 2. Although I don't really need them. I just, while it's early in the game, kind of just want to get the basic stuff out the way. Because the bottles are one of the only things... Because we're not getting heart pieces ever. I mean, this is kind of some of the only optional stuff that I'm probably going to do. I mean, there are the other optional items, I guess, and upgrades, and I probably do want to get those upgrades, but this is like one of the only optional quests we're doing. So the sooner I can get the bottles, the better. Let's go back to hopping. Yeah, the day and night cycle back in the day was so cool. It was so cool they put this in the game, and they went to the effort. But you can probably tell by the tone of my voice, I'm not a big fan of it. Like, replaying the game nowadays, it just goes too quick. And you have the Sun Song, or the Song of Suns, or whatever it's bloody called. So you can change it, but personally, just like, it's a little bit annoying. Not too big of a deal, but I would kind of prefer if they didn't have this in here. Might not be a good idea, me actually trying to fight these guys, but... I wanted to go back to day. Yeah, it's just this sort of thing, and that's a general point about Ocarina of Time in general, which I might get into. I don't want to get into it now, but later on, because there's the famous Sequelitis episode by Ego Raptor where he talks about Ocarina of Time has a lot of waiting in it. And he's right. He's absolutely right. But normally it doesn't bother me too much, but with this day and night cycle, just a little bit of a pain. Like, I want to go back in there when it's day, and also I don't really want to fight these enemies. Well, at least the day goes around quite quick. I want to say it's something like 3 minutes, like it's a 3-minute cycle. Although I need to double check that. That's just going off memory. Come on, go away. But when I see these enemies in this game, it does remind me more of Majora's Mask than Ocarina of Time, because they're so inconsequential in this game. Oh, there's the music. They're so inconsequential in this game. They're just like these extra easy to kill enemies, but then Majora's Mask came along, made one massive, and made it like a core part. I think it's a quest you have to do in that game, where you have to deal with a massive one, and it makes it so much more memorable. Okay, I did this somewhat recently when I was replaying this game when it came out on the Switch. So hopefully it's okay. Hopefully we can just quickly get these cuckoos put away. And get that bottle, and then one of the bottles we can't avoid. Another bottle, I don't remember where it is. Right, here you go. It always blew my mind. Okay, please catch 6 more. It blew my mind when I was younger, because that so much of this soundtrack is reused from A Link to the Past, which might sound silly nowadays, but I played this game first. This was my first Zelda game. This was the first one I really kind of got into. I was 6 when it came out, and I think I got it quite shortly after it came out. Oh, have I screwed myself over here? I think I need to fly over there. I think there's still one left. There's one there. Yeah, I need another one. One there, but I need one there. Okay, I'll have to go. Okay, I think I can go get the one in the box, actually. Then I can use that to fly to the other ones. I forgot you needed to fly like that. Here we go. Hello. No, come back here. Nope. Come back. But yeah, it blew my mind that like A Link to the Past had this same music at Ocarina of Time. I think there was such a separation in my head. Like 3D games were just on a whole other level to 2D games. So the idea that like music, and I, you know, this is a dumb kid thing to say. Oh, I messed up again. I need to go get that chicken. The idea that like old SNES games and old 2D games could have good, like really good music and sound really good was kind of a novel concept. It's not something I really considered that much, or I just didn't associate with it. And it's not because I didn't have games that had really good music from that era, but 8-bit music all kind of sound the same. And then the only game on the Mega Drive had such a unique sound that the only one that really stood out to me was like the Sonic games, and I didn't play the Mega Drive much. It was the Pokemon games that really made me think like, wow, you can make like such an incredible soundtrack on 8-bit consoles. But anyway, my general point is that it kind of blew my mind that this Kakariko Village theme is just from A Link to the Past. Like, I just associate it in my head with Ocarina of Time, but of course it's a very iconic track, and it's a very iconic song that came from A Link to the Past, which A Link to the Past is a very iconic game. It's just the first time I played that game was on the Game Boy Advance. So even hearing that game in the Game Boy, or hearing that version of the track, or the original version of the track, in the Game Boy Advance version kind of was odd, because when I was a kid I was playing on the Game Boy Advance, but you had to use batteries, and I didn't. Sometimes I had rechargeable batteries, I think a lot of times I didn't. It was like, oh, I've run out of batteries, I guess I'm just not playing my Game Boy Advance today then, I suppose. I'll just wait till my mum goes and buys me more batteries so I can actually play this some more. But it just, basically what it meant is I just didn't have the volume on most of the time. So I could save, so I could save volume, or save battery. Right, you can go back there. I don't think there's anything else I really need to do in this place. Not yet, anyway. I want to go in that hole. But yeah, so like, even though I did hear that song and it blew my mind a bit, that this song from Ocarina of Time actually came from a Super Nintendo game, even then I didn't hear it that much. So I just don't really associate it with A Link to the Past at all. Even though I did play A Link to the Past when I was younger, but again, the Game Boy Advance version. And I do love that game. It's just something that I associate it more with Ocarina of Time. A Link to the Past is an interesting one, because I definitely have nostalgia for that game, but it's like, it's different. It's definitely different, because it was on the Game Boy Advance, but I remember being amazed reading about that version years later, like when people compare these versions, and there was something about the Game Boy Advance where people, like, developers loved adding in, like, sound effects. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know why. But it wasn't just Nintendo, Rare did it as well. They were like, right, we're going to port these games to the Game Boy Advance, and we're going to just bloody well add extra sound effects in. Like, and they did it all the time, like, in all the Mario Advance ports, there was like all these wahoos and stuff, like all this voice acting added to it. And then Donkey Kong Country, I was watching Some Call Me Johnny's review, and he was talking about it, like, in the Donkey Kong Country ports, they just added in all these new sound effects and new voice acting. And A Link to the Past, it was the same. Well, have I done them all? I want to say I'm missing one. And A Link to the Past was the same. They added in... That done? Nice. Oh, one more! Rats. Okay, I think I know where it is. But yeah, they added that in, but it's something that, again, years later, reading about A Link to the Past and that port, and which one you should kind of play and things like that, I think people say or talk about that version and the yas that they added in as a negative point. But I always found that a little bit odd, because when I was playing it, I would play with no volume to save battery life, so it never bothered me. Like, I get why it would bother people, like when you do... play that version of the game and you're swiping your sword and stuff, there is a lot of yas going on. It's like ya ya ya, as it would be. I think the other one's up here. We already got one of them that was in the box, but I think the other one's up here. So yeah, so it does seem to be one of those where, like, A Link to the Past, you can play the Game Boy Advance version. I would still say that's a solid version, but I think most people would recommend the Super Nintendo original. Although I guess when comparing different versions, it'd probably be more appropriate to talk about Ocarina of Time. I guess as someone who's grew up with Ocarina of Time, I think they're both solid options. I would probably recommend, if someone has a 3DS, in terms of like, oh, I've never played Ocarina of Time before, what would you recommend? I probably would say the 3DS version. I think they did add some quality of life stuff that does make that a little bit easier, and some of that stuff a little bit easier to swallow. But again, N64 version's solid, it's just like, there's a bit of a barrier to go over. I think I said this in my last stream about how it's so cool. What am I doing here? Oh, I need to go and show my thing. It's, well actually, yes, let's go get the Sun song. I think we can do that now. I might as well do it now, while I remember. Yeah, it's so cool that people are still revisiting these games. Like, these games still have such a huge presence. like video games in such a weird way get preserved really well in terms of the public perception. And Nintendo, there's kind of nobody like Nintendo. Let's say. Cool. Graves. Neat. I think I just need to go and play Zelda's Lullaby. I don't have these songs memorized, but I think I do remember the core ones. That's one thing I always found crazy about, like, it's something that stopped me doing speedruns. I really like the idea of doing a speedrun, but the memorization is what screws me over. Like, if you wanted to speedrun Ocarina of Time, guess what? You can do all the other tactics, all the other tricks and things like that. But if you don't remember all the songs on the Ocarina and can't do those quickly, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage to everyone else who can. Who just like done. Who does it like insanely quick. I wonder if speedrunners have to practice their Ocarina. Like, if they have to like set out time to practice playing these songs or like memorizing these songs. I guess maybe you can do a cheat sheet. I'm kind of interested to see some. I'm pretty sure some speedrunners do like cheat sheets and stuff like that. Like they'll have one screen for the actual game, and then they'll have like a separate screen which just has info on. I'm pretty sure like I remember seeing Pokemon speedrunners and things like that definitely have charts and things like that. That's the nice thing about speedrunning. Like, if you look stuff up, it's kind of encouraged. You kind of need to look stuff up. You need to know what you're doing and things like that. There's a ton of memorization, but it's not that simple. And especially early days, it's totally fine to look up things. I thought there was another bat. Oh, we had to kill the bats. Oh, there's one. Bat? What are you doing over here, mate? Making me doubt myself. Can't trust these bats. Let me tell you about them. Putting those torches there I feel is a little bit mean. As someone who replays this game not all the time but often and knows like, okay, torches, you gotta light the torches. Like having this door that's locked and then having two unlit torches here. Like that screams, oh, I need to... Oh, might be a problem. Okay, through the middle. We only have to do this once, then I think we can just play the sun song. Alright, okay. That section's not too bad, as long as you don't mind taking a hit or two. No, you're not going to give me a song? This poem is dedicated to the memory of our dearly departed members of the royal family. This feels oddly topical with the Queen recently passing away, and now we're in like a royal family tomb. There's probably a joke in this somewhere, but I'm not smart enough to think of it. Something is inscribed on the tombstone. It's the secret melody of the Composer Brothers! My favourite Zelda characters. Left down, up, left down, up. I can do that. I really have to take my time with this bloody stick. So I actually did buy an N64 substitute controller. I was talking before about how I wanted an N64 Switch controller, but wasn't able to get one just due to how expensive they were. But I bought a third-party one, which is this. I'm going to show this off. It's backwards, don't worry about that. And it's actually a really cool controller. Like it's got it's not one-to-one, but in terms of being a replacement, it fits really nice in your hand. The stick is like very similar to a GameCube stick. And it's got all the buttons as you remember, and it's got these back buttons as well. It's actually a really nice controller. The problem is that it doesn't work properly on the Switch. It was advertised as it supports the Switch. That's the controller again before I put it down. It was advertised as like, hey, you can use this on your PC, you can use this on the Switch to play N64 games. And I think in a firmware update at some point, because the Switch thinks it's like a USB controller. Oh. No, that's not right. Left, down, up. Okay. But because it thinks it's like a USB controller, it auto-assigns the buttons, but it doesn't let you, like, alter them. So you plug it in, and a lot of the buttons are correct. Like, 90% of the buttons with that controller plugged into the Switch are correct for N64 games. And when I first plugged in, I was like, awesome, this is a really nice controller for what I paid for it. It's a really nice replacement, and it has C buttons. But the start button is not mapped on the thing. There's no start button. So the start button on that controller is the home button on the Switch controller, which means whenever you try to pause it, it brings up the home menu, which is useless, because in a game like Ocarina of Time, you have to pause. In Super Mario 64 or something like that, probably could get away with using this controller. Like, I probably could get away with, like, just plugging it in and going like that, but for this, it's like, no. Ocarina of Time, you have to be able to pause the game. You have to be able to switch your buttons and things like that. You just can't do it. It just means I can't use the controller. I have requested a refund, but it's one of those where I have to send it back if I want a refund, which is fair enough. So I'm kind of on the fence of if I'm actually going to send it back or not. That sounds so lazy, and it is, but it's kind of like the controller itself wasn't that expensive. It was like 15 quid. It wasn't too bad. So it might be something that comes in useful later, and I do like it. Like, it is a good controller, it just doesn't work on the Switch. But if I wanted to, say, like, play a game using emulators, if I say there's an N64 game I wanted to play, but it's not on the Switch app, and I wanted to play it still, then I would totally use it. So it might be worth having around. And again, I didn't pay that much for it, so I'm not too fussed about it. And it is nice. But I'm still on the hunt. If anyone knows of any third-party N64 style controllers for the Switch, I'm open. My ears are open. Because I really, really do want to get one. That isn't just the official one that's overinflated. I would pay the £40 for one. I wouldn't pay for I wouldn't pay the 8, 70 or 90 quid for it. We found out earlier today. But there must be a good third-party one. I don't see how that can't be the case. But I just need something that has the buttons. And that's the problem. Like, all these third-party ones, you're gonna... Oh, hold on. If you're gonna climb Death Mountain, you should equip a proper shield. Now, where do you get the shield from? There's the one in the shop. But where do you get the other one? Yeah, see, he tells you to go purchase one, but I know for sure you can just find one, but I don't remember where that is. So I'm not going to worry about it for now. Favor? What's all this? What's all this then? I'm just asking. Okay, what do you... Have you been to the Happy... I don't want to go to that creep. I don't want to do that. Although that actually brings up a good question. I do not know if I'm going to get the big Goron sword yet. I have no idea. Like, I'm pretty sure it is worth getting, and it is worth going through that side quest, but I'm still not too sure. I'll have to take a look. Like, I know it does a ton more damage, so I guess from that standpoint, I should. Like, I 100% should do it, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't think there's any... Well, there's no rush to do it, because we're still a kid. But when I become an adult, I'll have to have a good think about whether that's worth doing. So I don't really like these sort of quests in Zelda games. Like... They're fine, and I think they get better as the games go on, and they can be kind of neat, but it's not something I particularly enjoy. I don't know why Navi keeps saying about Saria. Right, I want to avoid these guys. I don't have much health, as is the point of this run. I don't think those guys actually give you anything. Avoid you. No, thank you. No thank you to that heart piece up there. I'm good. I'm about to hit another part of this game where I said before about the guards and trying to get the guy awake and do that whole sequence. Which way do I go? I think I just go up here. But I have a similar sort of... I feel very... Oh, do I want to go that way? I do want to go that way. I have a similar feeling about this section as well, where like I roughly know in my head how to do it. It's not particularly complicated how you do this section. I just have to remember how to do it. So we'll see. Hopefully this doesn't go too bad. I do feel like you spend quite a bit of time here though. But that's okay by me, because this music's great. Goron City. Is this the only bit in the entire game where it's called a city? Alright, let's talk to this guy. Let's get the 411. What's going on in Goron City, mate? Talk to me. Talk to me, mate. Oh, I'm so hungry. Everyone feels faint from hunger because of the food shortage in this town. I thought it was a city. We are in danger of extinction. It's all because we can't enter our quarry, the Dodongo's Cavern. I feel like I'm saying that wrong, but I like saying Dodongos. But for some reason that word, it's just such a weird word that whenever I say, I'm like, am I saying Dodongos right? It's actually meant to be said otherwise, but it's Dongo. They've just added another do in front of it, so it's like Dudongo. We've become such gourmets that we can't stand to eat rocks from anywhere else. Ah, I guess you'll just starve to death then. The top sirloin rocks. Well, I don't have much sympathy for you, but good luck with all your struggles. Right, so I know we need to go into the Lost Woods. But I want to say we need to talk to this guy first. I think to light the torches? Again, I have it in my head that I roughly know what you need to do. I just don't... It's putting it together. Big Brother showed himself in his room saying, I will wait here for the roll of messages. Well, that's me. But that is something that this game does that I feel like a new player would probably somewhat struggle with. There's a lot of times where you kind of have to do stuff that's a little bit weird, like go to this spot and play a song, or go up to someone and show them a specific item. There's like no other real games that handle that type of like, I don't want to call them puzzles, but you know, where like you're supposed to interact in a certain way with something. Ocarina of Time feels very unique. Like they built up this system of being able to go up to someone, lock onto them, and then show them a thing to trigger a cutscene. But nowadays, if you had a game like that and you had a thing somebody wants, you would just talk to them and the character would be like, here's your thing. Like, there's not that step. So I feel like somebody going back to this game might struggle, because there's this extra step. We don't need any help from strangers. What about an old friend? Okay. Okay. I do like this bit though. It's very subtle kind of puzzles here where you have to open that door because you need to get this fire here so you can start lighting the torches, so you can eventually light these bombs, so you can go back to the forest. It's a little bit convoluted. I won't lie. It's a little bit convoluted, but are these torches going to stay lit? I'm going to say this is the shop, which is pretty useless at the moment. Yep, you're pretty useless at the moment. You can continue being bored. Right, okay. Wait, that didn't stay alight? Interesting. Okay. Alright, we can do that again. I need to be careful not to light up all the torches. Because... what I was saying earlier, I'm very paranoid about accidentally getting a heart piece. And with this game, there are just times in Zora's Domain, for example, you light a load of torches, then the game's like, oh, here's a heart piece for you. And you're like, oh, cool. For your troubles, here's your heart piece. It's like, that's very nice of you, but I kind of forget how sometimes... No, I didn't want to do that. I forget how sometimes in this game there are very easy heart pieces. Like, there's very difficult heart pieces, but in terms of, like, the level of difficulty with heart pieces, it's not super consistent. Okay, that's that done. Is that where the bomb... I think this is where we need to go. But yeah, the difficulty's not super consistent. They do give you a load of easy ones. There we go. Which is good. Like, it shouldn't be... There should be opportunities to just get heart pieces, but... I'm trying to think what Zelda game it is. I'm sure there's a Zelda piece where every heart piece is, like, actually pretty difficult. Like, they don't give you many freebies. Right. Oh, hello, Mr. Owl. I find this whole sequence so bizarre. Like, that you get... Like, it implies that the Lost Woods is massive. Which it probably is, to be fair. It probably is massive. But to go from, like, climbing all... To leave your forest... To go all the way to... Yeah, to go all the way to the castle, to go to Death Mountain, to climb Death Mountain, to thus then get spat out at, like, Lost Woods inside the mountain in a city? It's a little bit weird. Right, now there's a bit here in the Lost Woods that we can do. I don't want to get this wrong. Because I think we can get a bigger seed pouch. So here's something I always did, and I'm sure everyone else always did this as well. Like, they tell you, oh, you got to follow the tune, but you can just visually see. I'm not breaking any new ground here, I don't think, but you can physically see which ones are wrong. So that one, because it's got all the white stuff in there, it means it'll teleport you away, where this one, there's none in there, so you can just roll through, no problem. Right, now, I'm going to save. I'm going to grab a quick save, because I am very paranoid that hitting this might give me a heart piece. Nope. This switch, I am going to have to get a different controller. Using a pro controller is just... Oh, I messed... Yeah, using a pro controller with these C-buttons, not great. And with this being a challenge run, I need my controller to play ball. I need to be on the same page as the controller. Cool! You're great! You scored 3 perfect bullseyes. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. I will give you a neat present. Please don't be a heart piece. Please don't be a heart piece. Yes, okay. Good. I don't feel like you really need this upgrade. Like, I went out of my way to get it. But is there any situation where, like, 30 seeds isn't enough? Like, I can't think of any situation where you need so many seeds. Like, when you're a kid, you just don't use this, you just don't use it much. Like, you just don't have much use for the slingshot. It's only when you get the arrows where you can actually, like, hurt enemies and things like that is when it becomes like, okay, you need those arrow satchel upgrades, but this one is more like a nicety than anything. That's interesting that Navi's doing that. This area is like, it's quite interesting because I recently watched, I think I mentioned this before, I watched somebody playing through a ROM hack of Banjo-Kazooie, but it was Ocarina, it was a Banjo-Kazooie game set in Ocarina of Time. And it was like, it was so interesting the way they reused all these areas, but they reused the Lost Woods as well, which was cool. So I think we have to go that way. I'm going to double check what's over here first. Not much of anything. Neat! That's good news. Okay, well, we'll head back. No, oh, wait. It must be this way then. It's one of these top entrances. And it's either this one or the other one. Or it's both. Cool. Oh, hello, Wolfie. Not a big fan of these wolves. Like, when fighting these wolves, I just kind of want to go mental. Like, I just want to hit the B button and just kill them. But unfortunately, the game makes you wait. You gotta be patient. Oh, I don't think the giant guys are here yet, are they? Grab some rupees while we're here. I don't think there's anything in particular we need rubies for. Unless I do go out of my way to buy a shield, but I really don't think I need to. God. There's something about this area. There's not many maze areas in this game, and there's not many that use this type of camera angle. But the fact that, like, this in itself isn't that creepy, but the fact that I know the next time we come back here most likely is going to be when those giant creatures are here. Like, those giant creatures don't freak me out that much, but it's that horror thing, right? It's that horror where the idea of something can be more creepy than the thing itself. I think, like, going to this place where I know these big horrible creatures spawn, or will be eventually, and having them not be here, and know eventually I'm going to have to come back here and have all those creatures be here, it's almost like, it's brilliant in a way. Like, it's almost brilliant in the way it tries to, like, the way it does that. Right, I don't think I need to really fight. Oh, rapid fire? Okay, maybe I should have fought those guys. I thought maybe I could just roll past them, but no, they've got Deku nuts for days. This is always a really neat thing as well. The fact that you come here to outside the forest temple, you can see there's something up there, you just can't get to it, and you don't really know if you should or not. This game, this game's an interesting one because there's certain games designs where, like, if you can do something, you should do it. And if you keep doing things that the game allows you to do, eventually you will make progress. But I feel like if you take that attitude with Ocarina of Time, you will do well. The problem is that because this world's quite big and a lot of the stuff is optional, you kind of probably will just get lost. But I feel like with this one, this whole section here is very much based on that instinct that some gamers have and some game design will heavily lean into of, you can come here. You might not know why. You're trying to feed some Gorons or something, so you don't know why and necessarily you need to come here. You just know you can come here, so you do, and it just kind of works out. Not the most like elegant design for Ocarina of Time, because again, it's such a big game. Because normally with a game where it's like, you should just do the stuff you can do, and you will progress, it's usually a lot more kind of put together and things like that. Or it's a game where it just blurs the line between what's optional and what isn't optional. Like Breath of the Wild is that type of game, but the opposite end of the spectrum. Where it's like, it's a massive open world game, so you should just do stuff and you are always making progress no matter what you kind of do. Where I'm more kind of talking about a game where like, you don't have many areas to go to, so you might not have a ton of guidance on why you're doing something. You just should do it. Like, it doesn't contextualize stuff in a way that makes it super clear about why you're doing this stuff. Which sounds like bad design, but if you're... certain games can pull it off. Like, you could argue Dark Souls is kind of like that, where it's very much like, you don't really know where you're going. You don't really know what you're doing there, but you just kind of do it, because why not, right? Because you got to do something, and the game is just like, off you go. And then you just do things you can do. But Ocarina of Time, I think you would get screwed over if you try to take that approach. I thought there was a hole there. Fairies! Yes, please. Yes, 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 we will get one of you. I think I'm going to keep that milk for the time being. Like, fairies overall might end up being more useful. The one thing that's really nice about fairies in this free... Oh, and I need to be healed. Someone heal me, please. Thank you. The one thing that's really nice about fairies in this game is that normally with fairies, like... or not in this game, I mean with a free heart run. Normally fairies are very useful in terms of bringing you back to life, but as far as I'm aware, they don't heal you all the way. Like, you eventually get to the point where they stop healing you. So their usefulness kind of... still useful, still worth having, but sometimes it's almost worth having like a red potion that fully heals you instead. And that's actually more useful than a fairy as long as you use it in time. That's actually a little bit more handy. But because it's a free heart run, like those potions are kind of useless. Oh, hello. You again. They do hold your hand a little bit, don't they? I was just saying how, like, if you take that approach of if you can do something, you should do it, then that you can be screwed over in this game. But, you know, this is what this owl is for. And it pokes you in the direction. It's not very elegant design. No, I don't, actually. It's not very elegant design, to be honest, but I'll let it off. I'll let it go. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. Go back to your tree. I know where you live. I've seen it. Right. Let's go back then. I don't want that fairy there. A little bit worried I'm going to accidentally use it. Where was it? I think it was this way. What time are we on? So we're on about 2 hours in this stream. I kind of... these first two streams are just going to be so... not basic, but there's just not going to be that much going on with this playthrough, because I'm only down one heart to what I would be. But basically trying to think if I'm going to do Dodongo's Cavern or not today. I think it's a pretty basic dungeon, right? We'll see. I'll at least get to Dodongo's Cavern and then I'll make a call if I'm going to keep streaming or moving on. By the end of the next stream that I do, I want to hopefully get the Dongo's Cavern and Inside Jabba's Belly done. I want to get a massive chunk of the Child Link done, because I think... oh, hold on. I don't remember what that song was. What did she sing to me? Nope. Down, right, left. Okay. Can do that. Down, right, left, down, right, left. But yeah, again, these first two streams are going to be so like Child Link focused that I just kind of need to get them out of the way so we can start the proper playthrough. So if I can do Dodongo's Cavern in this stream, that would be quite helpful in terms of moving ahead with the playthrough and getting to the rage stuff potentially. So I disappeared, had to figure out some editing. Yeah, no worries, man. Welcome back. Is that video editing you're saying? Do you like upload your streams and things like that? Because I throw mine on the YouTube channel. I don't put all streams on the YouTube channel, but I throw them on. But I keep the editing very basic. It's just like make a thumbnail, smash the two things together, cut out the start, cut out the end, upload, boom. And it looks alright actually. But back in the day I definitely used to do a lot more intense editing. Just like that, my depression is gone. That's good news. I find it so odd you can't skip this bit. Keep hitting the B button. You want the spiritual stone of fire too? But I think going into Dodongo's Cavern, the main thing I think I might struggle with is those lizards. Like the boss itself is very easy. But those lizards, you got to fight two of them at the time, and it's that chip damage. It's that chip damage that is going to kind of do me in. And normally when I play this game, I try to get an extra fifth one by this point. I think if you're thorough with your heart pieces, you can have an extra, like you can collect 4 of them going into Dodongo's Cavern. So I normally try and do that. Like there's the one above the cavern, but if you do the backflip at the right time, then you can land on top of that. I like doing that, I'll be honest. It's another bug. I keep saying how I don't use bugs, but I guess for this game I make an exception. But I actually, yeah, I like to do a backflip off and get that one. That's usually the 4th one, so I can go into this dungeon with 5, which makes it a little bit easier. Well, I actually made a YouTube channel like the other day just to upload a thing to shorts. Totally failed. Decided to upload something from today. Partially got restricted. Figured just using the YouTube cut tool instead because it has a timestamp, but now video process has been gone on for quite a while. Well, if that's uploading to YouTube, then that's how that goes. That sounds like YouTube. Like you got to upload it and you just got to leave it. It will eventually do it. But like the streams I upload, or when I upload streams, I put a ton of them together and upload them. So we're talking like 6 to 7 hour videos. And I just take it as in upload and leave it. But it might be smarter to just edit it yourself. I've not really used the YouTube editor itself. I feel like maybe getting a local one is a little bit better. I've always kind of found it's just easier to replace it than it is to kind of trust that editor. Although I have some old videos that have been marked as in, oh, this has some copyright music. Because I thought it was hilarious back in the day that when I did a Let's Play of Pokemon Emerald, I'll play Simply the Best. When I beat the game. Pretty cringy nowadays. But obviously they straight away said, like, you don't own that song. You cannot just play a minute of I'm Simply the Best in your video, so got copyright struck. I do a 100-bit upload. Man, I am so jealous of that. Oh no, I need to do the bomb tunnel. I am so jealous of your upload speed. I'm on like 18 max. And if I want to get any higher than that, I have to like triple my internet bill. Oh, where am I going? I'm going back here. Yeah, I have to like triple my bill, my internet bill, in order to get a better rate. Just unfortunately where I live. Again, I can get like a gigabyte internet, which is insane. But it's an insane price as well. But yeah, it's that upload speed. I really wish I had a higher upload speed. I do have 100 bits, so it's pretty quick, but the processing is so slow. It probably just feels slow in compared to how quick your upload speed is. Like, it takes ages, dude. Like, it does just take ages. Can I want to backflip off here. Would save me a little bit of time. Get out of the way, dude. I stream at 8,000 bitrate. I'm very jealous at that as well. My PC could handle streaming at 8,000, but my upload speed couldn't. It's at 18 megabytes. It's just no good. Right, I want to just... Nope. Stop that. There we go. Oh, that does damage. That wasn't very smart, was it? Hopefully I can get some health out of these. Yep. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I had 1,000 at some point. Then it went down to 500, 250. Then to... Wow, that's insane. I've experienced those types of internet speeds, but over here in England, it's like certain parts of London and businesses. So like businesses will have those speeds and more. Where like I think where the office or the office I used to work in, and now I work from home, that had like a 10 gigabyte internet connection. And I remember when I was testing PS4s back in the day, I would run the tests to see what my download speed was, and that was like 250, and that blew my mind. Made no sense that it would be that high, but yeah, Swedish internet, 35 quid for 500. Oh man, that's insane. So if I wanted a gigabyte, and I don't even think 100 upload speed, I think lower than that. I think maybe like 60 megabytes upload speed. If I wanted that, it'd be £60 a month to get it. Which, you know, having a gigabyte is pretty sweet, but I don't really need it, if I'm being totally honest. But it's just that upload. Like my download speed is currently 60 megabytes, 65 megabytes, which it's fine. Like it actually is fine. It's just that upload speed. If I spent more to increase the upload speed, then I could stream at a higher bitrate. But some of it comes down to a company called Virgin. There's Virgin Internet over here, which is one of the most popular internet providers. But oh, I hate these things. Leave me alone. But they're the most popular like internet provider, and they're known for having really high download speeds. The problem is that they have really the best download speeds, but they have the worst upload speed. So I guess they figure most people don't really need to, like, people care more about the download speed than the upload speed, so they went out of their way to focus on that. Potentially, like... Oh, can I use this guy to blow that up? I think I can. I think that's what they want me to do. Might be a bit dangerous. But yeah, because they're the most popular one and that's how you get the best download speed, it means, like, most people in the UK who use Virgin have terrible upload speed. So really, on a gigabyte download speed, I would expect, you know, a decent upload speed, but never mind. I used to pay 299 SEK for 1 terabyte. 1 terabyte. Gee, you guys are doing something right. You guys are doing something very right. I've definitely heard in that part of Europe though that like the internet is just really good. Or it might just be more that like the UK's internet is really bad. Like I don't want to get political here, but we just haven't had any real proper investment in some of that stuff for such a long time. And it's just kind of meant that it's just gone to the wayside. There's been improvements, but in terms of like how many people live in this country and how tech-based this country is, especially in London and places like that, like it just should be better. Just 100% should be better, but it just hasn't been a priority. And now, during COVID and the pandemic, it should have been. It really should have been, but no, fortunately not. Yeah, we built that infrastructure a long time ago. We had 100 back then when WoW. We had 100 when WoW came out. But I'm trying to think what my internet speeds used to be. Oh, this isn't good. I got to be a little bit more careful. I'm usually quite casual with these bats because they're annoying, but you know they don't do that much damage. But I've only got 3 hearts, so I've got to be careful. But no, that's insane. I remember, I think when I was in university... Oh, this isn't good. Alright, first real test. Can I just block? Can I just block? There we go. And block. Okay, blocking seems to be the way to go. Where's your mate? Oh, where's your mate? Here he comes. But yeah, I think in my uni house, which would have been in like 2011, 2012, something like that, it was like 30 megabytes. And this is a uni house, so there was 5 people living in it, all sharing the same box, but it was such a thing. Like, everyone always used to complain, because even though streaming was still somewhat new back then, people were, you know, starting to stream. Like, Netflix wasn't as big as it was, but it was still becoming more of a thing, and it was early days of Netflix, I guess. So everyone in a uni house trying to stream, like, HD video. Oh, please give me health. Can you give me health? Alright, I think... just... as long as I keep blocking, I think I should be fine. I do have a fairy, but I'd really rather not use it. Okay, nice. Alright, okay. Those aren't actually too bad. I was somewhat dreading fighting those guys. Although I can't fall off. Because that's going to do damage and that might kill me. I think those guys are simply in this game to, like, teach you to block. That feels like what they're mostly there to do. So I always remember taking so much damage from those guys, but I normally wouldn't bother with blocking. At that time I was like, okay, I'm actually going to block. And it worked out quite well. It's that door, isn't it? Hoping those pots would have had some health in, but they only had rubies, which I really don't need. I get really paranoid with the word rupees, because after watching videos about Zelda the Wand of Gamelon, the Zelda ZDI games, is this the right way? I think it is. Where that one guy says rubies, like with a B, it now makes me think, do I say rubies sometimes? And I think I do. I don't think I always say rupees. I think sometimes I say rubies. It's somewhat easier. It's a little bit weird. Right, I could really do with a... I know you. I know your game. I think you're going to sell me... Yeah, let's just leave this one alone. I don't want no scrubs. As a wonderful band once sung. Maybe I can just use bombs to kill these guys. I don't really want to fight them. Although using these bombs is a little bit awkward. No, no, dude. Ugh. I'm going to kill this first one with a bomb. I think this probably is overly cautious, but I do... Oh, that just didn't do anything. Okay. Alright. As long as I don't have to fight 2 of them at the same time. Okay, see, that just did damage straight away. Brutal. So I actually need to think about everything I do. This isn't actually that risky, but it's quite interesting. I actually have to think about this stuff. So I need to attack him and move back. Oh, he's going to blow up. He's going to blow up. These damn lizards always blowing up. Also, just to go back a little bit, One Cat in a Box, if you're still about, what's your YouTube channel, by the way? Happy to give it a look. Okay, yeah, see, that tail swing's brutal. That's the only way they're really going to do damage to you. Then move back. Now, if I recall with Ocarina of Time, because I was talking about not wanting to get any heartbeat. Oh, roll back. Oh no, wrong way. Camera. Oh, that was a heart attack. I was trying to position the camera the right way and move the right way. Ah, it's such a... Gotta be very deliberate with your movement and camera in this game. But yeah, I'm looking at these torches and I'm kind of thinking like, are there any heart pieces in dungeons? As far as I'm aware, there aren't any heart pieces in dungeons in Ocarina of Time. There are some games that do for Zelda, but I think it's one of those things that some Zelda games do have heart pieces in dungeons and some don't. I want to say like Twilight Princess, there's like 1 in every dungeon or something like that. And Wind Waker, maybe there's not any in there. Like there's definitely some games that are very strict about that sort of thing, where some games like definitely never have heart pieces. And I want to say Ocarina of Time is one of them. I want to say there's more Zelda games that don't have heart pieces than do. As far as I'm aware, I'm probably not really in any real danger of accidentally getting them. Oh, I went the wrong way. I don't think I've done this. Quick roll. Oh, alright. It's easy. Of course it's easy. It's only the second dungeon. Still just having a bit of fun. But yeah, I don't think there's any danger of me getting any heart pieces. At least not this one. I think in between streams, that might be another thing that I'm going to look up. Again, I've got to look stuff up in between parts just to make sure I'm on the right track and I don't break any rules. I think that's one of them. Right, I still don't have the dungeon map. I think that's in one of these. I think that might actually be over here. I think the dungeon map's in this one. And then the compass is in a different one. Sorry, just trying to figure out what software without watermarks that isn't annoying. Yeah, I hear that. I downloaded one. I had to re-download one. Back in the day, I just brought Adobe Premiere Pro. But that was really expensive nowadays. Because the video editor... What is this? What is this called? VideoPad Video Editor is what I ended up downloading. It's technically a trial, but it served me well. It does the basics. I guess it depends what you kind of want to do. Yeah, I guess it depends what you want to do. This one for me, all I need is a video editor where I can just mash together 2 tracks, or like 2 different ones. It's just one can in the box. Okay, cool. I am legitimately not confident the content is any good. Well, no one's any good when they start. Like, that's everyone. It's just one of those things that if you don't start and learn from your mistakes, you never get good. And that's my life lesson of the day. Similar to how I don't want affiliate on Twitch, I'm not concerned about sharing it. Okay. But yeah, it's fun. You get better. I felt when I look back, I was looking back at some of my old LPs actually, some of my old YouTube LPs, and it's like, I was so bad for so long. I just didn't have any confidence in myself. I didn't have, I just wasn't speaking very well. Although to say I'm speaking well now might be a bit generous, but I just didn't have any confidence basically, and I didn't buy the equipment you kind of should have. So I was just like not sounding too great, not really doing games I probably should have been doing. It just wasn't too great. And I feel like my streams are actually a lot better than my YouTube LPs ever were. It's hard to say for sure, but I just think this is such a better format. I just really enjoy this format of just streaming video games. Like, if I want to ramble, I ramble. If I don't want to ramble, it's fine. Like, it doesn't really matter too much. I can just stream. If I want to be a bit more relaxed, I can be a bit more relaxed. I just really like this format. I think streaming is just a much more natural fit for me. I mean, the versatility helps, but LPing is such an interesting thing. Because it is more specific. I remember when Game Grumps came along, I think they were saying we're not Let's Players. Which I think is correct. I don't think they are Let's Players. But basically a lot of... I think LPs have kind of gone away, but instead what's replaced it is, well, number 1, streaming. And then number 2 is basically vehicles using video games as a vehicle for comedy and bits and personalities. In the same way that somebody might do a podcast, instead they can do a podcast or they can do a video game thing. Please blow up. No, don't go back. Yeah, I mean, you're playing something you want to play, you don't have to feel weird about talking to yourself and occasionally get good company. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's... I was never that into streaming back in the day, or didn't really... I tried it, but I didn't get into it that much. But now that I'm doing it now, it just feels like such a better fit. There we go. That's much better. Oh, please leave me alone. But yeah, again, I think Game Grumps just changed all of that. And most people doing this game content, it's very different. Because people... And I think a lot of that difference comes from the fact that in terms of finding playthroughs of your favourite games, like on YouTube, it's just... You either go and watch, I don't know, the Rad Brad or the really big ones. The ones who are like 4K, like, you know, they put out the footage on the very day the game comes out and stuff, you know, and they have that down to a T and they have that market down. So if you simply want to see a playthrough of these games, there's so many established content creators out there that's where you would go. And then if you're kind of more trying to do like a personality thing and trying to stand out with your personality, oh, I messed that up. Bollocks. LPing, again, it used to be back in the day, or when I started, a lot of my original viewers and people checking out my channel came from the fact that they were interested in the games I played, and, well, which is still true now, but I could pick weird games and get an audience based off that. So one of the first ones I did was the Simpsons game on the DS, and that did really well for me, because there simply weren't videos on YouTube of people playing the Simpsons game on the DS. But nowadays, everything's been covered and nostalgia gets milked to death on YouTube. So it very much has changed the landscape, where somebody wanting to get into LPing, they can't just play these games and upload those because no one's going to find them. The search out, the algorithm of YouTube is changed, and the way that your search results comes up is very different to what it used to be. Even videos that used to do well for me, which again I don't really look at that stuff because that's all in the past, but some videos that used to do well for me just now don't, because the YouTube algorithm will just refer very different type of content. It just doesn't like LPing anymore. It's just kind of over. And whether that was YouTube and the algorithm changing that, or whether that's just people, I guess it's a very chicken and the egg situation in terms of who actually made that change. But yeah, it's very different. And I feel like I remember back when I was starting doing YouTube, everyone would... I don't think I can get that. No, I think I need a boomerang. People were saying, oh, it's super difficult now, there's so many people doing it, it's really hard to kind of get into it with LPing and things like that, but it only gets more difficult every year. If you want to do something like YouTube and you want to give it a go, you just got to give it a go. It's never going to get easier. You've got an idea and you want to try it, just do it. Just try it. Doesn't matter if it sucks, because it's not going to get easier. Yeah, anyway, that was a bit of a tangent, but yeah, I do find this stuff quite interesting. Oh, you're not evil. Oh, you were evil, mate. Just move you out the way. There we go. Just these things can do so much damage to you that I'm quite paranoid about them. I just like, I see one of those statues, I throw a bomb at it, just to be sure. Doesn't matter if I was meant to. Just get that out the way. I do love that misdirection though. Are none of them seriously evil? Oh, that one's evil. Let's go. Let's go. No, no, no. No, thank you. Okay, I thought one of those was evil. It's so weird for me. Also, this may be a little bit too meta, but I have the stream up because I got to keep an eye on the stream, make sure everything's okay, and that's what I use for seeing the chat. But my eye keeps being drawn to the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time logo because it's showing me the logo of the game. But for me, it's not the logo. It's not a golden cover. I don't like it. For someone growing up in Europe and growing up in the UK, it's, to me, the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time cover is the black cover with the golden border and the golden text. To me, that's Zelda. That's Ocarina of Time. I don't want none of this like gold background nonsense with the coloured in logo. Oh, this is going to be not fun. Don't want any of that. Get that out of my face. Give me that classic. I wish I had the box. I don't have the box. I need to buy that game. I have so many Zelda games on my shelf at the moment, which I'm very proud of, but I don't have Ocarina of Time. I have Ocarina of Time 3D. Well, that doesn't really show off my point. It says I can use Z targeting here, but I don't feel like Z targeting is useful, like, at all for this section. Right, this bit's always a little bit awkward. I think this is where you get the bombs. Actually, don't remember where you get the bombs. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do, Link. I think I can get up there. Although I'm paranoid about this chest, but I'm pretty sure this chest definitely doesn't have... Nope. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. I think this just has like 20 rupees or something, if that. Yep. Right, let's try this. Yeah, if I remember, you have to actually just time this and just wait and time it properly, but that's a little bit risky when you don't have much health. See if I can do this. That is really precise. This is probably a waste of time. This is probably just a waste of time. But I'm going to do it. Just so I know. There we go. There we go, I just decided to accept the lost in quality. Oh, that sucks, dude. No, there are definitely things you can use. Even just using like Movie Maker. Like, you can download old versions of Windows Movie Maker. And that's good enough. I mean, again, it really depends on what you're trying to edit and things like that. But if you're just trying to put a load of clips together, then Movie Maker's fine. Like, it's honestly, it does the basics okay. It's unfortunate because I think Apple PCs or like Macs have pretty good built-in video software, I want to say. And I did download another video editor that I think is part of Windows Like when I went to video editor in Windows, video editor for Windows for me is a bit rubbish. Like I just need the timeline. I just need to drag on clips and then shorten the clips and put that together. That's all I need. I remember when I was using video editor, it just doesn't. PC has nothing built in. Interesting. Oh, I was holding the block. Off you go. I kind of want to get out of this corner. Over here. Some hearts over there. I got to keep that in mind. Okay, Link, block. There we go. Yeah, that first attack, Link, you got to block, dude. That's a little frustrating. The blocking's really inconsistent. Let's go for that heart. Actually, no, I probably don't need it. Come over here, mate. Come on. Oh, he didn't do the jump. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is the way to go. If I can get them not to do the backflip, and that's a bit of a game changer. Because the only way I was being hit just when fighting these guys before was like they jump over my head, and then I can't do anything. Then Link sometimes just doesn't block that hit. There we go. Oh, that went okay. I think. Yeah, my PC has enough built in, but because the video was compressed from 1.5 gig to 250, it took seconds to upload. Yeah, I wouldn't worry. That's pretty compressed. I wouldn't do that. I do want to do some longer streams. I just haven't got a good excuse to play a game to play. Yeah, my excuse has just been nostalgia based, really. But there's so many games out there. I guess it's picking one that makes sense for you. Would love to give some advice about that, but I feel like the best thing you can do is just try random games and see what fits, see what's fun. That's kind of what I've been doing, and it's been going quite well. But yeah, 1.5 to 250 megs. That seems a little compressed. I'd maybe try that one again. But again, the one I downloaded is just Video Pad, I think, which was free. Can't remember what website I got it from. Oh, This stick is awful. And it works okay. I'm pretty sure back in the day though, when I had Adobe Premiere Pro, it just wasn't anywhere near expensive as it was now. It's just so expensive, and everything's gone to a subscription model. So if you want it, you got to pay like £20 a month, and if you're not using it a lot, it's just not worth it in the slightest. So there's a part of me that does want to get that software. I'd love to mess around with Photoshop. I've never been good at Photoshop, but I'd love the idea of like looking up some tutorials and doing some cool, interesting things. It does seem like it's a more mainstream skill nowadays to be able to use Photoshop. So I would like to give that a go. But again, I'm not paying £20 a month. That's 120 quid a year. It's crazy. It's so much time. I guess this is the L is real thing, isn't it? Like, I think this is the same thing that's in Super Mario 64, I want to say. Pretty sure what that says is, how about blow up the guy's eyes and see what happens? What could possibly go wrong? Okay. One's always a little bit dodgy. Making sure you actually place these correctly. Oh, that's one. Hopefully I hit that. Yep. This is such a weird abstract thing that you need to do for this. Like, only the N64 era could get away with doing something so like odd and abstract, like blow up this weird skull's eyes. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, is that a puzzle? I don't know. Anyway, is this more of a test, you could say? So I'll give it a couple of weeks. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, again, good idea to test stuff for sure. Like the channel I normally just watch stuff on, right? Yeah, again, you don't know a lot of this stuff until you actually just do it. With that switch on, yep. I bet it does. I bet it does, Navi. I agree with you. The chest over there, but I really don't think I need it. Just trying to make sure I get this jump correct. Okay, I didn't get hurt. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to get hurt. Because I'm being cautious, but that's more practice for the other dungeons. Like, I don't think I really need to be that cautious in there. The only thing... Well, actually, we got these bats. I need to kill these bats. They are quite irritating. Oh, now you're moving. Nope, that's not the button. I can't use this Pro controller. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to just get used to... Well, that was weird. I think the game just froze for a second there. I'm gonna have to get used to using the ZR trick. But that's so... It's so awkward. I'm gonna have to get used to using ZR though. Like, the stick just isn't getting it done. It just keeps, like, placing bombs instead of, like, what I actually want to do. Okay. I like that those are skull bats. Like, they're not just the blue bats on fire. They're actually got their own, like, separate color scheme, which makes them more like a skeleton of a bat that's just on fire. Unless the implication there is that it was a normal blue bat. It got set on fire, but it can't die. It's getting a bit grim, this, but it can't die, so all its flesh melted off. Maybe a bit grim for Ocarina of Time, but I don't know. This game has more grim stuff in it than bats without flesh. Pretty sure I'm doing this right. I think I just gotta... What do I need to do? Nope, not that. There we go. Then that goes... Where does this go? Okay, yeah, let's get this golden thing. I don't plan on getting all of the golden sculptures. I just don't think there's too much of a point. Although, actually, to be honest, I don't quite remember what the absolute max version or what the main reward is for the gold sculptures. I just know I at least need a good chunk of them for the adult wallet, and there might be some other bonus things I can get as well, but... Oh, don't tell me that reset the box. It's messed up. That's messed up. Nope. My shield's gone. Great! I was having such a good run. I don't think that gold sculptor token was really worth it, but that's fine. We can always... No, no, thank you. Oh no, they are! That's... So when they set you on fire and they stop being on fire, they do look normal again. Weird, because they would they definitely look like a skeleton version of themselves. That doesn't seem to be the case, or at least they're transforming. I guess we'll just say a wizard did it. Although I don't think Ganondorf is a wizard, is he? The guy from A Link to the Past, now that's a wizard. And people say, ah, wizard. they think A Link to the Past, but Ganondorf, he can do magic. Like, he shoots magic balls at you, but I don't know if anyone calls him a wizard. I think I would know. I can't remember what they call him, like a Dark Lord or something, I don't know. There's all these, like, phrases for, like, the big bad in these sort of games. Like, you got the Dark Lord in Harry Potter and things like that. Then you got, like, Lord Sauron and, you know, there's all these names, so... Don't quite remember what they call Ganondorf. Nothing nice. If I remember, we now have to push this all the way along, although I'm going to check that, actually. Oh, a fairy. Yes, thank you. Oh, no, come back. Come back. No? Oh, hello. Come on. Come on, dude. Thank you. Alright, we don't need to hit that block. Something always tells me that I need to push that block all the way along this section. I don't know what it is. I guess it's because there's this block here, but for some reason I have it in my head that I have to go and push that other block, when really all you need to do is get out of the way. I think it's... I spoke about this earlier, but it's just this whole... These dungeons in the early part of the game are so distorted in my head. They always feel... Oh, no, thank you. They always feel so much, like, bigger, and that there's so much more Oh, no, see, I didn't mean that! I'm going to have to ditch this Pro Controller. I wonder if the Joy-Cons are better. The Joy-Cons might be a little bit better, just due to them being a smaller stick. I wonder actually if the N64 the app here is actually more, the sticks are more tuned towards the Joy-Cons than the Pro Controller. Because there's games out there where sometimes the Joy-Cons can feel a little bit better than the Pro Controller. Like, you can kind of tell when a developer has focused more on balancing the stick and the stick sensitivity and the way that feels towards the Pro Controller than the Joy-Cons. The Joy-Cons are such weird little sticks that you have to, like, make the effort to make sure it feels good with the dead zones and things like that. And that's very, like, difficult to do. What is it? What's in that chest? I'm guessing bombs. It's a spare shield. That would be super. Yep, it's bombs. Okay, here we go. Second boss. I'm not too worried about this one. Like, how many ways can you even take damage to this thing? Like, I guess you can go in the middle and get hurt by lava, and he does kind of spin around, but even then I feel like that's quite easy to avoid. I don't have my shield, but I don't think the shield would do me any good anyway. They put so much effort to make this boss intimidating, and I'm sorry, mate, you're just not. Okay, and throw. There we go. Lovely stuff. Oh yeah, you gotta... I remember. Oh, maybe I do need the shield. Oh, no. He just rolled right on by. But yeah, I said when we were fighting Gomard, like, just how cool that boss is and how kind of atmospheric that boss... Oh, come on, dude. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Let's go into the corner. Please leave me alone. Thank you. I was off by just a little bit. But yeah, Gomo, I think, does a great job of being this intimidating boss with all this atmosphere, but this... But this boss, not so much. Just a big dumb dinosaur in a big dumb pit. Get into my corner. Corner is safe. Nope, the corner wasn't safe. I'm taking a lot more damage than I thought I would for this boss. Just getting this angle right for throwing the bombs is quite tricky. No, that was too early. There we go. I think this should be it. No? I wonder if I did a... Oh, let's roll. Let's do this. I wonder if I did a jump slash for the very first hit, if that would have been enough. Alright, come on, Dodongo. But to be fair, even though this boss and this character, like, is a bit of a joke, it is somewhat cool seeing, like, this classic Zelda villain come back in 3D. Like, I don't know how much of this needs to... Yeah, I don't know how much of this game is actually reused enemies from the other games. I feel like not many. I feel like there are definitely carryovers, but even when they carry over the enemies, they reinvent them quite aggressively. Like, Dodongo might be one of the most true to the original version of this enemy in the game. Although it's not orange, so I guess there's that. Yeah, no, the compression did end up being disastrous. Yeah, you don't want to do that. One last attempt, then go to bed. Have a nice rest of your stream. Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, don't get the heart. I'm actually about to wrap up because I don't think there's much point doing much more after this. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. I hope you get that all sorted. There are some decent video software out there, but again, it depends what you kind of need it for. But you can get some free basic ones which do the job, which I've been able to do recently. Oh, I don't have a shield. I don't have any shields, which isn't great. I don't remember where the hide-in shield is. That is something I'm going to have to look up in between parts, because I don't want to buy it. I definitely don't want to buy it. But I know I need it to go up to the top of the fairy thing. But I'll look it up. We'll do it next time. I think start of the next stream, I'll go get that shield, and then we could go and talk to the fairy and get magic or whatever it is. Because again, I said this before, but as part of the rules, the only thing I'm really doing for this is free hearts and getting no heart containers. Everything else, to me, is fair game. Although not like glitches and cheating and stuff like that. Like I'm not going to like glitch through the, do some weird crazy speedrunning glitch. This is going to be a normal playthrough. I just don't get any heart containers. It felt very weird missing that second one though. Like still only having 3 hearts is so weird. This is what I was kind of hoping for. Like it would feel odd that this would be like, it would feel different. Because that's why people like speak about how great these sort of playthroughs are and why they're worth doing, because it feels different. It doesn't feel the same, and that's what I'm kind of going for here. And I think the next stream is really going to hammer that home. I'm going to have to like go through Jabba Jabba's belly with only 3 hearts. That's going to be so weird. And that moment when I turn into an adult, that's going to be so weird. Like only having 3 hearts. This playthrough only is going to get more and more cool as it goes on. I'm really excited about it. I haven't watched any other playthroughs of people doing the 3 heart challenge, I'll be honest. So in terms of like tips and things like that and stuff to be aware of, I don't know, dude. We'll get there when we get there. I don't want to put a label on it. Is this guy still talking? I'm not talking about myself, by the way. You should go see the Great Fairy on top of Death Mountain. She will power you up. Hey everybody, let's see off our friend. Yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, I need a shield, mate. I do love this cutscene. Like, I was moaning about him talking too much, but like, I like that as a kid they have these silly little moments. It really hammers home like later in the game when things take a turn. Because sometimes, a game that's all just epic and dark all the time, it just gets exhausting. But I like that they understood. You need a little bit of that contrast. You need a little bit of being like light-hearted and fun. Because when you're a bit light-hearted and fun and there's some jokes, once you do actually get more serious, it hits a lot harder. But yeah, anyway, that's going to do it for this stream. This was cool. I mean, it's cool playing Ocarina of Time. Although I did play this part of the game somewhat recently, so it's cool to play and to talk about Ocarina of Time, but this really is just setup, and I think the next stream is going to be very interesting, because that's when we'll get into Jabba Jabba's belly. I don't know if I'm going to really do much else in that stream. I guess I'll be an adult. Hopefully I can get to be an adult. I don't think I'll get to the... Maybe we'll get to the Forest Temple, then I'll stop. We'll see, but yeah. Thank you for everyone who joined. This is going to be a fun one, I think. I'm feeling good about it. A long one, apparently. 26.5 hours, apparently. According to how long to be, but... yeah, so, yeah. Thank you all for joining. I'm going to go. And I will see you next Tuesday. Potentially Friday. I would like to stream Friday, but if not Friday, then on Tuesday. Because I do want to do my normal streams again. Normal schedule. But, yeah, I will see you either Tuesday or Friday. Hello, hi, let's boot up this video game. I had it, oh, I don't even have my light on. That's how unprepared I am for that. There we go. Does that look weird? Well, that looks a lot better, but I guess it might have been a little bit weird seeing me in the dark. It's crazy. I was looking back on some of those old videos, or I shouldn't say old videos. Also, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. That seems a bit small. There we go. I don't know why that was... Oh, I'm on the wrong one, that's why. There we go. Oh, good start to all this. I went to the wrong one. I have a separate scene for N64, but I went to my normal scene for widescreen. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. This is getting off to a great start. So what was I saying? Yeah, so I was going to do an RGF, but following on from work, I had to end my day of work with a crisis meeting. Which, in case you've never been in that situation, basically sometimes at work, when things go bad, you get a crisis meeting. So everyone goes into a Zoom call. You have a variety of people. Sometimes people jump in and stay in. Sometimes people jump out if they have a good excuse. But it basically means that something has gone wrong and they just gather everyone into a room to try, or into a Zoom call, to try and figure out what the solution is. And that can last for a while. And this one lasted 2.5 hours, I believe. So it wasn't my crisis, so I wasn't too fussed. Like, it wasn't too stressful for me. Those are kind of the best type of crisis meetings, because I've been on the face of, or on the side of, oh god, what have I done, or I'm in charge of this, and this is going badly. Help, please. But luckily that wasn't it, so I could just be on the side of, I'm going to just help out and throw out suggestions and try and move things forward in a positive way. But it still made it a little bit exhausting. It was 2.5 hours, like, started the day with it being, or started that meeting with it still being light, and then it was quite dark, and you could see it in like everyone's, because most people work from home, you could see it where like everyone was getting darker and darker. At the very end I ended up turning on my light because it was pretty dark where I was. But you know, it's still, even though it wasn't my crisis, there was still like a decent amount of pressure there, so you know, it's just not a great way to start or to end a Friday. We didn't even find a solution, that's the thing. Like we went through a lot of options and we didn't even find like a bona fide, yes, this is the thing we should do. There was a plan of attack, and I apologize for being vague about this, but this is work stuff, so I can't be like, oh, and then we did this. Like I unfortunately can't say that, but hopefully this is somewhat interesting. But yeah, so again, it was just one of those crisis meetings, a weird way to end a week. So at the end of that meeting I was like, I'm a bit drained, I don't think I'm going to stream. But then I had a little bit of food, a little bit of a reset, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to stream. But I'm not streaming a different game, I'm streaming Ocarina of Time. So I guess I should explain what I'm doing at the moment. So whenever you start Ocarina of Time, for those who don't know, you start on this, you start in the forest. I can't remember if that's where you start as an adult. I want to say as an adult you start in the Temple of Time whenever you load up your save. Although, I'll be totally honest, it's been far too long. I don't know. I just don't know. Probably going to find out, though, in later streams. So at the moment, I'm just getting... I thought I might as well just get a Deku mask, seeing how I was already at 99 rubies. And I was already in the Kokiri village, forest, whatever. I was already at the place, so I was like, might as well just spend the rupees, pick it up. I'm going to get back up to 99 anyway, so that shouldn't be too big of a deal. And then the next thing I want to do is, in the last part, I ended up being like, where's the Hylian shield? Well, I looked it up, because it's one of those, when I was playing this back in whenever this game came out on Switch, I found that shield naturally. Like, I 100% found that shield because I was replaying the game, and naturally when you play a Zelda game, you want to kind of look around a little bit. So that's what I ended up doing. I was looking around, trying different things, and, you know, it's quite easy to find if you're doing that. Like, if you're just naturally looking. But if you're doing what I did in the last stream, which is just like, I know I need to go here, so I'm going to go there. Then I know I need to go there, so I'm going to, like, A to B it. Like, if you're just constantly going A to B, A to B, then it's very easy to miss. So it's here in... Oh, it's in the graveyard. Oh, I don't like this guy. Guy always creeps me out. I think he does have a purpose eventually, but he's just so... You don't have a good vibe, dude. Get some get some pupils. My own father and mother are disgusting. You must be disgusting too. Yeah, he's a bit... It's not great. It's not great. We're going to move on from him. But yeah, so I'm going to get the shield, and then I'm going to go back up to Death Mountain, then we'll get the magic, and then I'll head to Zora's Domain, which, when I was thinking about this in my head, I was like, that's all the way across the game, like, twice. Like, that's from the village, doing stuff there, heading all the way over to the graveyard, heading all the way up to Death Mountain, heading all the way over to Zora's Domain. In my head, I was like, that's going to take like 20, or maybe not 20, I didn't have an exact time, but that's going to take ages. But it's one of those with this game where I guess it kind of speaks to how good of a job they did in terms of the epicness and how big this game kind of can feel. That it doesn't take that long. Like, it feels like it takes forever, but it really doesn't. What's this going to be? Oh, this is it. Oh, okay. Cool. I knew it was in one of these, but I'm very surprised it's in a small chest. It's a pretty important bit of kit. I think this is where you get the hook shot or something. Oh no, it's fairies. Neat. Okay, well let's equip my new shield. And then... So I kept on to the milk last time, but if I'm being honest, that's probably a dumb thing to do. Like, I just can't imagine a situation where it's better to have milk in a free heart run than a fairy. I just thought it might be nice in the last part, I guess, but I'm going to swap that out. Oh, it does give you 2 refills, actually. I forgot it gives you 2 refills. Maybe it would have been better to keep the milk, but we're just gonna go with the fairy. That's fine. I forgot it give you 2 refills. Because I guess in theories that would be 2 times you could just drink it, but I don't quite remember how responsive the milk drinking is. What's the responsiveness of the milk drinking tech? We need to know. I need to know this. Because, yeah, I don't know if during a battle, if you just hit the drink bottle, you know, if you put it on the C-stick and smash that button, does it just, like, instantly stop everything to drink it? I would imagine probably not. But then I don't know. I already drank all the milk, so... But there's also something really nice about the fairies in this game. Like, even if the milk would be technically better on paper, the idea of just having the fairy and not having to worry about it. Because you know, if you lose all that health, you don't have to time it or anything like that. You just lose all your health, the fairy brings you back, and there you go, done. Where if it's milk, you do have to kind of time it. You know, again, very Dark Souls-y, right? Where you have to time your potions and well, not potions, the flask. Can't quite remember the name. So, like, yeah, you have to time that stuff. I guess that can be a little bit that in Zelda as well. I have bought myself a little drink this time. I haven't been drinking that much lately. It seems to... It's so weird how that works with social groups. I find, like, I'll independently make these, like, small lifestyle choices or whatever, or, you know, just these little things. And then the next time I go and hang out with people, I mention, like, hey, I'm looking at this or looking at doing this. And they'll just be like, yeah, so are we, at the same time. I guess that speaks both to, like, how similar you are to your friends, and also at the same time, like, how powerful the zeitgeist is, like, and how unoriginal we all are, if we want to go that way, which I kind of do. But yeah, because I hung out with, I think, my sister the other week, and she was just like, yeah, not drinking so much anymore. I don't think she's completely given up drinking or anything like that, but that feels like there's a trend going around. I know there's a trend with younger people in general about not drinking as much. Oh. Okay, there we go. Oh, that just landed in there. I didn't even know you could do that. I'm already back to like 90 rupees as well, so I'm pretty happy with my decision there to... What's underneath here? I don't want to run out of bombs, because depending on how this part goes, bombs might end up being very useful. I don't know how often this game throws bombs at you. Oh, hello, cow. A load of rupees, nice. Well, I guess I could get some milk again if I wanted, but I think I'm good. The cow model's always... It's a really good cow model. Like, I'm probably speaking too much about that, but it's a really good cow model for the N64. It's very basic, but I don't know. They've captured it really well for like a low poly animal. Normally you're just used to like these old games just having these horrific, like, it's a squirrel and it's just like this mess, and it's like, ugh, god. I can't really think of any examples off the top of my head, but normally I feel like animals in these games, unless they're like very basic animals. Oh, no. Ugh. So we've got to do a little bit more waiting, but that's fine. But yeah, so I haven't been drinking that much. Some of that has actually just since I was sick. If some of you might remember, during the Banjo-Kazooie playthrough, I was sick. And I had a whole week there where I was off work, being sick. And then last week I was still a little bit not feeling great, but some of that was because I was pushing myself quite hard. I was like doing a lot of stuff. Like I got sick for a week, and then I had like the week after of just like a little bit of coughing, a little bit of not feeling great. And then because I was doing a lot of stuff, it didn't happen too much. So of course wasn't drinking then, but I thought, hey, I've ended up with some alcohol in my house, so I've got myself a lovely cider. Nothing too crazy, no proper English cider. Just a nice old Mount cider. I'm gonna have that in a bit, I think. Although this is probably a good time to have it, while I'm just waiting to be pelted. I'm trying to think how speedrunners do it, because I've definitely seen speedrunners like I think they just tactically roll and just like are smart about it. Like they roll and stuff and try to avoid it, but I don't know properly how that works. I would have to look. I would love to be able to just speedrun that bit. Cheers from America. Hello, Bruce B. Welcome to the stream. Just streaming some Ocarina of Time free heart challenge. So far haven't had any problems, but I'm hoping in this stream I can become an adult and start that part of the game, because I feel like that's when the run begins. So at the moment I'm just trying to get this busy work kind of done. Although saying that, oh, come on, lock on, be friendly. There we go. There we go. Saying that, by this point in the game, normally I would have 6 hearts. So I do have half health from what I normally would have. I haven't really had any problems. So no thank you, out. I guess I don't want to talk to you, but I know you're helpful. I think inside there's the Death Mountain. Wow, to beat the game with 3 hearts, you must be cautious, you must be strategic, you must be smart. Well, I am none of those things, but hey, maybe maybe I'll become those things during this playthrough, I don't know. I've never done it before, like, and this might go terribly. It might go absolutely terribly. Like, give it 3 weeks time and I'm just stuck on, I don't know, the Fire Temple and I just simply can't beat it. And I do like a 3-hour stream of me being killed by the dragon. That might be how this goes. But from what I've heard, Ocarina of Time is the easiest one to beat with 3 hearts. So I'm a coward. I'm happy to take that on. So hopefully that means it's okay. And I do know this game decently well. Not well enough where I could get 100% without looking anything up, but I've beaten it enough times, I think. But again, we'll see. I really don't know. I just really like the idea of doing a challenge run and doing something a little bit different. Wanted to stream this game, but just a normal playthrough of this game, it just, I don't know, seemed a little bit boring. So, well, actually, this gives me an excuse. Here we go. Oh, this is pineapple and raspberry. Not the most manly drink I've ever had, but it is bloody delicious. The older I get, the less I like. Just give me the nice fruity thing, because I just want the thing that tastes good. It's been a long week of work. Just want something fruity and delicious. But yeah, so far this run's been going okay. But again, I didn't expect any real trouble during the child phase. It's more just making sure I don't forget stuff. So things like getting the bottles. So in the last stream, I got 2 bottles to make sure I've got those bottles, because I'm gonna need to fill those up with fairies, like, for sure. So as scary as it is, only having 3 hearts, having like 4 fairies, that's still like 12 hearts, right? The equivalent. And I know it doesn't work out exactly the same, because on a normal playthrough you would get a load of fairies and a load of bottles. So even in a normal one you would have all those fairies, but even so, it's still quite a lot. And I was looking up what like the defensive stuff is in this game, and I forgot to get the little white hearts and have like half defense. You have to like basically get all the way to Ganon, get the golden gauntlets, and then you can get this boost, which means that I think the end boss is probably going to be okay. But again, this is all kind of speculation. That's what I'm quite excited about with this playthrough. I don't know where I'm going to struggle. I don't know what temple is really going to be like the hard one. Like Forest Temple might be the hardest one. I don't know. I somewhat remember all of them. But it's going to be like those enemies that normally I wouldn't even care about or even think about are suddenly going to give me a ton of trouble. So I guess smart money is on the... It's not called the Sand Temple, is it? The Spirit Temple. I think the Spirit Temple, because I think those have the... What are they called? The guys in armor. I should really know that name off the top of my head. But those guys apparently kill you in one on these playthroughs, like 1 hit, and that's all your heart's done. So that's going to be pretty cool. I'm kind of looking forward to that. I've beaten Bloodborne Platinum, beaten Elden Ring Platinum, so I would imagine that... Yeah, Iron Knuckles, that's the one, thank you. I would imagine a Platinum in Bloodborne and a Platinum in Elden Ring, getting those is harder. Oh my god, yeah, is harder than this. I would imagine, but I don't know. That's why I'm quite interested. But if this goes well, then I'll do more kind of challenge runs. But again, I don't want to promise too much. It's still early days. No, please don't hit me. I'm trying to have a drink. Right, so luckily, in preparation for this run, I did play through Jabba Jabba's Belly before, and it was actually pretty simple and quite easy. Like, I think I said this in the last stream, but in my head, I just have distorted so many of these dungeons to be so much bigger and harder than they are. Like, Dodongo's Cavern, I remember being really massive and tricky. Jabba Jabba's Palace, or Jabba Jabba's Palace? Not quite. Inside Jabba Jabba's Belly, I remember just being a nightmare when I was younger. But replaying it, it's actually really simple. Like, the route through it, if you were to map it out, it's actually a very simple route. Which is kind of handy, because again, I remember just having to go in circles over and over again. But I think it's just one of those things with the temple design in this game. Like, the water temple, I don't think is that bad. It's just one of those where if you get a little bit lost, if you're not sure where to go and kind of go off the beaten path and you're like, okay, I've found a door, but I don't know where a small key is, and I don't know where to find a small key, going round that loop and exploring that dungeon is a nightmare. But if you kind of roughly know where to go, pick up on the arrows, rise the water here and there, I remember it not being too bad. Like, I remember when I was replaying it on the 3DS when the 3DS version of the game came out, and I remember being like, okay, water temple, here we go, everyone always says about the water temple, and I got through it like no problem. I mean, it definitely helped that the 3DS version has the iron boots button on the screen, so you're not like pausing it all the time. Like, that was definitely a huge help. But even so, like, I didn't really get lost or have too much trouble with it. To be honest, I don't remember having too much trouble with any of the dungeons back on the 3DS version. I don't know if that's because of quality or life or what, but... Right, so when I was replaying this before, I messed this up. I think I want to go... here. Yeah. I always really like this section of the game. Like, it's not particularly fun to play, because you're just trying to fly around and stuff, but... Like, I don't know, it's got a really cool feel. Like, you really feel like you're properly trying to get up to the top of this river. Like, it's quite punishing, because if you do fall off, you do have to go all the way back, but it does make it feel like... Maybe the music as well, the music probably helps, that it really does feel like you're climbing up this river to somewhere important. Although, Twilight Princess did that as well, and I love Twilight Princess. My HD copy came... In between streams, I was like thinking about Twilight Princess, and I was like, I need to buy that game again. But I bought a copy of someone from Edinburgh from eBay of Twilight Princess HD on the Wii U, because I know I'm definitely going to want to play that at some point, and it's insane. Okay, I can't get you. And it's insane that that game's not on the Switch, or even Wind Waker. I just don't get it. So that's the main reason I was kind of holding off from buying that game again, because it's quite expensive now. Like, it goes for a little bit more, at least in the UK. It goes for a little bit more than what it launched at. I'm pretty sure I bought it for cheaper in 2015, and it came with a free t-shirt, which was great. Which I still have as well, and I still wear, actually. But now it's a little bit more expensive than it was. Remember the final boss music from Twilight Princess? I'm afraid I don't off the top. I remember the final boss being really cool. At least that, like, fighting Ganondorf in the middle of that field was such a cool... I loved how they made you fight Ganon and then he went back to his human form and you had the horse race. It was so good. You can argue all you want about how they handle Zant and things like that, and that's all fair enough. But that final boss, and... that was so good. Just having it take place in Hyrule Field is such a small detail, but it made it feel so, like, epic and interesting. Just being out in this big open area. I mean, Breath of the Wild did it as well after the fact, but it wasn't quite the same. Like, it didn't feel the same. It didn't have the same impact. Probably in part because Twilight Princess already did it. And it was just a giant pig at the same time. But, yeah, I need to replay that game. It's probably the one I've replayed the most out of Zelda games, but it's really long. I looked it up in the last stream. Ocarina of Time is apparently about 26.5 hours on a normal playthrough, and then Twilight Princess 37.5. So it's pretty intense, but I do love Twilight Princess. And again, it's just insane that it's not on the Switch. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I was holding off buying it again on the Wii U because I was like, At some point they're putting this game on the Switch, right? Like, there's no point me buying it on the Wii U if eventually they're just going to turn around and put it on the Switch. But they just haven't done that. So I've got a copy of Wind Waker HD on... Oh, is that up? I've got a copy of Wind Waker HD on the Wii U as well. Which is my original copy back when that game came out, I think in 2013. But yeah, it's just crazy. I just don't quite understand it. But I was also looking at the Wii U. Now that I have all 3 of the main Zelda games, the Wii U had an insane lineup for Zelda. Like doing a HD port of Wind Waker HD, a HD port of Twilight Princess, and then like Breath of the Wild. Like, obviously it's a little bit tricky because the context of that. Twilight Princess came out like quite late towards the end and wasn't a full like graphics overhaul, and Wind Waker was good. It was really good, but obviously they made some interesting choices with the bloom and things like that. And then Breath of the Wild came out on the Switch. But if you just take it for what it is, like if you just look at that lineup of Zelda games, put those covers in a row, like that's an insane lineup for a console. Like I'm trying to think if any like Nintendo console had a better lineup. I guess it depends how you rank the HD ports and stuff, but like it's still crazy. The 2 GameCube games in HD and then Breath of the Wild. I guess the Switch probably does beat it nowadays in terms of the Zelda lineup, because you got the first 2. Well, you had Hyrule Warriors back on the Wii U, but now you've got Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition on the Switch, and you got Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity on the Switch. Then you've got Breath of the Wild, Skyward Sword HD, Link's Awakening remake. I think that's it. So again, those 2 remakes that got put on the Switch was Link's Awakening and Skyward Sword, and then you had Breath of the Wild. Although I guess when Tears of the Kingdom comes out, that will blow it out of the water. Which kind of seems to be the trend with Switch, I'm finding. Like the Switch's lifetime is so insanely long, and it's not going to be short anytime soon. Like next year is all going to be about the Switch. I would put money on we are not getting a Switch 2 next year. I'm pretty confident about that. I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything. Like, this isn't an insider thing. But I'm pretty confident we are not getting a Switch 2 next year. So it means that I guess we're only getting 1 Zelda game next year, but we haven't had a spin-off for Zelda for a while. And they basically turned Zelda into an annual franchise back around 2011, I guess I would say. I don't think a Zelda game came out every single year, but I think 2011 is when Skyward Sword came out, and then they really started putting out, like, they started going full overdrive with the spin-offs, as well as the ports, as well as the original series, that it became an annual franchise practically. I don't think it's the case of like it's not in the same way as a Pokemon game is, where they always have to have 1 game out. Right, what am I doing here? So I need to... So I've got this note. I think I can just read this. Yeah. Oh, no, I need to show it to the guy. Okay. Yeah, now I remember. I was just thinking, like, I need to go get a fish. But no, first I need to show this to him. But yeah, so Pokemon is basically an annual franchise, and Zelda pretty much is. I think, like, there was 1 year that it missed since 2011. But since then, it's always come out with a Zelda game. Although I don't know if we had one this year. I guess 2022 is the year it misses it. Although, to be fair, we probably should have had Tears of the Kingdom this year, but they pushed it back. But again, if you take the spin-offs and things like that. But it helped that you had the 3DS. So the 3DS had, like, Triforce Heroes. Alright, well, maybe that's not a good example, but I haven't actually played that game, so I probably shouldn't criticize too much. I would be focused more on the game, but again, this is the Young Link section. Like, I don't need to explain the story. So I can just kind of ramble about Zelda, which I always enjoy. Link Between Worlds 2, yeah, exactly. Like, that was a smaller scale game, but it's like a mainline game, but it came on the 3DS, but they can't really do that in the same way anymore. Like, a small scale Zelda game now is like Skyward Sword HD. It's still like a full port that takes a full team. Because it has to be in HD and things like that. But Link Between Worlds, that's an interesting game, because when it came out, I bought it. I got to the Dark World, I beat like 2 dungeons, I have so much time with this guy moving to talk about whatever. I beat like 2 Dungeons in the Dark one and I dropped it, and I wasn't that into it. I actually didn't really enjoy it that much. I didn't think it was bad, it just never clicked, you know? Just sometimes with a game you're playing it and you know you kind of probably should like it, but it just never clicks. And with Nintendo games I get that a decent amount, where it just doesn't click. But I play them because I like Nintendo games. But last year I decided I was going to do a Zelda marathon. That I was going to take a look at all these Zelda games I had never beaten, buy them and beat them. So in the course of about 3-4 months I would say I beat... What did I beat? I beat Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, A Link Between Worlds, Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages, and Wind Waker. All games I'd never... all games I played, but all games I'd never beaten before. So I decided to say, like, no, I am going to go back and beat these games. And eventually I got burnt out. I was playing the Minish Cap as the final one, and I was like, this is too much. Like, this is too much. This is too much Zelda. I need to take a break. And Minish Cap is kind of hard as well. But yeah, when I was replaying A Link Between Worlds for that, it was when it clicked, and I ended up really appreciating that game a lot more. So now I would say it's a great game. Not one of my favourite Zeldas, but it's definitely one I really enjoyed. And I was kind of surprised by that, because initially it didn't really come together for me. But I replayed it, and I would say, yeah, great game. Very, very, very much of a great game. I think initially I was just kind of disappointed how much it was like this reinvention of A Link to the Past. Okay, I need to remember, where do I get a fish from? I think over here. I'm glad I replayed this quite recently. All these kind of sections in Young Link's part, all of the bits leading up to the dungeon, none of the stuff you have to do is hard or like that crazy, but like remembering the individual steps I always kind of struggle with. Because it's like, right, I know I have to go and get a letter and show it to the guy, and then I have to put a fish in front of Jubble Jubble and goes into his belly, but like, when I was replaying this before, it was like, okay, so how do I even get the letter? Like, how do I dive? And then, again, a little bit of exploration, you find it out. But it's just the same as the Goron City. It was like, right, I know I need to speak to this guy and then play him a song, but I guess I need to just leave this area entirely and explore the Lost Woods, I guess? Because an owl's like, hoot hoot, here's a wood, let's take a look, maybe you'll find something, I don't know, I'm just an owl, flip flap. And then it all works out. There's a little bit of that in this game. It's not the tightest in terms of its like puzzle out of world puzzle design. That's not to say I think it's bad, but I think there's definitely, they took this formula that Ocarina of Time had with these, you know, these sort of puzzles, and they definitely improved on it with like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and things like that. It definitely got better. Maybe not Majora's Mask, but that's a whole other subject. Oh, that is delicious. That is so delicious. So straight away, I really like this dungeon, and it's for the same reason why I really like the Deku Tree, because it's just different. It's like, you look at Ocarina of Time, and you look at it, these first 3 dungeons, and you can see the motifs. Like, the grass forest one, the fire one, the water one. But it's not just like a forest temple. It's not just a fire temple. Well, it kind of is, but... well, yeah, it kind of is. And it's not just a water temple. They really took the time to make something a little bit different. Subvert those use those motifs, but observe the expectations a little bit to do something original. And it's just so cool. Oh, no. I can't... I'm making these really silly mistakes. And normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but yeah, kind of can't die, or can't take too much damage. Right, these bubbles might be a problem. As long as things drop health, and I'm pretty sure in this dungeon the health drops are pretty generous. The only thing I'm kind of really worried about is the mini-boss. And it's these the mini-boss and the bubbles. And it's because the boss of this area isn't too bad. Or arguably maybe he is a little bit trickier than the mini-boss, but... well, hold on, where do I want to go? Oh yeah, she's through here, isn't she? Yes. There she is? Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah, arguably the boss of this level is harder than the mini boss. But the mini boss, you don't get any health. Like, on the actual boss, you can run around and I think there's some boxes or something and you can break those, and in those you get hearts. So if you're taking a lot of damage, you can just say, okay, I'm going to nope out this fight for a little bit, heal a little bit, and then I can go back into it. But the mini boss, just like, I don't think there's anything like that. You're just literally running in circles the whole time, and it's not the best. I don't really have an amazing strategy for it, and it's because of the bloody camera. I mean, we'll get there when we get there. I don't want to moan about our boss. I haven't even attempted yet on this stream, but that boss, not the best. But we'll get there. Okay, down we go. But yeah, it's this bit of the level where, like, if you don't know what to do or where to go, or do I know what to do and where to go? I don't think I should go this way. No. I don't have the dungeon map. But, oh no, I do. No, I need to go over there, don't I? Okay. Yes, I think I know what to do. Okay, I have to go through the left door, go all the way round, bring her back up. Then there's a switch. Put her on the switch. Go through the door. Get the boomerang. Okay, it's coming together. Okay, it's coming together. I said going into this dungeon, I didn't think it was this it was that complicated. I want to stick by those words. Come on, sit down. Yes, I'm very concerned. Very, very concerned. So mean having those gold sculptors back there. Just so bloody tempting. I mean, I only really need 10 going into adulthood. Nope, I want to stop. There we go. So for this part, or this stream, in the last one I was using the Pro controller because I'm playing this on a Switch. I've just cropped the sides because those side bits are very ugly and I don't like them. Oh no, it's not here. No, I don't want to go here. So I do want to go back. Okay, cool. Can I even get her back up there? I think I can. Okay, she's back up there. No, thank you, jellyfish. Please drop some health. Nope, rupees are no good here. Oh, I did want to go through that door. That's a pain. Okay, alright. We'll go round. For some reason, I think I just overthought it. But when I last played this dungeon, I never went through that door. The door I just went through with that, I never went through it. I didn't have any problems, and it didn't matter at all. But now I kind of have to go all the way around. And this is kind of what I was talking about, to be fair. Like, if you know what you're doing in this dungeon... Okay. Well, that's embarrassing. But yeah, if you know where you're going in this dungeon, it's fine. It's just figuring that out. Sometimes you just have to go through this loop multiple times, and it's not always the best. But hopefully I can actually stay up here. Oh, that's creepy. So that animation of, like, him breathing... Do fish breathe? Oh, wow, these jellyfish are really messing me up. Oh. Why aren't I moving? Oh, cool. Excellent. Oh, when it rains it pours, I guess. I honestly don't know what happened there. It's so weird. I don't normally use the Switch like this. Like, I don't normally use this setup. I find it a little bit weird. Like, even when I do use two Joy-Cons, I hold them in separate hands. I haven't used the actual grip in, like, years. And I really like the grip. Like, the grip gives me some weird nostalgia, because the grip is what I used when I first got the Switch, and that's when I was playing Breath of the Wild loads. So when I see this grip, I just straight away think, ah, Breath of the Wild. Because that was like the only game I properly used the grip on. Right, this might get tricky. Can I? No, I can't. I know those fishes are a pain, but I kind of want to get rid of those bubbles first. Let's get rid of these bubbles. If Link could aim. Can you aim, Link? Oh, no, that's a bomb. I'll just put that down, I guess. At least that killed one of them. See, one issue with this dungeon is how often these enemies respawn. No, I want to... Nope. Okay, let's concentrate a little bit. Let's just focus on him. Take you out. Nice. But yeah, if you like leave this area and come back, everything here respawns, which is kind of a giant pain. I really don't want to fight these guys again. And one more. There we go. Nothing's dropping any hearts. Really could do with some hearts. Wow. Ask and you shall receive. Thank 6 hearts. Alright, fine. I'll take it. But yeah, the reason for the switch is to this controller is because the Pro controller, it was just so tricky to use the C buttons. Like, so many times I would go to move the right stick, push the right stick to use the C buttons. It just wouldn't work. And it was pretty frustrating. Right, so I've got these pots. Let me try and remember this. I think I just need to throw her up. Yeah, I think I just need to throw her up. I remember getting stuck on this last time and overthinking it. I think I just need to bring this water up, drop her down, throw her up, and then I can just swim across. That sounds right to me. Although she can swim, she's perfectly capable of swimming, she just flat out refuses to. Which is very good of her. But yeah, because with the Pro controller I was having a lot of trouble with the C-stick, I just thought I'll try the Joy-Cons just in case they're better, because it's going to become a major problem. Like in future boss fights I'm going to have to be like using the bow and arrow, and I'm going to have to be like consistently using the bow and arrow, and if I try and use the bow and arrow but I press the C-stick and I pull out a Deku stick or something, like that's just not going to work. So I'm trying to find a solution where I can actually, you know, something that works with the C buttons. Although I still haven't been able to find an N64 controller for the Switch, which is like has C buttons and isn't stupidly overpriced. But I don't think I'm going to, which is really kind of frustrating, because it's just such that this game and N64 games are just meant to be played with C buttons. Whether that was a smart design decision, you know, that's neither here nor there. But it's definitely meant to be played that way, and it's just kind of just a little bit worse. If it wasn't a challenge run, right? Like, if I wasn't doing a challenge run, I probably wouldn't be so fussed about it. But I am, and I know it's going to screw me over at some point, so I'm just going to have to keep an eye out. That's all I can do. The N64 controller is really the best for these games. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's such an original controller, such a unique controller that, especially Nintendo, they designed their games around that controller. They designed the controller, then they designed the games. Now, what they were thinking with some of those design choices, I don't know. But it's clearly supposed to be, you know, used for that. So it's a little bit, it's just not great to do it this way. And I haven't really gotten used to the whole hold ZL and then press like the top 3 buttons. It's like that doesn't feel right. Right, let's avoid these holes. I want to go back down there. So, but maybe I will get used to it. Maybe I will get used to using the stick, or I might have to. I'm not paying double price for a controller that's already pretty pricey in itself. Just a bit frustrating. I just wish they would say, no, let's make enough controllers for people so scalpers don't scalp. A lot of companies like say they care about scalpers, but the fix for scalpers is to make sure you've got enough stock so it's not a business, like it's not viable. That's how you do it. Oh, I don't think I'm meant to be in here. I think I need to go get that boomerang first. Like, that's how you stop scalpers. You just make sure that supply meets demands, but nope, unfortunately not. So I'm kind of left out a little bit. Right, so it's not here. Avoid those, whatever those are meant to be. Not there. I think it's got to be over here then. That's one thing that's a little bit awkward about this game. I do love this game. I really do. But like in other 3D games, like I played through Banjo-Kazooie recently, and if you want to reset that camera, you've got one button, you slam it, and the camera goes behind you. And that's very useful to be able to do. But in Ocarina of Time, the go behind you button is the lock-on button. So if you're near something, that needs to be locked, and it can lock onto it, it will. Right, not these guys again. It's 1. It's 2. Hopefully he drops some hearts. Oh, wrong one. 1. There we go. Just taking my time. I don't think I need to be overly cautious. I've just made quite a few embarrassing mistakes already playing this. Just trying to take my time. 1 and 2. Oh, that's so creepy the way this moves. I just don't think you can do this type of dungeon or the dungeon design in any type of Zelda game nowadays. Like, it's almost like they got away with having this aesthetic because the N64 isn't very good at, like, it was the first 3D console. So they could get away with having this really grotesque setting and all this kind of grotesque area because it was the N64, and you couldn't really properly, like, they couldn't really get into the details of what this wall is. Because when you think about it, it's bloody disgusting. Absolutely bloody disgusting. But they, again, nowadays, because it would have to look so much better, unless they like hyper stylized it. But even then, this isn't that stylized. This is just like flesh, which is awful. But yeah, nowadays I don't think you could get away with that so much. I think like the Medieval remake I find quite interesting, because that game was a PS1 game that leaned on its like horror gothic aesthetics, and I guess it didn't really have any gore, but they still had to like find a way of making it look really good and have modern current graphics without it actually being horrifying. Like still keeping it for something that like a young person could play. Like a young person who was like, oh no, gotta put you down, don't I? Like a young person who was like into like horror and gothic stuff and things like that, but still something a young person could play. What are you doing here? Get on that, get on the switch. Oh, I guess I gotta jump on it first. I think Link was moving a little bit there, but go, you stay there. Thank you kindly. Yeah, and I need to replay Ocarina of Time 3D. There was part of me that was half tempted to do the 3D version of this game for this run, but I don't know. It's just kind of easier to be able to, you know, just stream the N64 version. And there's just more nostalgia there. As nice as it is to see the 3D version and see the nice graphics, and I do find it incredibly interesting, like the things they've changed and stuff like that. Are you not coming down? Oh, I think I need to bait it. There we go. Whatever this is. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Such a gross use for the boomerang though. Like, which way round did this boomerang usage come for? Did they say we're going to make Jabba Jabba's palace and then like say we can have these big gross things that you can hook from? Or were they like, okay, we need something, we want to have the boom, like which way was it? Did they decide they wanted the boomerang in this stage? Or did they have these gross things and then say that would be good to cut with a boomerang? Like, someone had to come up with this. Like, we need a reason. We want players to go into a room, but we don't want them to be able to do the thing they need to do without the boomerang. And also, they're inside this like giant, disgusting creature. They're like, well, don't worry, guys. I've got it. Right? I've got it. We'll have these big, hanging, long things that like shake around and stuff, and the player can use their boomerang to cut it, and then it'll fall into a load of pieces. Right? And Miyamoto was like, yes, 1,000 times yes. You've done it. You've done it, Jim. Designer Jim. Excellent, excellent work. And then they all went home early that day. Someone had to design this. I don't think this bit is too bad. I'm once again looking for health. I want to keep those close ones. God, Navi really wants to talk to me. I just feel like game design back then was just like, you could really embrace these abstract concepts more. Like, in terms of what you wanted from a design perspective. I mean, I guess the designers were probably thinking function first, and then try to kind of wrap the setting and the art around that. But nowadays, something really you need to be a lot more grounded with it. So yes, you can think about something from a design perspective first, but it needs to be grounded in reality in that world. Where I feel like back then it was like, no, we want to do this thing. It's really out there, like, this is what we want to do design-wise, so if it's some weird abstract thing that we need to associate with it, then that's fine. Because video games, they just weren't as grounded as they were. I think we can just... no, it's not that one, so it must be this one. It kind of doesn't help in this section that it all kind of looks the same. But you can tell they knew that. Like, they were like, okay, we don't want all the gross, disgusting, moving flesh to all look the same. Just make one of it blue. Just, like, why is it blue? Don't worry about it. But we just need one of them to be a little bit blue. Alright, you stay there. But then the fact that I have to make these different colours, it's all just so grim. But again, I still really like this dungeon. Like, I started saying I like this dungeon, and I still do. It's just one of those where you don't want to think about it too much. But the fact that it's so unique and weird, it makes it stand out. Although I want to say there was another Zelda game where you went into Jubble Jubble's belly, or like another equivalent kind of beast. Was that the Oracle games? I swear I remember like one of the 2D Zeldas, like I just have it in my head. One of the 2D Zeldas where you had that little fish that I think was meant to be Jubble Jubba. And then you could go into him, like he opened his mouth, and it was very similar. And I want to say there was a dungeon there. I can't imagine it's Link's Awakening, because that kind of means that Ocarina of Time took an idea from Link's Awakening. No, what are you doing here? Took an idea from Link's Awakening. I want to say it was the Oracle games. Or maybe it was Minish Cap, I'm not too sure. But one of those, I'm pretty sure, did something very similar. Ah, I thought I could avoid it. The thing that's not great about the jellyfish is that once you get hit, they don't die. So with the bubbles, they're kind of annoying. But once you get hit by one of them, the bubbles at least die. Like they do it, they go out like a bumblebee and kill themselves at the same time. And it's very considerate of them. Oh, I have to fight you as well, okay. I do like the bubbles that come out of these things though. I don't know why they're red and blue. But it definitely gives them this odd feel. I guess all of this stuff just feels a little bit odd. But it's like the Deku Tree. Like, inside the Deku Tree, you have, like, this metallic stuff. Like, there's corruption going on, right? Like, I think Ganondorf, the whole thing is that Ganondorf went up to the Deku Tree and was like, give me the stone. And the tree was like, I'm a tree. What do you want from me? And then he was like, I'm going to poison you with tree disease. And he's like, not tree disease. And then he died. Oh, which one was it? I think it's this one we need to go down. Hope I'm right. Yes. Good. And then I think Jubble Jubble is meant to be the same thing. So like, with the Goron one, it was like, give us your stone. And they were like, no, you can't have our stone. And then it's like, I'm gonna... Oh, these jellyfish, man. Oh, and just go straight away, like a coward. Yeah, then they were like, no... You can't have the stone, we're gonna block you, and then you put the stone in there. But I guess Jubble Jabba, I guess he came along and was all like, give me the stone? I don't even know if Ganondorf was even meant to have come to this part of the realm, I guess, lack for a better word. I get the impression it's not, it's simply a case of the daughter was messing around being a teenage dirtbag, stole the stone, or just has the stone on her, and then just ran away, and just happened to get swallowed by Jabbu Jabbu. Although I guess Ganondorf must have come here, because otherwise why would all this stuff be in Jabbu Jabbu's belly? What happened? So I think Ganondorf came in here and just like poisoned Jabbu Jabbu? Just like open up Jabbu Jabbu and eat these jellyfish. And eat these octopus. Don't worry about it, just eat all of it. It'll be fine. It's a little bit strange. Okay, I am a little bit worried about this fight, because I don't have much health. Those bloody jellyfish, man. I probably should have spent a little bit of time trying to get back to full health for this, but I didn't think I was going to take as much damage as I did, so I'm a little bit worried. This might be first... Well, it won't be the first death, because I got fairies, but this might be the first time I lose all my hearts, because this fight is just a little bit... It's a bit awkward. It's a bit tedious. I wish I had like a decent strategy for this, but I think it's just like run away. But it like to get enough speed to get back and to catch him up. You have to stay really tight to that corner, but the camera is just awful. Like, you have to try and lock onto him to hit him with the boomerang while also running around, but you can't just run around on the edge because it's not enough time. Oh, look at this camera, man. Okay, so I need to... Nope. 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 It's just this camera. The camera is just so bad in this fight. But it's because you have to lock onto him. So I want to stop, hit him with the boomerang, lock onto him, then turn around. But I don't trust the camera to do that. And look, he's so quick. He's so quick. Okay, stop. Lock onto him. There we go. I want to get all the way around. I need to see where he's going. Which way is he going? Bloody hell. It's so hard to catch up with him. I hope I'm catching up with him. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Okay. You just gotta have a little bit of faith, I guess. I think he's gonna turn around and get all annoyed soon. I just have to go for it. Okay, nice. Stun him again. Then, which way is he gonna go? Okay. The thing is, if you stay locked onto him, it makes it way harder to catch up with him, I think. I remember that being the case. Like, you just can't really catch up with him. See, here we go. We're already catching up with him. This might be the strategy, actually. Feeling pretty good about this strategy. I think that's close enough. Man, so mean. Okay, a little roll, another roll. That should be close enough. Okay. Where are you gonna go? Right. It's those spikes, man. If those spikes weren't there, I would feel pretty confident in terms of taking this inside track. But because they are there, it kind of forces you to go on the outside track. It's just an awkward fight. It's like very doable. It's just like... It's not your best, Miyamoto. I know you're listening, and it's not your... Oh, dude! That doesn't help. Missing the boomerang makes you wait for the boomerang. That's not the best. I am getting a little bit moaning now, but it's only because this fight takes so long. If this fight was a little bit shorter, a little bit more reasonable, then I simply wouldn't be moaning. Right, back round we go! Let's do it again! This is another fight that I want to look up how the speedrunners do it. I've seen speedrunners of Ocarina of Time, although at this point it seems like the speedruns of Ocarina of Time are just like, yeah, so we just reprogram the entire game? Like, we just go inside the Deku Tree and reprogram everything? So we just get every single item and then just walk to the end and view the credits and that's a speedrun? Like, it seems like that's what they do. So I don't even know how, like, common or how, like, popular, I guess is the word. Like, how many people are actually running Ocarina... Oh, come on, dude. Oh, man, that took so much health off. I just can't get this angle correct. Okay, here we go. I think he's a little bit quicker than the last times. I'm just not catching up to him. Don't know why I didn't take damage for that. It's just this camera. I just need it to be behind me, and it's just not. But if I move it so it's behind me, then I can't catch up to him. Come on. Navi, dude, you gotta... We're a team. You gotta go and get in there. Navi. Okay, I think she is... Oh, dude. That's the killer. Because all you have to do to throw... You can just throw the boomerang without locking on, but if you do that, you're just stuck. Right. Come on. Navi. I don't mind all your hints. I don't mind your haze, but you have one job. There we go. This should be it. Not quite. Interesting. Okay, that should be it. This should be it. Come on, please. I really just want to move on from this fight. No, it's so close. It's so close. Right, that's gotta be it. That has to be it. I'm like, I could kiss this thing. Please be dead. Oh, thank goodness. Wow. I knew that fight was going to be a pain, but that was a little bit more tricky than I thought it would be. Give me those hearts. Okay. But the crazy thing with that fight, that what's going to kill you, it's not going to be the boss. It's going to be running into those spikes. Because you're trying to, like, hug that edge so much. It's not even the boss that kills you. Miyamoto, you're listening. How could you? I think that's what makes it humiliating. But that's that done. Wasn't too bad in the end. It's just that chip damage. You take so much, like, chip damage just trying to get there. Alright. But I think we're now on the, kind of on the home stretch. Alright, I'll kill you. If you want to be killed, mate. I'm happy to... Oh, well, maybe not. Ah, dude. Alright, I'm gonna have to kill this guy. You're a problem, mate. You're a problem. There we go. Hearts for your troubles? That's fine. And thank you for the accident, bros. B. Hopefully the actual boss goes well. I think it will. Again, it's just because you get health in the fight. Like, you can just go and refill if you need to refill. Just that one you can't. And in this other fight, all you have to do is, like, keep throwing the boomerang and then stab him when you need to stab him. That one has, like, a lot more precision. Like, it's oddly precise what you need to do. I think this is going to go up. Or down. Okay, I meant down. Then... I always thought this puzzle was a little bit mean. Is that a jellyfish? I'm definitely kidding you. I always thought this puzzle was a little bit mean. I do explicitly remember getting stuck on this puzzle when I was a kid. Because this is the first time you've had to do something like this. Like, these boxes, as far as I'm aware, are not in the game at all until this point. And might not even be in the game again after this point. I don't remember them being there. But for some reason you're supposed to kind of put 2 and 2 together and say, okay, I can put this box on this switch and that lets us through. Again, it's not really a bad puzzle because you've already had to use the princess to, you know, to put something on the switches. So you might be like, okay, I have a switch that I need to press down, but I don't have anything to press it down because the princess is gone. Is there something else I can use? And then look around and say, oh, there's boxes. That's cool, but I don't know, there was just something about it. The boxes are really out of place inside this dungeon. Where you're just like, you wouldn't think like, oh, I'll go and find a box or anything. Like, and also they kind of serve the purpose of giving you your health. So I kind of think of those boxes more as in like, oh, they're there so I can get a little bit of health. Especially because they're like right at the beginning of the dungeon as well. So yeah, that I remember explicitly that giving me problems. Which is probably why I have such a like warped perception of this dungeon in my head. Because that mini-boss definitely would have given me problems. I remember getting a little bit stuck trying to find out what to do when it comes to all those different like weird things you gotta destroy. Really, it's very linear. Okay, he teleported. He teleported behind me. He went up. Oh, that's hitting something. I always love seeing the boomerang frozen like that. It's such a cool little touch. Don't get hurt, thank you. It's always such a nice little touch to actually see the boomerang there. Like, you are actually throwing something. It seems basic now, but... Oh, this is actually the boss room! Okay. I was hoping it was going to give me some health first, but I think we'll be okay. Maybe. I have a little bit of cider for courage. I think going into this, I just want to play it safe. I don't need to do anything crazy. If I need to retreat, I can retreat. I think after the first phase it's not too bad because then he just starts doing the spinny thing, and the spinny thing I think is quite easy to avoid. Alright. Okay, that's 1, 2. Come on, look, Navi, there we go. Navi. 3. I think I just need to hit him. I guess I can destroy these jellyfish, but I think I'll just... There we go. Oh, that's harsh. That's very harsh. Oh, awesome. Okay, this is going exceptionally well. Kill your jellyfish, don't mind if I do. Oh, that's hitting me again. I'm able to stun him really well. He just keeps getting his hits in. Although that's only doing like 1/4 of a heart, so... Oh, dude. Oh, he's right there. There we go. Oh, well, this might be it. No. Well, he's got no more jellyfish, so I think we're good. As long as I keep strafing. Hopefully I can just paralyze it as soon as it comes up. No. God, there's something so unsatisfying about using the boomerang sometimes. Like, there's so many times where it can just barely miss. Due to the fact that it's like moving away from you. Like when you use the bow and arrow, you fire it, and yes, it takes a little bit of time to get there, but it's like instant, right? I think it's what makes like shooting games and stuff so satisfying. You shoot your gun, and boom, the bullet's there, and it's down. You get like that instant feedback. But something like a boomerang, it just takes a little bit. And then it just misses because the thing moves, and you're like, oh. That was actually very, very easy. Like, the jellyfish was the main thing I was kind of thinking about because they're everywhere, but like, if you can, as long as you can just stun it straight away. No! Bollocks! Oh, I knew this would happen! Well, when did I last save? Right. Bollocks! Okay. We're resetting the game. Because I broke the rules. I knew that would happen. They make it so it's like right there. The boss drops the heart piece because you're right there where the heart piece is. I knew that would happen. Okay, I should still be in the dungeon. Do I have the boomerang? I don't have the boomerang. Have I done anything in this dungeon? I thought I saved. Surely I would have saved when I got the boomerang. Surely. No, I haven't done anything in this dungeon. Oh, bollocks. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I can't believe I did that. I might have to do like safety, like... I think I'm going to have to do safety saves. Like legitimately, like... I think I'm going to have to do safety saves on this in terms of like, not even saving the game, but doing like a save point. Not to like cheat the boss. Like, I don't like using save points when I'm playing games and stuff. It just fundamentally changes the way the game's played, and I don't particularly like that. So I try not to use them, but I think for this, going into bosses, I'm just going to have to do it. Not because, oh, maybe the boss might kill me, but because maybe I might just accidentally pick up the heart piece. It's so easy to do. Well, I guess I'm doing this dungeon again. The hard part of this speedrun, or not speedrun, the hard part of this challenge isn't actually beating bosses, it's not breaking the rules. This will make you remember not to grab the heart out. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I need to get some sort of alarm. Like, I need to get some sort of button on my, like, stream thing, which is like, in big letters on the stream, do not grab the heart. Heart equals bad. No heart for you. Can't believe I did that. But I think I said it last stream. I have to make a... It's so ingrained. It's so ingrained in a Zelda game that you beat the boss and you go and pick up the heart. Although in my defense, I never saw the heart. Like, I never even saw the heart during that whole bit. I actually just walked forward, and it just so happened that me walking forward, I walked into the boss because, of course, I was standing in front of the boss because I was slashing it with a sword, and to be close enough with the sword, you got to be pretty damn close to the boss. So I ended up just walking forward to it, but as long as I don't do it again. Oh, I'm gonna have to do the octopus boss again. Good. That'll be fun. It was so fun the first time. It might even be more fun the second time. I think I can get through this pretty quick, so hopefully it's not too much time lost. I'm still going to be able to become an adult today, just not in real life, I guess. but in the game at the very least. Okay. Well, at least I know where I'm going. Which is helpful. Oh man, yeah, I'm just gonna have to come up with a system for this. It's gonna have to be safety saves, I think. It's just gonna have to be like, or not pausing that, but pausing this and just creating a suspend point. Just not for, yeah, again, I won't use that to like, oh, I died at the boss, I'll use the save point. I think that's cheating, in my opinion. But, right. Do you think maybe I can just do this? Oh, I want that skull. I want that gold sculptor though. I think I can do this. I'm not exactly sure how many gold sculptors I need. I did read up about the gold sculptors, and one of the rewards is a heart piece, which is, you know, against the rules. I can't go get it. But I do need to get enough gold sculptors to... Oh, if I could do that quick enough. I do need to get enough gold sculptors so I can get the big wallet and the adult wallet. Well, I hope I don't die due to just rushing this. I am on 1.5 health, and I think I'm getting... Okay, as long as I get some more health before I go into the mini-boss again. Hopefully that should be fine. Unless this bubble's going to be kind? No? Right. Unless this bubble's going to be kind? No? Rupee. Okay. That's fine. This reminds me, I had a stream a while back when I was streaming Super Paper Mario and something quite similar happened. Where I like quit. I hate this bit. Did I throw her? Are you okay? Oh, that's a... I didn't mean to throw her! Okay. That's fine. We'll go back. We can make a second trip. Yeah. If these bubbles could give me health, I guess I'll try and kill them again. Nope. Nope. Okay, it's coming down. Nope. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to kill these things one by one and just hope one of them gives me health. Come on. Come on, mate. Hello. One. Gonna drop health. A fairy! Yes! Yes! I forgot that this game did that. Because I think if you're like low on health, it's one of those games where it will like give you a break. And suddenly you'll start finding health all over the place. Like a little bit like Resident Evil 4 in its... Well, it doesn't have proper adaptive difficulty like Resident Evil 4. Because Resident Evil 4 will just straight up be like, you're not doing too well, so we're flat out going to give you way more ammo and way less enemies to kill to make sure you can get through it. Which makes speedruns of those games... I talk about speedruns a lot, I've noticed. But it makes speedruns of those games super interesting. Because it basically means that if you're incredible at Resident Evil 4 and you can just burn through it without any problems, the game is way, way harder than if you were bad at the game. Like, if you were bad at the game, you would die, sure, but you would have way less enemies and way more ammo going through. But if you just nail everything as you go, the game just says, well, this guy's a pro, make it way harder for them. So I want to say in speedruns of that game, they actually make it so... sometimes with speedrunners, they like do accidental things to try and trick the game. Or intentionally bad things to try and trick the game into thinking they're not as good as a player, so they spawn less things. Dude, just stop locking on, please. Thank you. Maybe L does it, because I'm just thinking like surely there's a button that means I can turn the camera around without locking on, but I don't think there is. Maybe I'll give L a hit, see if that does it. Right, so we're not going to throw her into water, because she can drown. Apparently, I don't know, dude. Maybe I can just run through these. I do like how the bubbles are rainbow coloured. It's a little touch, but it makes them a little bit more interesting. I don't know what they're meant to be bubbles of. That's probably not a question worth thinking about. Probably just suppress some of those thoughts, but they're clearly a bubble of something. So, you know, I guess you would say fart gas, I guess, if you're 8 years old, but I don't know what else they would be. Right, putting you down. Don't move. Don't go for a dip. Now you come with me. Although this whole area, like, it's pretty interesting because back in 1998, this game came out and so did Banjo-Kazooie. And Banjo-Kazooie has Clanker's Cavern, which also has a section where you go inside a sea creature and you have a load of flesh and things like that. Arguably that was more detailed than this. But it was kind of weird as a kid because I had both those games and I loved both those games, but one thing that weirdly tied them together was like flesh levels. Like, it's like, what? Why am I, like, what? 1998 was a great year for flesh games. I guess that's what I'm trying to say here. It was all the range in 1998. Not so much anymore. But maybe, you know, they always say fashion and history repeats itself, so maybe we'll come back to it. Who knows? Who's to say otherwise? Right, so I don't have to do a massive lap of this place. I actually know where to go. Here. Thank you, Navi. Good time for a drink. I'm still a little bit bummed out that I grabbed that heart piece. I don't want to harp about it. But man, I would have been on, like, having a really good stream and being on really good pace if I kept that up. Because I'm on the fence if I'm going to try the Forest Temple today. I definitely want to get the hook shot, just because that's not too bad. And that's like the first thing you do as an adult. But I kind of want to, like, get the hook shot and then kind of evaluate what I need to do. Like, I guess I should probably go and get Eponia and then go get that extra, then do the Poe minigame. Although I guess I can't do the Poe minigame until I've got the bow and arrow, right? So I guess I could go get Eponia, but I kind of don't like that part of the game. I don't remember the fight or the race being that difficult to get Eponia, but for some reason I don't know. I just have bad memories of it. Like, I just don't want to go to London Ranch and do that section. Although I think as a kid you need to go and get Eponia's song, which I always forget to do. So maybe we'll go to Lon Lon Ranch and do that. I think. I don't know. I think that makes sense. I just don't want to go somewhere and kind of waste time. Although I can't really complain about wasting time because here we are doing the dungeon again. I am going to create a save point before it though, so at least I don't have to do it a third time. Normally I'd be like, ha ha ha, can you even imagine if I picked up the heart piece again? But that feels oddly somewhat likely, so I'm not going to even risk that. So you go here. Put you here. Down you go. Stay here. Get Mr. Boomerang out. Something I always found a little bit of a bummer is, I just saw it briefly, is that icon for Link. Like, couldn't they, like nowadays with games, like with so much nostalgia and how like people love being retro, if you have a little icon, like a 2D icon like that, you would just use like an actual like an old 2D asset, right? You would make it so it was just like Link's head from A Link to the Past or something like that. Which I think is cool. I always like those sort of things. So it's kind of weird seeing like, no, they made an original like 2D sprite of Link's head just to show where he is in a dungeon, and it looks pretty bad. Like, it doesn't look great. But they put it in there for some reason. I don't get it, but it's in there. But again, they could have just used it. But again, I feel like on the N64, it just wasn't a thing. Like, they were all about, all these modern games are all about the future and it's 3D and this ain't your grandma's Mario. So they intentionally severed like a ton of ties with the older games to kind of try and hail this as like a brand new era. I guess is how I would kind of define it in my head. So it almost felt like they were like, no, we don't want to do anything nostalgic. Like, they're not in Super Mario 64. They made, again, a whole new kind of icon for that sort of stuff, and they kind of reinvented it massively, so it didn't feel like Mario, even with the small touches. Like, I don't even think the Mario theme, the classic iconic Mario theme, I don't think that's in Super Mario 64. Which nowadays seems insane, that you would make a game and not feature old music. Because again, like with these old franchises, it's all about nostalgia in a lot of times. Or at least they try and combine brand new and fresh with nostalgia. But yeah, like music and stuff like that, you just don't kind of really get. Although I guess with Ocarina of Time, this game, they did put some music from the original. Like, you do have the Kakariko Village one and things like that, and there is actually quite a lot of remix music. But again, generally speaking, I think they were trying to move away. And I want to say it was like the Wii and HD era is when they were trying to like go back on that a bit. I was actually like, where's my map? Is it L? Oh, okay. I actually found that quite useful. It was a bit weird not having a map, because normally I don't bother using that icon, but this time I was like, hey, actually that's pretty handy. Bring that back. So it's not L to move the camera behind me, which is a shame. So that's still there. So we need to go back here and do that. But yeah, I'm trying to think what Zelda game started having nods to the older ones, but I don't know. Breath of the Wild certainly does. But Breath of the Wild had nods to like the very original Zelda. Because they were like, we're going back to basics for 3D Zelda, and we're going to make this more like a brand new open world 3D Zelda game that's that's unique, but it's like a weird kind of throwback to the very first Zelda game, where there was just an old man who was like, here's a sword, off you go, figure it out. Because they had the old man and the sword, and then he was like, go figure it out, don't worry about it. Which I always found interesting. So I guess that has nods to the original Zelda. But I guess Ocarina of Time is the game that they started making nods to. Like, they didn't go back and reference like A Link to the Past. Like 3D Zelda games and stuff was like, no, they would reference Ocarina of Time. It was the template. Did I just put a bomb down? I don't think I did. Like, that became the template, so that became the one that every single 3D game afterwards referenced. Majora's Mask, with it being a direct sequel and just flat out reusing a ton of assets from it. Wind Waker, with the story and the Hero of Time and things like that, being like a weird sequel to that game, and having you go to the black and white version of like Hyrule back in the day. And then Twilight Princess being, to some people, arguably like a reimagining of that game, with so many kind of themes and ideas and stuff taken from Ocarina of Time and put in that game. And then I guess Skyward Sword didn't really throw back to Ocarina of Time as much, but still, that template of Ocarina of Time is what Skyward Sword used. Although Skyward Sword... yeah, I guess it kind of does, but not really. Okay, that's this section done. That felt like it took ages, but I think it's just because we're on borrowed time at the moment. Okay, I just need to not lose any health. I need to drop down. I need to go over here. Put you down for a second, don't go anywhere. Find that jellyfish. There you are. So I want to get these gold Skulltulas. Just don't want that jellyfish to hit me again. Well, while we're doing this, how are you today, Bruce B? Welcome to the stream. It's always nice to see new people kind of stop by. So how are you doing? I'm assuming you're a big Zelda fan. I would assume. I would somewhat assume you're a fan of Ocarina of Time because you're watching this stream. Like, this game's very kind of nostalgic for me, and it is a game that I do jump on back. I'm thinking about the first time I played this game. Okay. I guess when would that have been? It's interesting because I've had people show up to my streams who played Ocarina of Time, but they're a bit younger than me. So they played it when, like, 10 years after it came out, when they were a kid. And I always find that incredibly interesting. So obviously there were more modern Zelda games and more modern games in general, but for people to go back and play Ocarina of Time, I always think that's incredibly cool that people do that. I was just lucky enough to play it when it did come out. I was 6 when this game came out. And my dad bought an N64 with Ocarina of Time included with it, around that year. It might have been 1999, but again, when I was like 6 and 7, so it was very modern and mind-blowing. I just think it's cool that younger people go back to it and play it. Although me saying the term younger people makes me feel super old, so I'm never going to do that again. Let's ban that. Oh, just move a little bit forward. There you go. Oh, I still got like half a can left. Need to finish that off. Oh yes, it's an octopus. So I guess I'll ask, have you done a free heart run before? So I was kind of expecting with these streams to get people to jump in who have done this type of run before, but so far it hasn't really been the case, which is fine. But I thought this was quite a big thing. Oh, which way are you going to go? Alrighty. I feel like the free heart run is quite a big thing to do, like quite a popular idea, but it does kind of feel like, oh dude, shouldn't be doing that. I just really don't want to use a fairy in this fight. If I have to if I have to use a fairy in this version of the fight when last time I didn't, that would be quite embarrassing. Don't think that's close enough. Oh, it was. Well, hold on. Can I do a jump slash? Hopefully a jump slash is gonna help me out massively. Because I didn't do any jump slashes last time, and that was probably dumb. Alright. If a jump slash can get me down to only having to do this 3 times, then that's 100% worth it. But the reason I didn't do a jump slash before is because I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. Like, I'm pretty sure about that. Okay. But you go so quick on that no, dude! What? No! That was harsh. We didn't have that happen all last time. I thought that was timer based. I thought it was legitimately how much time you had been chasing him. I think maybe it's a case of I just got too close. Oh dude, Link! Link! Oh, that was close. Yeah, I must have just got too close. Alright. Which that's a depressing thought, that I can get too close. I get the sword out, do a jump slash. Please be dead. Oh, awesome. Okay. Wow. Wow, that was way, way better. What was I complaining about? What was I complaining about? What? Just 2 jump slashes and that's it? Oh man. I could have saved myself so much time. Alright, where am I? Nope, went the wrong way. I think I was about 10 to 12. First I played Ocarina of Time. I grew up with Oracle of Seasons. Never done a free run heart on any game though. Must be really hard on In a Link to the Past. Final Dungeons keep my ass casually last time played. Well, okay, so yeah, 10 to 12 is probably a good age. Again, I was roughly around that. I think it's a good time to pick it up. It's interesting that you say Oracle of Seasons because I was kind of the same. Like, the games I had growing up was really random. Like, I tried to get as many games as possible, but because I was a kid and I was one of 4, so I didn't get every game. Like, there's no way. But in terms of what I did have, it just ended up being a little bit, like, random. So, like, I didn't have many Game Boy games apart from Pokemon. I was like, I gotta have Pokemon. But I just ended up with a copy of Oracle of Seasons on the Game Boy. And I don't remember buying it. I don't remember being given it. I just don't remember how I ended up with that game. But I remember having that game as a kid and really liking it. Although I also remember finding that game incredibly difficult as a kid. I spent hours on that thing just exploring that place. Like, I really struggled in terms of the puzzles and how to progress. Like, I probably struggled with that game more than Ocarina of Time. Maybe that was because I was playing on a Game Boy where it was even difficult to see the bloody thing. But I remembered, like, yeah, I really enjoyed that game, but it was really difficult. But I thought it was really cool. And it was only after all those years later that I picked it up for the 3DS. And, well, funny actually, when I was playing on the 3DS, because that was the first game I was replaying in that Zelda Marathon I mentioned before. And I was like, right, I'll buy Oracle of Seasons and I'll buy Oracle of Ages, both on the 3DS. And then I'll do a connected game so I can get the full ending in Oracle of Ages. And as I was playing up through Oracle of Seasons, I was like, I haven't beaten this game before. Oh, Link, you phased into a box there, mate. Yeah, I remember being like, I haven't beaten this game before, it's going to be really cool to beat this game. And then every single time I got to a new dungeon, I was like, I remember playing this dungeon. And then I got to the final boss with Onyx, or whatever his name is, and I was like, I remember fighting this guy and beating this guy. So it turned out I did beat it back on the Game Boy, but because in my head, I had such a perception of that game being really difficult, I'd completely forgotten. Like, I completely wiped out my memory that I beat that game when I was a kid, but I don't know how, because again, I remember that game being tough. And even replaying it as an adult, I kind of struggled a little bit, but it's a really cool one. It's one that I think definitely doesn't get enough love. But yeah, I'm with you with your about A Link to the Past being difficult. That was another one. I had it on the Game Boy Advance and enjoyed it. But yeah, I've heard basically what I read with the free heart challenges is that if you want to do it and you want it to be a little bit easier, do the 3D Zelda games. Like the 3D Zelda games are easier than the 2D ones. And I definitely agree. I haven't tried it with the 2D ones, but I definitely agree with that. That definitely makes sense to me. Oh, look at that. Saving damage. Yeah, I don't remember how Seasons came into my possession either, lol. I sucked at it as a kid, but there was a file of someone who played it. Oh, that's really cool. I guess you could still explore, but the part that okay, first I'm going to make just a safety. I'm sure I won't do it again, but let's be safe. The part that I really struggled with replaying it is trying to do the pirate section. Like when you have the pirates who are in the underground and you have to go to the desert and find something and then give it to them and then they move the ship so you can get across that bridge, or it like forms a bridge to the last area. I think that's on the way to Dungeon 7 or something like that. I struggle with that now, and I remember struggling with that back in the day as well. Like it was just so abstract and weird, all these little steps that you had to do. But I like that section. That game has a ton of personality in it that I really appreciate. Like the kangaroo. Got a ton of nostalgia for it. I got all day for that kangaroo. Love that kangaroo. Oh yeah, never made it that far, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, again, it gets a little bit abstract and tricky. But again, that is a tricky game. And it seemed to be a theme with the Capcom Zelda games. Oh, I can keep stunning this guy, but I don't think it's helping me. I can stab him though. A little stab. There we go. That seemed to be a theme with the Capcom Zelda games, because I find Minish Cap quite hard as well, and I found Oracle of Ages difficult too. For some reason they're like some of the hardest Zelda games, the Capcom ones. I don't quite get why. Nope, didn't want to throw a bomb. Definitely didn't press down on the stick. I swear. Oh, that guy wasn't even aiming, was he? Oh. Okay, no. Confirming how good the jump attack is, I just need to go for every time. Like, even if I'm going to miss with the jump attack, it just seems so much better than a normal attack. Oh! Damn, took a hit. God, he does, like, no damage, does he? Nope. No, thank you. Ah. This C-stick is messing me up a bit. And one more. There we go. Alright, let's pretend like that was the first time. Do I have anything for this? I don't think so. Well, I have an embarrassed thing though.
I'm so embarrassed. I wish everybody else was dead.
There we go. I probably should have played that earlier. I think crouch stabs do the same damage as jump stabs if you crouch stab after a jump stab. Alright, no thank you, Mr. Hart. I've heard that. That rings a bell actually. I don't think I've ever done that, but I think that's what speedrunners do, I want to say. That they do the jump thing and then just crouch and go, just do that like quick attack. I think that's how you're able to beat Gomer in like one cycle and things like that. I don't know if I'm going to take advantage of that because I'm trying to do this with no glitches. This is a very glitchy, or is famously a glitchy game. Although to be fair, the way that people attack this game to try and find glitches, it's not really a fair fight, but I do know there are a lot of glitches, so I don't really want to take advantage of that. I don't usually go for glitches in games. I try and keep it safe, but again, I don't know if the crouch stab thing is a glitch or not. I guess that's open to debate. It is in the game, but then so are glitches. I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe I'm getting stuck on a boss. You looked cool, cooler than I thought you would. Oh yeah, oh yes. The first time, anyway. Not so much the second time. I do wonder how much quicker I was. Spiritual stone, please and thank you. I might go back on the VOD and see how much quicker I was the second time in that dungeon rather than the first. Because I definitely would have saved time on that mini-boss. And then I did go the right way, but then I did mess up sometimes as well, so we'll see. Hello, Participation Prize. Welcome to the stream. And Bruce B, thank you for the follow. It's all kicking off now. Now that I've actually beaten a dungeon. Is that my reward for actually beating a dungeon? That you follow? But yeah, hello, Participation Prize. Yeah, I've just beaten I'm gonna hold my hands up. I had to do this dungeon twice because as soon as I beat the boss, I walked straight into the heart piece. I had to reset the game, and it turned out I hadn't saved at all during the dungeon. So here I am redoing the dungeon, but now it's done, so now we can luckily move on to other things. God, these stones look so weird. They so wanted to show off the shininess. They're like, look at our shiny tech. The shiny tech wasn't so good, Miyamoto. Right, okay, so... Right, so we can go straight back. But I think I'm going to go to Lon Lon Ranch. I don't want to spend too much time messing around as young Link. I always liked this area. I always found this area creepy, but in a good way. Like, it's surprisingly dark. Like, you would think a water area like this would be, like, more bright blue and things like that. But it's really saturated and brown and dark and just empty. And you've got these creepy trees, and the trees here are dead for some reason. But that tree's not dead? It's got that good N64... What the hell is this place vibes. Then there's these like posts, and as far as I'm aware, these posts over here, there's like no other posts like this in the entire game. There's just these like stick posts that you know what they're meant to be. They're just... Yeah, just these 2D posts here. Trees go dead if they are submerged in water. Well, I guess that makes sense then. So I guess these are just submerged trees that were killed. Well, that's even more depressing. Alright, you win this round, Miyamoto. I'll be back though. I like that little touch. I like them having the... What's it called? What's it bloody called? The medallion up there. I'm assuming that logo matches the actual medallion. I would have to kind of take a look at those, but it's a nice little like foreshadowing that eventually you're going to get this medallion, but this medallion isn't just this like random thing out of nowhere. It's like, no, you can see a symbol of the medallion right there above them, above the royalty. I wonder if there's anywhere else in the game where you can see the medallions before you actually see the medallions. There must be somewhere. But this young Link thing, the whole being young Link and going to adult Link, I don't know if I knew of it before playing this game. Like, I legitimately can't remember if I knew the fact that that would happen. But I do remember the moment of seeing it and it just being the craziest thing in the world. Like, not just from the fact that you turn into an adult, but the idea that there's like this whole other game. Like, you're not even halfway done, son. You thought you were going to collect a few pretty stones and play a little ocarina and Ganon was going to go bye-bye? Nah, mate. Nah, we're going to have you do like a whole other game. And even Wind Waker, like, they get me every time. Like, Zelda games get me every time in terms of like, oh, you thought you were done? You're not done. And I remember renting Wind Waker. I rented Wind Waker when I was a kid, but I rented it twice. The first time I rented it, I got stuck on the Deku Tree bit. When you have to like knock off all the slimes off him. I can't remember what they're called at the moment, but you have to knock off all the slimes. And I had no idea how to do it. But the rent shop down the road is shut at 5, and I had to get it back at 5, and it was like 4 o'clock. I was like, no, I need to figure this out. And like 10 minutes before I had to leave to go drop the game off, I rolled into him, knocked off all the slimes, and there it was. And I was like, no, but I had to go. I had to go walk back and drop it off. And it was so frustrating because I just figured it out. I just figured out what I had to do. But so I rented it again, and when I got to that next bit where it was like, no, you're not done, I just love that moment in these games. Maybe they've overdone it, but it really is just so cool. A Link to the Past having the Dark World, and Ocarina of Time having Adult Link, and Wind Waker having the... Well, it was severely cut down, as we all know, because that game had development issues. But Twilight Princess having that divide after that really weird, creepy cutscene, it's so cool. It's such a great part. Like, the Zelda series have so many great tropes that they do. And it's just amazing. Can you get 100 rupees? You can, but you have to get the adult wallet first, which we will be getting in this stream, actually. But you start off with the child's wallet, I think it's called. And you can only hold 99. But after this, we're going to become an adult. Spoilers. And then I'll get the bigger wallet, and then we can hold more than that. I think once I get the bigger wallet, and then get the hook shot, I think that'll probably be it for today. It's true, it's a cool design choice, makes you think you're not done when you're not. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's weird that more games don't do that. I find that so weird that it's like, it's such a cool idea, and it feels so cool in terms of the story, in the sense of the story progressing, and but also the gameplay progresses. Like, oh, my controller died again. Why does... Dude, what the... Stop! Okay. I might not use the Joy-Cons again, because somehow this has happened. Where my left... It now thinks the left Joy-Con is player 2. What? Why? And I think I died as well. I think they killed me. No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, this is scary. This is very scary. Okay, this is player 1, so I want to go left, then I want to hit X. Right, controllers. Change grip order. I'm going to put this back in. I don't know why they're doing this. It's baffling. This is the second time this stream. So I won't be using these again. Even though I had issues with the Pro controller, the left one just started disconnecting. It disconnected, and then when I hit the button again... Okay, why am I playing my Ocarina? Okay. Oh, I didn't die! Oh, thank God. I thought I died, because the screen zoomed in, but no, I accidentally got my Ocarina out. I really don't want to fight these guys. I really don't. Please leave me alone. Or at least drop some hearts for your troubles. Please. Oh, thank you. Watching you play this game is, for me, 100% spoilers. I haven't played this game. Well, it's a great game. So, I would recommend playing it, 100%. Although there are some tricky parts in here, so we'll see. But I won't be seeing everything, simply because there's a lot of optional stuff that I flat out won't do. Because most of the optional stuff gives you heart pieces, and obviously I'm not going to do that, because I'm not allowed to get heart pieces. So there is still stuff you won't see, I suppose. But it's a great game. It really is. I don't need to say that, but it's a great game. Why does the Switch do these things? I don't know. It's weird. I'm usually okay with these things. But this is the first time I've used these. These are like pretty new Joy-Cons. I've only had them for about a year, and I don't use them that often, because I do normally use the Pro controller. But yeah, again, it just turns itself off. Don't you want to see me play a song? You want to see a little song from Fairy Boy? But yeah, it's weird. Really bizarre. But I've been very lucky. I've never experienced Joy-Con drift. Now, at work, when on my work Switch, I have got Joy-Con drift like 3 or 4 times. But I have my launch Switch. I got my Switch day 1, and I still have those Joy-Cons, and there's no drift in those sticks, which is very lucky. And also these new ones that I bought because I wanted a full set. Ocarina? No? What does he say? My mother composed this song. Isn't it nice? Let's sing it together. There we go. That's what I wanted. But yeah, what was I saying? Anyway, yeah, with the Joy-Cons anyway. I think the game Super Smash Bros. Can cause Joy-Con drift. Yeah, I can see that, because I guess any game where you're going crazy on it, like you're going backwards and back and forth a lot, I guess that would do it. But even so, like, I've had my Joy-Con since day 1. It's been like 5.5 years since I've had my original Joy-Cons, and they're actually totally fine. But I do get a little bit lucky. Like, my 360, which is an arcade 360 that I got in 2008, has never red ringed. and still worked. I plugged it in earlier in the year, actually like 2 months ago. I plugged in my 360 and it still totally works. So I'm not always lucky, but I've had those little things where I've actually been okay. Oh, hello, horse. We'll come back to see you later. Man, it bums me out that we're not going to go in that room. I always like going in that room over there, but I'm pretty sure the only thing in there is a heart piece, so I don't really want to do it. My Switch, I've got all 4 Joy-Cons, 2 pairs have drift. That's awful. Are you able, or have you tried to like send it back to Nintendo? Because they are meant to fix them, aren't they? Or do they just tell you, oh, go fix them yourself? Because at work with my Switch, I had somebody just bring in like... They had to buy extra sticks and then somebody just used one of those kits. Like, I think you can buy a Joy-Con stick replacement, like switching out kit that you can use where you unscrew it, put the stick back in, screw it all back in. But even then, those sticks can just wear out as well. That's what makes it really frustrating. Like, yes, you can replace them, but it costs money, which it shouldn't cost. And they can just wear out and have the same problems. No, it's just not very easy to find where to send them and such. Yeah, that's just not right. That's just really frustrating. I did hear there was like a class action lawsuit a while back, but I don't know if that got off the ground because it is bad. Like, it is really bad. The failure rate of these things are just really insane. And I love this cutscene. Like, this game does have a decent amount of cutscenes, but a lot of them are like, you know, a cutscene's coming, right? Like, I go up, I beat a boss, there's going to be a cutscene. I go up to Zelda, she's going to give me a cutscene. But this one, you're just like, we did it, yay, we got the stones. I'm going to go to Zelda, I'm going to give her the stones. She'll hang out with me, it'll be cool, and save the day. But then you actually get here, and you can, even before the cutscene, the drawbridge is closed even though it's day. And that in itself is like, that's not right. You know something's not right, and now it's raining. It's just chef's kiss. It's just so well done. It's so well put together, and for a game so early in 3D games, it's just amazing. Just love it so much. I also really like the idea of like the Ocarina of Time. The thing that this whole game is named after, like the most important thing in the world, just gets thrown in a moat. Because I was just like, just here you go, and it just gets like fallen down, even though it's like the most important thing. It's a really nice touch in terms of like this whole cutscene, the setup and everything that happens in it. It's all meant to take that good feeling you had and bring you down and make you feel like something very bad is happening, even though in your head everything's great. But this whole cutscene is just grim and dire and sets up the villain again. But again, in your head, you're going into the Temple of Time and you're going to save everything. And it's going to be great. Oh, I'd love it. Absolutely love it. I always like these scenes in games and films as well. Spider-Man Homecoming, the first one, had a really great scene where like the young person getting just completely dominated by someone who's older. And they're clearly not ready and mature enough or ready enough, so they just get destroyed. It's just great. But I got 4 Pro controllers, 1 official, 1 Power A, 2 fake. The only problem I have with the 2 is the hours that I get stuck sometimes. I need to forget. Okay. Well, the Pro controller is great. I haven't had any problem with the Pro controller, but that's probably a good way to go. Even though they're a little pricey, I guess if you spend money on a Pro controller, as long as it works, like if you buy a set of 2 Joy-Cons and then have to spend another like 60 quid to get more Joy-Cons, that's like so much money spent. So I guess in the long run it's cheaper to buy the better thing that's going to last and not break. What is Link thinking there? I like that little zoom in, but it's like, what's he thinking? It's just like, he just doesn't do any facial expression. It's bizarre. But yeah, it's like that thing with the boots, the Terry Pratchett quote about the whole thing that a rich man buys expensive boots, a poor man buys poor man boots. But over the course of the years, the poor man spends more on boots because his boots break and he has to keep buying more boots, where the rich person only spends money once on boots. Kind of like that, but Joy-Cons. I don't think Terry Pratchett was thinking of Nintendo console accessories at the time. Man, it's such a bummer. I really like this little area, but it's just so pixelated. It just looks absolutely terrible. Like, it's so bad. Like, it just was not supposed to be blown up in this way. I do like how they try and create that sense of depth, where, you know, they're creating that, like, there is a path all the way to the right of the Temple of Time that you can kind of go behind it. It's just, they put that little fence in there and things like that. But yeah, I do... I remember as a kid, this looked totally fine, and you could tell it wasn't 3D, but it was still kind of cool. But nowadays, yeah, it just was not supposed to be blown up in this way. I know some people like to put like filters when they play N64 games, and a part of me would like to do that. I just don't think it's... Oh, I didn't get the... I did it again! I did it bloody again! I can't believe I did that again. I did this in my test run. Well, not test run, but when I was replaying this game like a week or two ago ahead of this, I did this exact same bloody thing, and I can't believe I've done it again. Play the Bender line.
I'm so embarrassed. I wish everybody else was dead.
Hold on, do I have this? Is this appropriate as well?
Oh, and that's a bad mess.
I think that's appropriate as well. Back we go. Yeah, just left sitting in a river. It's like Lord of the Rings, I guess, right? It ends up in a river and it just sits there for a bit. Until a hobbit, or a small elf child, I suppose. Sorry, Ocarina. It's in my defense, it's such a great cutscene, and you see this happen right at the beginning. I kind of like how it's done, actually. Like, it is missable. You can just kind of forget it. I do wonder if Navi has like a line of dialogue being like, "Hey Link, maybe check the river." Like, you play the game for 20 minutes just like rolling around Lon Non Ranch, not knowing what to do, and then Navi's like, "Hey, maybe check that river, maybe." But I find it is easy to forget, because it happens at the start, then you have a whole great cutscene, and then there you go. When you hold this ocarina in your hand, I won't be around anymore. They don't really truly define Zelda's magical powers. Like, she straight up does have magical powers, and that's something that, like, Super Smash Bros. Melee confirmed. Like, they put her in the game and it was just like, nope, she can just use magic, don't worry about it. And this game, she can use magic, but they never really define it, and I find that quite interesting. I find the way that Zelda has magic, but it never goes all in. Like, you never get, like... Normally with a fantasy world, you'll have, like, the warrior, and then, like, you'll have a mage or something, right? But this game just doesn't have that. There's no one that's just, like, straight magic. You never go into a place and say, "I'm the warlock, give me some beans and I'll do your spell." Like, you don't get anything like that. Even though this game definitely has magic, you can cast spells yourself, you get a magic thing, but it, like, weirdly distanced itself from this concept of magic, where, like, a fantasy... Normally, like, a fantasy setting would go all in and go crazy with magic, and it would be, like, a core part of the world. But interestingly, even though magic exists in this world, barely anyone uses it, barely anyone talks about it, and it's just not that core of a principle. It's just one of those things, like, yeah, oh, hit the mic. It's just one of those things that just comes up from time to time. But you just don't even think about it. Right, now we have a nice shiny ocarina. I also love that cutscene, by the way, I just needed to say that. And I like how Majora's Mask, the very beginning of the game, like, reuses that type of scene. Obviously that game has an insane amount of reuse, but it's so cool. The way you get to kind of talk to Zelda, or you see this flashback. Love that flashback. Love this game. Okay, alright, well now we can actually go and play the ocarina. That's the thing, I remember as soon as I saw the pedestal there, I was like, kind of need to play the ocarina, I guess. Okay, here we go. I'm ready for you this time. So I know someone who actually has this tattooed on their arm. It's really cool. So basically they just have the three lines and the treble clef, and then just the notes going along. I don't think they have the C. Like, I don't think it says C, A down. It might do, actually. I need to check. But it has the notes where they would be, and she just has that on her arm. It's very cool. I mean, she has like a replica Master Sword at the same time, so she's like way more of a bigger Zelda fan than me. But yeah, it's always it now makes me think of it because she showed me the tattoo on her arm, and I was like, oh, Song of Time, nice. Although she asked me like, what do you think this is? And I overthought it and said, is that Zelda's Lullaby? But of course it wasn't bloody Zelda's Lullaby. Bloody embarrassing. Only Zelda games I've played are Breath of the Wild and the ones in the Switch Online based package, none finished. Okay, well Breath of the Wild's great. I guess in terms of what I'd recommend to play... Oh, here we go. This is the weird thing. I talked about this last time. Some of these rooms, like, you can see this room hasn't loaded yet because it doesn't look right. But as we walk forward, it's going to all kind of pop in. And there it is. So weird. So weird it does that. I find it hard to know what to recommend. I guess what I would recommend is something on the Switch. Like, Link's Awakening is a great game. It's not my favourite, but it is a great game. It's hard to recommend Skyward Sword HD. I really like the HD version of that game, where I didn't like the original Wii version. But again, it's such a divisive Zelda game. Even with the HD remake, some people still just don't really like it. So it's kind of like... And it is a really unique Zelda game. So I feel like it's not a great one to recommend. I wouldn't recommend Majora's Mask just because it's very hard. So if you were going to play Majora's Mask, you would have to play Ocarina of Time first. Because Majora's Mask have so many like specifics in it. It's just good to have that like general sense of how the Zelda games work and stuff. I mean, A Link to the Past is a great game. Probably A Link Between Worlds, but I think you said before you don't have a 3DS. Ocarina of Time's a great game, so if you are looking to play more, Ocarina of Time is a great time. And if you want to play a 2D one, Link's Awakening is a really good option. It is a really good game. God, again, the build-up. This was all set up. Even though it's a little bit weird, this storyline, this sense of it was all kind of set up. Like, Ganondorf had made his move, he knew this was kind of going to happen, and then he just takes over. But I love that it's all like in conceptual spaces. None of this happens in the real world, which I always find super interesting. Like, they didn't have it so like Ganondorf shows up to the Temple of Time and just like says, screw you, Link, and punches him in the back of the head and takes the stuff and takes the Triforce and leaves. It just shows like this weird concept. Like, I just always find that so interesting. Because they don't show the Sacred Realm in this game. They just heavily talked about it. But of course this heavily connects to A Link to the Past and the Sacred Realm being warped and the war for the Sacred Realm. I know people don't really like the Zelda kind of timeline and stuff, but there's some really interesting details in it. I think I have the Hyrule Historia somewhere, and if you ignore the fact that it branches out in so many ways, like the actual kind of overlying story and how all these games connect, or certain timelines connect, is still super interesting. The way A Link to the Past connects to this, the way this connects to Wind Waker, the way Skyward Sword establishes all these things, it's like... It's really neat. It really is. I will definitely defend the timeline simply because it does, like... If you pay enough attention and love these games, there are these connecting threads, and it does make it so much more interesting. Like the way that in Twilight Princess you have the scene of Ganondorf being killed. Well, not killed. Where they try to like execute him. Like, so interesting. Well, I'm playing Breath of the Wild in the hardest mode, or one before Master, I just wanted to. Now gathering lecture aggro for the boss. Well, that sounds pretty intense. I only ever did one playthrough for Breath of the Wild, and that was just like on a normal one, but... I mean, it's a fantastic game, for sure, but... You're big now! You've grown up! Thank you for noticing. I would like to do like a harder difficulty for Breath of the Wild, but it's just such a big game, I don't think I could. And by the time I would get around to being like, oh, I'll play some Breath of the Wild again, Tears of the Kingdom would have probably come out. So I'm kind of at the point where like, I haven't played Breath of the Wild since 2017, since it came out. So to make Tears of the Kingdom feel as fresh and as new and different as possible, I'm probably not going to revisit Breath of the Wild. There was definitely a time there where I thought like, hey, I should go and revisit Breath of the Wild. It's a great game and it's been a while. But I think that window's kind of shut, you know. I mean, they kept releasing Zelda games. They were like, here's the Link's Awakening remake, here's Skyward Sword HD, here's Age of Calamity. I couldn't keep up with all these Zelda games. Oh, it's terrible. I'm going a bit Jerry Seinfeld there, but don't worry about it. But yeah, this was just, I think this might be like the longest cutscene in the game, but it is a big plot dump, but I don't know. I always loved it. It just set such a tone for the second half of the game. It went from, okay, there's this bad dude, we should do something about it. Go, kid, go stab someone and get some stones and hang out with Kid Zelda, be great. But it takes it from that to be like, no, Ganondorf kind of did some stuff and it's not great. And even though, yes, there's the whole thing about when you're adult Link and the whole idea is that Ganondorf took over everything, but everything doesn't really seem to be that bad. I never thought that was that big of a deal. I think Hyrule Town being so destroyed does enough. And if the whole of Hyrule was completely decimated, I feel like that would be overkill. But I see the Ganondorf taking over the future in the same way that I see like the Empire taking over the galaxy in Star Wars. I see that as the same thing. So it's kind of like, no, not every planet got destroyed. No, not every planet's been completely just like nuked and reset. Not every planet has a ton of stormtroopers on them, but the Empire has a real presence and that has an effect over everything. And certain areas have been targeted by the Empire, and that's why you see such an impact on that, and everyone is generally living in fear due to this Empire thing being around. I see that as kind of being the same, and maybe that's a little bit of a cop-out. You know, obviously, maybe they would have done more to Hyrule in the future if they had more time. Maybe it was just a budget and time thing. But I see it more like that. Like, the Empire wanted to keep the galaxy in some sort of... It was ruling it by fear, but you don't just destroy everything because it needed to function and you need people and resource and production and stuff like that. I see Ganondorf and what he does here as the same thing. He destroys Hyrule Town as a threat because he's evil. And then he just keeps everything else the same. You can just kind of sense his presence because he's a dominating force that has taken over everything. That's how I see it. And again, it might just be an excuse, but I think if everything was just completely destroyed, it just would have kind of been very samey and a bummer. And the fact that some stuff is the same kind of pulls it together in a way that's quite interesting. And I definitely kind of appreciate the balance. That creep! Why did that creep me out? I didn't like that zoom in. I think because I was lost in my own world, just seeing this giant eye really creeped me out. It doesn't help that I have like I can see this 3 times. I can see the actual game, I can see the game on my Streamlabs, and I can see the game as I'm streaming it. So I just got this eye like everywhere. It's not a very nice thing to do. One deep in a forest, one on a high mountain. Where could that be? Vast Lake? House of the Dead? That one was always cool because they list all this stuff, and the first 3 you're like, dude, I know where that is. I'm going to go to this mountain. I'm going to go to the forest. We're going to go to this lake. Going to get there. It's going to be fine. And then suddenly it's just like, oh yeah, and also the House of the Dead. It's like, I don't know where the House of the Dead is. I mean, you could figure out if you think about it, but I like that they tell you what those are. It gives you just enough clues. Just enough clues. God, this game's great. God, it's so good. That's the thing I found. I found this during my Banjo-Kazooie playthrough before I did this one as well. It's so nice to play these old N64 games that I grew up with and just be like, nope, still great. Still fantastic. Aged in some ways, for sure, but still like such a good time. Right, the sage is a girl, I'm sure you know. Because of the evil power in the temple, she cannot hear the awakening call from the sacred realm. Unfortunately equipped as you... Okay, I think I've got it. But it's one of those where it's like, do I think this game's amazing because of nostalgia? And at a certain point, I don't care. I just don't care. Like, I love this game. I have a great time playing it. If it's because of nostalgia, don't care. Honestly, don't care. I guess it's interesting for people to kind of look and think about that question. But like for me, it's like, I'm having a really good time playing a video game. Does it matter if it's nostalgia? I don't think it does. But I found out with these N64 games, they go around in loops. Me doing the loop single in case you don't know what a circle is. Oh god. They go around they go around in loops. Because sometimes people will be like, Super Mario 64, best game ever. Remember the name. Pretty damn good game. But like, sometimes then you'll just hear like, Super Mario 64 is not very good, is it, guys? It just goes around in these cycles. So I kind of just ignore it. At a certain point, you just kind of gotta ignore it and be like, it's a great game. Okay? But the internet just, you have to have an opinion. People have to make YouTube videos and things like that saying like, oh, what were they thinking with this one? Or this is aged terribly. But then because like there's so much push towards one direction, then it gets pushed towards the other direction. So you'll get the videos which are like, this game's a masterpiece. True perfection perfected. And then you'll get like a load of videos like that. And then you'll get the response saying, I don't know guys, is it really a masterpiece? And then the people who think, everyone goes that way, and then people come back saying, I've been replaying this video game, and I think it's actually. I'll stop going around in a cycle now, because now I'm just repeating myself. But it gets a little bit frustrating. Like nostalgia definitely plays a part in some of this stuff, but again, I just don't think it matters. And I just think sometimes people just get a little bit too lost chasing kind of the correct opinion or the popular opinion, and you just kind of hear these like amazing games just get criticized, and I just don't think it's kind of fair. But again, like there's stuff you can criticize in this game, I just don't care. I just not that interested. So here you go. Yep, here's the adult wallet. I know you can get the big wallet from these guys, but I'm not sure. I am a little bit worried about doing too many of these because I know you can get a piece of heart, and I would be very surprised if the piece of heart is the very last thing you get. So I might not even be able to get the wallet at all, which would be a little bit of a bummer, but... Okay, so what can I do? So let me think. So I can't get the next bottle yet, because I need bow and arrows. I think I can go in here and get the Song of Storms. There's also a heart piece up there, but... not going here. I never understood this. I never understood why this was a question mark. Like... we know where you are. You're in a windmill inside a. Hold on, is he gonna? Yeah, you're in like this windmill. I don't quite get why it's a question mark. Definitely gives it like this weird, unsettling feeling, like a lot of this game. But I just don't think it's necessary. Like it is a real building. You haven't fallen into a hole, into a different kind of area. You just walked inside a building. A little bit odd. Okay, I don't even know if we're going to need the Song of Storms at all. Like, there's the Scarecrow stuff that we have to do, which I'm glad I remembered that, because I remember that being very difficult. I think you get the Scarecrow song at Lake Hylia, so I have to remember to get that, because I'm pretty sure you have to get the Scarecrow song for the Fire Temple? I don't know. This game kind of incorporates some of the design elements of... oh, you mess up his windmill! I didn't mess up his windmill! That was past me! Past me did it! Although I don't know if I'm actually going to go back and mess it up for him. I can't remember if you actually get anything. But... I mean, there must be a reason that you can go back and play the Song of Storms to him. I guess. I just don't remember what that is. What was I saying? I can't remember. But yeah, this game kind of incorporates some of that like design elements from A Link to the Past where like you'll get to a dungeon and you just need a random item that you can just find in the open world. And this game does that too. I think the ice arrows? What that does it with? What is it? Here? I think it's here. We'll just try all these. This is where the Hylian shield was before. I think it's in here, but it wasn't there. There was something else here before. Chest. Well, if this is a fairy fountain, do I need any more fairies? Yes, I do. Excellent. This was yep, still a fairy fountain after 7 years. Pretty sweet. Okay, we're gonna need you, mate. Probably not in this part. Hopefully not in this part. We're definitely going to need you. We're only one bottle away, and once I have 4 bottles with fairies in, I'm going to feel so much safer. It's so weird, and this is exactly the feeling I was looking for when I'm doing this challenge run. Like, I'm adult Link with 3 hearts. That just looks so wrong. Like, that just looks so wrong. Like, that's just not how that's going to be. And that's why I'm excited to see. Just fighting Ganon and only having 3 hearts. It's going to look so weird. But in a cool way. Okay, so this deserves the question mark, because this is a little bit odd. I'm gonna have to concentrate. 7 years ain't that long. Yeah, you're right, it's not that long. I don't know why it couldn't have been a little bit longer. Probably should have been. Ah, dude. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to concentrate on this part. I feel like, yes, the concentration's involved, but there's a little bit of luck here as well. Because you need to stick close to him, but you kind of just got to get a little bit lucky. The camera also does you no favors. Absolutely no favors. No, Navi. No, thank you. So he goes right here, I think. Ah, dude. I gotta do some rolling. Gotta do some rolling. Oh, dude, I didn't even see that. No, 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 no. Okay, luckily he takes a long way round here. I can cut this way. Okay, I think I'm okay. Just. Although those fires going out is not a good sign. Oh no, I'm back. Okay. Come on, Link, roll! Roll your little heart out. Okay, cool. Nice. That isn't too bad, but it only takes like hitting the wrong fire at the wrong point towards the end to mess you up. Although I hit like, or going by my heart, I hit the fire 3 times and was still able to make it, so I'm pretty happy with that. That definitely could have gone a lot wrong. And also I really like this, like, again, talking about the dark tone and the shift. The very first thing you have to do as an adult is go and get this hook shot. And you get it from someone who was alive 7 years ago and is now a ghost haunted in this place. Like, the fact that, like, that's the first thing you do. You're like, hey, go see that guy. I'm sure he's not dead. Oh, he's totally dead. Whoops. Again, it just sets that tone so well of, like, no, this is very much a darker, not as nice place. Bit grim, but, you know, all in good fun. Always weirded me out that the 2D icon did not match. Like, it just doesn't match. We can see the 3D model, and we can see the icon. There's no green. What are those 3 yellow dots all about? This is definitely internet nitpicking at this point, but it does seem like sometimes with icons in these games, in general. Which one do we need? Song of Time? Oh, I hit the wrong button. No, I didn't. Oh no. I can never remember if these blocks need Zelda's Lullaby or Song of Time. I think it's Song of Time. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. I guess they changed the design of the ocarina to have no green. Oh, I was talking about, yeah. Well, I was talking about the hook shot. So you got that little hook shot bit where you've got that like green around it underneath the arrow. But if you look at the actual hook shot, no, dude. Okay, we're not Pro Controller next stream. Why? No, you're not player 2. There we go. Right. Oh, hookshot, I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's what I think as well, right? Like, it seems like they made the thing, changed the design, and then just never went back to fix it. That's the only reason why I think it would be different. Unless the person that made it just... Oh, hold on. Oh, that's why it's a question mark. Because they count this windmill as being part of underneath the graveyard. That's quite neat. Turns out I actually didn't need to go and go out of my way to talk to that guy. But yeah, it happens in quite a lot of games where the icon doesn't really match the actual thing itself. Like, it's just oddly common that there's just these weird little things. And it doesn't seem to be like a style choice. Right, I guess I should go get a Ponya, but I don't really need to until I do the Forest Temple. So I guess I should just go do the Forest Temple first. Okay. So I think I'm gonna head to the Forest Temple and then call it a day on the stream. I think that's a good place to end it. If I can actually get myself to the temple, it means next stream I can just sit in on it, go all in, straight into the Forest Temple, which I think is going to be quite hard. Oh, is the owl still here? Oh, health, I'll take that. Thank you so much. In the last stream, it blew my mind that the owl, see if he's still there, sits in this tree. See if he's still there. No, he doesn't. Okay, maybe he's somewhere else. I know the owl's still around. But yeah, it blew my mind that you can find the owl just sitting up in that tree when you're young Link. I don't know if it's only in a very specific time. I don't know if it's any time when you're young Link that owl will be in that tree. No, Navi, we're not going to pay attention to you. I want to say there's an easier way to get to the Lost Woods than doing this. Like, there's so many shortcuts to that place. Like, you can warp from, like, Goron City Death Mountain to Lost Woods to Lake Hylia quite easily. Like, they're 3 core places of the game, and they actually put in these little warps. Always found quite interesting. Right, okay, we got 19 bombs. That's good. Because we're going to need a lot of bombs for this next section. Because I can do this next section stealthy if I wanted to, but I find it a little bit easier. Again, during the test thing that I did, found it a little bit easier to just blow up these creatures. God, and the fact that it has you go into Kokiri Forest as well. Just the subtleties of this game design, man. It's so good. Again, setting that dark tone. Obviously, they did it with that cutscene and with Hyrule Town being destroyed, but again, it just keeps going. It keeps having these creepy touches. You see this place and it's infested with monsters and nobody's really here and just feels very dead. Right. So we want to go this way? No, there's a dead guy and a little skull freak. Who attacks you, it turns out. I forgot that the Skull Kid just attacks you. If you're Adult Link, I think. And then we want to go... No, not there. Hello, you. It's nice that he made it. My priority is, like, out of all the people, right, what's this... Actually, don't remember it. Actually, don't remember it. And my younger self would be very disappointed. At one time, I had all these memorized. No problem. Down, right, left. Okay. I think I said this in the last stream. I would be a terrible speedrunner because I wouldn't be able to remember these songs. I would have to have them written down. Maybe I should do that, actually. Maybe I should have them written down. That's something that was really nice about the 3DS remake, that you could just bring them up on the bottom screen. You didn't need to go into like a separate menu to then scroll through and then scroll through all the different songs. Like, you could just bring them all up by just touching it. It's like, it's surprising how helpful that second screen was in Ocarina of Time. Like, the game was just designed around you going into these start screens and things like that. I think I want to go this way. And so it kind of meant that, like, it was actually a really good fit for the 3DS. Like, even the 3D in that game wasn't amazing, but it definitely had some really cool moments where the sense of 3D kind of did add a little bit, at least. No wolf? Okay, so there's no wolf, but I found out this a couple of months ago and it blew my mind. Just a hole in the ground. And if you go in it, bloody get this! Like, what is this? I think wolves show up. Okay, I need to be patient. Oh, there's two. Come on. Come on. I've got the Master Sword. They should just destroy these wolves. I actually didn't mean to do that. But yeah, the only reason I've come into this room, I think you only get rupees for beating this. Although to be fair, now that I've got the adult's wallet, rupees are not the worst thing in the world. I can't remember if I really need to save up for anything in particular with rupees, but I probably do. Probably. Like they might end up being helpful in the future, but yeah, this room is just such a trip. Like it's hidden in such a weird place where you just have to bomb a completely random spot that you just wouldn't think to bomb ever. Like there's just no hint that you should put a bomb there. But if you put a bomb there, you come into here and then you go in this room and it's just like this nightmare of like rainbow and colors, and it's like a broken TV or something. Like it's bizarre. And then the floor is from like the Temple of Time or something, and so is the ceiling. It's very odd. And then this warp. It's I only came in here to show off this room just because of how insane it is. This is the most insane room in this entire game, and I just don't get it. I just don't get what it's meant to be. Like, at all. At all. Right. Okay. No, I don't want to listen, dude. We'll be going through some narrow passages. Yep. Again, like I said this when I was doing this bit as Young Link, I don't know why said targeting really helps. I mean, yes, it does make you look the right way, but sidestepping... Does anyone actually sidestep this section? That seems insane. If you sidestep this section, you can't see what you're doing. Oh, we want... Oh, no, no, no. No, thank you. Okay, bad start. Bad start. I need you to... I thought he was looking the other way. I guess I just got that wrong. So I don't think you have to be super stealthy. What? Dude! Why am I struggling with this? What am I doing wrong? Dude, no, I didn't... I didn't press up. Didn't press up. Turn around, please. Turn around, please. Yes, that's the ticket. Nice and slow. Is that gonna make it? No. I'm just wasting bombs at this point. And now I'm paranoid. This normally works. Like, this normally works really well. Oh, here we go. Okay, cool. Got him. Yeah, the bombs usually are a really good way to do this. It's a bit confusing that I struggle so much. Okay, here we go. Little sidestepping. Yeah. Where are you? Maybe I should get him over here. I can jump out of the way of him, right? Ah, dude. No, no thank you. I think I got him. No, I didn't. Oh god. Luckily he doesn't do corners. Don't do corners, do you, mate? There you go, just blow up. It's one of those, I didn't know this as a kid, and maybe this is incorrect, but I'm pretty sure these are like pig monsters because they're like Ganon's guard, right? Because Ganon is a pig, so these are pig monsters. It seems like they're a little bit out of place here. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be based off Ganon. Like they're just like Ganon soldiers, and Ganon being a pig, now these are pigs. I'm pretty sure that there's meant to be a connection there. Again, I can't say for sure. When I was a kid, it's never something I really thought about too much. Oh, that was a bad throw. Is it still gonna work? Oh, no. Okay, no, Link! Alright, let's just go for it. Oh, dude! Please blow up. Save me a lot of time. I didn't go this way last time, so I'm a bit confused. I am running quite low on bombs. So hopefully I can get past this guy without any problems. God, he is so huge. And that's another thing. It's such a neat little detail with this guy. Like, dude! Why am I struggling with this? A little bit to the left. A little bit. Okay, I think it's the roll. But yeah, it's one of those where, like, as adult Link, you're way bigger than young Link. And you feel like, yeah, I'm an adult and I got a cool sword. And I'm going to stab some dudes. So guess what? The very first enemy you fight is like look at this guy. He's 3 times bigger than Link. Like, just to bring you down to earth, they have you fight like this insane giant. And it's a really creepy pig monster as well. Like, it's such a, again, just a neat little way to bring you back to earth. Like, oh, you think you're a big tough guy with your master sword? Now that you're an adult? No, look at this pig monster. Deal with that, kid. Yeah, that's a stump. It's a great stump. Always remember that stump. Pour one out for the stump. I think I remember hearing about the earring. I think the character designer's wife was looking at characters, like, gave feedback to the guy who was designing Adult Link and said, you should try to make him more attractive. So the way he did that, I think that's when he added the nose. So Link actually had a proper 3D nose. And another way to try and make him look attractive and cool was to add the earring in. And I think that's the only reason why Link has an earring in this game. I can't remember if he actually has earrings in the other games. He probably does in Twilight Princess, maybe? I don't think he does in most of them. Oh, Breath of the Wild, he must have an earring. But yeah, I remember hearing that story. It was the guy's wife saying, try and make him more attractive. And I guess in the 90s, everyone was getting their ear pierced, and that was the hot thing. Skateboards, pop punk, and earrings. It was a different era, I guess. But yeah, it's just one of those odd, because again, it's not a very high. It's an N64 character model, so all the little details stand out a lot more than they would in any other game, or in like a HD game. You just wouldn't see some of these details. You just wouldn't put that stuff together. Bye, Sheik. Rude. God, I feel sorry for the poor person who gets all the way here and then says, okay, so how do I get to the dungeon then? That must be a really bummer. I'm sure some people have done it, but that must really suck to get all the way here. I mean, I guess you have the teleportation song, so I guess you can go and get this and then come and get it that way. Did I just fall out of world? That was weird. Okay, I'm going to end off the stream there. Just because I don't really want to... I'm not going to be able to beat this dungeon today. So I don't really want to start this dungeon without being able to properly do it. So, yeah. Next stream will be on Tuesday at the same time, 7:30. The plan for that one is to get into the Forest Temple. Probably do Eponia. At this point, I don't know how much I'm going to get done per stream. Like, this stream, I knew I was going to be an adult, and I had the plan of I was going to be an adult and get to the Forest Temple. And I would have done it like 20 minutes quicker if I didn't pick up that heart piece. But streams going forward, it might just be like, next stream is just the Forest Temple, and I just keep getting killed. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I might have to look at where fairy fountains are, just so if I do lose all my fairies, I can go quickly get some, come back and try again. Because I think when you die, you don't get your fairies back. I think it just puts you to the beginning. But yeah, thank you for all those who came along. Thank you, Bruce for the follow. It was nice having you here. It was definitely appreciated, especially a fellow Zelda fan. Always fun to hang out and have a chat. So yeah, so join me on Tuesday, hopefully, where I will continue on, and I guess the real playthrough begins. I'm pretty excited. That's pretty exciting. But yeah, thanks guys. I will see you on the next one.